Hi everyone, welcome to my channel Bluebird Magic, or welcome back if you've been here before. Thank you so much for being here, guys, and for spending this time with me, for hanging out with me and seeing what we find in here. And hopefully there will be something of some benefit to you. So first of all, guys, I don't know who out there in the world called for this super long reading, but if you like calm, this is definitely a calming one. So if you like to use tarot to relax, which is something I do, I will put it on in the background if it's a reader I like, or if it's, you know, basically if I like the vibes and it makes me feel comforted, I like it. So anyway, there are some readers I will just watch them because, you know, I like the atmosphere, you know. So anyway, if that's you, if that's why you're here, you'll probably like this. But yeah, a lot of information came through, like a lot of different types of things came through. It's basically, this is just a what do you need to hear right now type of reading. And yeah, so if you are drawn to more than one group, that would not be that strange. Just let your intuition guide you to whatever group or groups are correct for you, and then just take what resonates in the groups. There is a lot in there, so I highly doubt that, you know, for most of you, it probably won't be like everything in there will resonate. There will be like bits and pieces, so just use your own discernment. For some of you though, it might actually read like a personal reading, this one. So anyway, that's what we got. As always, guys, thank you so much to all of my beautiful I can't talk. Thank you so much to all of my beautiful subscribers. And if I don't know if I'm putting this on my regular channel, if I put it on my new channel, then I might not have any subscribers, so I guess just disregard this. But anyway, yeah, thank you if it is on my usual channel, or if you are joining me from my first channel. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you guys, and I appreciate all of your beautiful energy, and you know, I just appreciate you being here. So thank you. And yeah, but yeah, okay, well, that's what I've got. I felt really called for this reading. I felt really called to do this reading, and I don't know why, but they were, you know, I was gonna do another love reading, but excuse me, but I was feeling called to do a different one. So excuse me, even though I usually don't make anything money wise, and you know, not a whole lot of people view these readings, so not compared to my love readings, you know. And I mean, it's not like no one sees them, obviously, you know. Even if even just a few people saw them, it would still be worth it to do this reading, because I do these readings to serve the collective, especially when it's a non-love reading. I'm doing this because some spirit guides came to me, said, hey, I want to get some messages through to some people. So I'm like, okay, let's do this. Basically, you know, it's a collaboration, and these are just offerings. You know, I'm a volunteer basically for a spirit. I give the messages that they give to me, and then you get to decide whether or not this is your message. You get to decide, get to use your discernment and your intuition to claim the messages that are for you. And you know, that's how these work. So that's why I always say take what resonates, because I'm getting a bunch of different messages from, you know, for a collective, meaning there are many different spirit guides present in each group, and there are lots of different messages coming through, and not every single message will be for every single person here. Anyway, all right. I hope that it helps somebody. Or at least, you know, I'm good company for a little while. Something, whatever it is. Alrighty, well, now I'm just gonna go ahead and show you the groups then up close, I guess, and then I will see you in your reading. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys the objects up close. I'm going to show you each of our tree objects, and I'll show you the crystals too. And then after that, if you still need a minute to choose, you can do the meditation portion, and then I will, you know, see you in your reading. Okay, so for group 1 here, we have a beautiful walnut from a walnut tree, obviously. This is from a walnut tree that I walk past at least once a week. It's one of my favorite trees. I really like it a lot, and I just think it's kind of magical. So I took one of its walnuts that was on the ground, and yeah, I love this thing. So there's one of my treasures. And then this is the mookaite. The crystal with it is mookaite jasper, which is not showing up that well. This thing has trouble focusing unless it has incredibly bright lighting. It's not even low lighting, it's just not really bright lighting. Okay, it doesn't want to do it, guys, so I'm just hoping that this is going to be, you know, close up enough for you to see it and know if it's your group. Okay, for group 2, we have this beautiful pine cone, which may or may not have been left as a gift for me from the crows that like to hang out in my yard. I'm not sure if this one was them or not, but it is a really cute pine cone, I thought. I'm not sure which tree exactly this is from. I'm not sure if this is a pine tree or if this is a spruce tree. My guess would be spruce, but I'm not positive. If anybody wants to take a guess at the tree in the comment section, you could, especially if you know things about pine cones. Sorry about that. That was my Duolingo wants me to practice. Okay. Maybe that's actually like a sign for someone. That might be a sign that this is your group. Then this is an almandine garnet. It looks black, but it's not. It's actually a really dark red color. Anyway, that's group 2. And then this is group 3. I'll show you the crystal first since it's actually focusing. This is an ibis jasper carved into a heart. It's really beautiful up close. I wish I could get it to focus and show you that, because it really is beautiful. But with it we have a maple leaf. This is kind of washed out now. It was much brighter when I first got it, obviously. It's dried up now. My mom brought it in for me when I was really sick years ago, so it's kind of a special dried maple leaf for me. And then for group 4, we have this acorn cap that fell on my car one time. It was a sign, it was like a sign, and it's kind of a special moment, so it's a special acorn cap too. And with it is a tiger's eye. Alright, so those are your objects and crystals. Those are your groups. I will leave you to your meditation now. Oh, by the way, if you want to choose more than one group, that's perfectly fine. Just listen to your intuition and let that be your guide. And if it tells you more than one group, then feel free to go ahead and check that out. See See if there's anything there for you. All right, now you can meditate. Okay, and if you still need a minute to choose, you can pause the video and take as much time as you need, and I will see you in your reading. Hi Group 1, welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here. You guys, this is the fourth or fifth time I have tried to film this reading, and it just keep getting interrupted, and it's just like one thing after another, and like one setback after another. And I was like, okay, I've got this, and then something fell over, and then I'm like, okay, now I've got it, and like the lighting was wrong, and then I'm like, oh, now I've got it. I'm like, ah, no, that was like, I was basically like shouting at the camera. I'm like, why was I just so loud? And then I just felt like I couldn't, something just kept coming up. And before that, last night I tried to do this group, and I sat down and I just got a horrible migraine and I could not do the group. I started the group like 4 times. Oh, right. Never mind. This is probably like the 6th or 7th time I've started this, maybe. Anyway, yeah, because I forgot about last night. I tried this like 4 times and it just wasn't happening. The battery kept dying, and even now, the battery on the camera, this is not, this is a camera I used to use, and then I couldn't use it for a while because of some issues. And anyway, but now I'm noticing, even now, the battery is draining way more quickly than it should have. And I felt so strange right before I started this group. I keep doing that. It's like, I'll feel fine, and then I go to start the group and it's just, things go haywire. So I don't know. I feel like that definitely has something to do with this group, though. I think that, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I feel like there's been a lot of setbacks in this group, or like you've had to start over several times, or there's at least definitely a do-over, or like a rebirth or something, or an awakening of some sort happening in this group now, or having to start over, go back to the drawing board, start afresh, something like that. But anyway, I heard do-over. So for a lot of you, it is like you're going back to the start, or you're starting something new, starting a new chapter of your life at least. But yeah, there's definitely something about. But yeah, there've been some chaotic moments for sure. And all of these could also be signs or synchronicities for you too, that this is your group. So like if you have a really bad headache, or you had a migraine or something like that, that could be a sign that this is your group, because that could have been, that could be part of it. I do feel like there are a lot of headaches in this group, because one of the things I was getting is like, you guys chose the walnut. the walnut shell here. And please forgive my nails. That's another thing that went wrong too. They were fine last night, and then I had to wash dishes, and they're all messed up now. Like the rest of the nail polish that was there just all came off, and I have to redo them. So I'm sorry. I tried to make it all pretty, and everything was done last night, but it just did not work out today because I didn't have time to do like a nail polish that wouldn't come off. And anyway, it's a long story. But the thing is, you guys chose the walnut. So you see how it has the line down the middle and the two sides? Some people think that walnuts look like brains. And the walnut shell does have like the two sides, the two hemispheres. And because of that, at least this is what I was reading, because of that, walnuts, one of the walnut symbolism, one of this walnut's symbolic meanings is knowledge and wisdom. I feel like that's what you guys have been gaining through all of the trials and tribulations that you guys have been going through, or all of the life experiences you've been going through. You've been learning a lot. You've been gaining a lot of wisdom from them. Even the things that maybe seem like mistakes or like things went wrong, I'm getting that they didn't go wrong. It's like they went exactly the way they were meant to, so that you would gain the wisdom or gain the development that you needed for the next step in your journey. So it's like your soul knows the way, or your higher self knows the way, your consciousness knows the way, and your spirit guides know the way that will lead to your most fulfillment in life, or like where you actually want to end up being in life. And so I feel like they're guiding you. And so even in situations where it seems like there was a mistake, or like everything's going wrong, or like there's upheaval, or like, why did this fall apart, or why is this happening? It's like there was a point, or there was a purpose to every single thing that has happened along your journey, or is happening right now. Even when it didn't seem like, even when maybe that's hard to understand or hard to accept, there's something about like you needed to go through that in order to unlock something. I'm hearing unlock it. And it's something about unlocking something in your brain. This could be, I did mention a spiritual awakening, and I definitely am getting that for some of you here. It's like you might have had to go through. Yeah, this might have been like an activation, or maybe multiple things. Because I'm getting for a lot of you, it's like there have been multiple events that you've gone through. Like maybe this might be more than one spiritual awakening that I'm picking up on too. Like maybe you've gone through multiple phases. Just take what resonates, because it is a general reading. It's a reading for a collective, a group of people. But yeah, I'm definitely getting something about a spiritual awakening here. But it's like something about the development of your brain and the development of your consciousness, the development of your mind. That you could not have gained any other way, is what I'm getting. Or it's like it would have taken too much time to get to this level or something if you had gone any other way. It's like this was the fast track, or like this was the track you needed to take in order to achieve the level of enlightenment that your soul was seeking in this lifetime, or like the level of success perhaps as well. It could be both. It's either consciousness or success and consciousness. But it's like, I mean, that is a form of success, achieving a certain level of enlightenment. But some of you have very big goals in this group. I'm getting, in order for you to achieve those goals, these tower moments were necessary in order to get you there. Or these quote unquote mistakes, or these different like stages or phases or whatever it was that you've been through, these different versions of yourself, or these different like different stages of your life. They were all necessary. They were all very important. I'm also getting to not feel bad about anything that you've done in your past is something coming through too, or like to not feel ashamed of any version of yourself from the past, because you were exactly where you needed to be, and you were exactly as you needed to be at that time. And like, yes, it's understandable that you to wish you had done things a different way, especially if you're in a place where you have a different perspective now and you have different awareness, than you did at the time. But your guides don't want you to feel weighed down by that guilt or anything like that, because they're saying it's pointless, that there is no point to spending time feeling bad about it, because it's past. It's over, and you can't change it. You can't go back and change it. You can maybe try to do stuff now if there is something that you can do to kind of balance the scales in a way, and try to do some good to make up for anything maybe bad that you've done in the past. Then, of course, go for that. And I feel like maybe some of you have done that, or, if there's some way you can make peace with somebody, or make up for something in some way, then, obviously that would not be a waste of your time. But I am getting like feeling guilt, feeling those emotions, feeling bad about yourself and all of that. That's not actually helping you. That's not actually giving you energy. It's kind of just taking away from you, taking away from your life force, and taking away from the good that you could be doing. And I'm not trying to say like, don't feel your emotions. I just wanted to be clear about that. Obviously, you can't always control your every emotion you have, so I'm not saying don't feel your emotions, because that can be unhealthy. I'm not saying like stuff it all down, but I'm just saying that what I was getting for whoever it is I'm talking to here, what I was getting from your spirit guides is just to try whenever you do feel emotions like guilt and shame, if they do come up, just try to redirect your thoughts. They want you to tell yourself the stuff that I've just been saying, or, again, if you can do something, then go ahead and do that. But if there is nothing you can do and you can't change the past, then, when these thoughts and feelings come up, your spirit guides just want to remind you that it's okay and you can let it go. So as quickly as you can, shift your thoughts away from the guilt and the shame and release it. Free yourself, let it go, so that you can continue moving forward, the better. So hopefully that makes sense. In your life, that those moments of guilt and shame, those are a waste of your life force, basically. It's not actually benefiting you. Because what I'm getting here in this group is you guys already have awareness. You are self-reflective. You are self-aware now. You do look at the things you've done, and you do question whether things are right and wrong, and like you're not so absorbed by your ego that you can't look at yourself, so you guys already have an awareness. You guys already aren't afraid to look at yourself and say, I do not think that was the best action I could have taken, or I really wish I had done things differently, or like, I definitely do not want to repeat that again. Now that I see it this way, I know I definitely don't want to act that way ever again, or something like that. Like you guys have that awareness. So since you have that awareness now and that ability to look at yourself. You don't need the low vibrational energy of guilt and shame. Those are just going to be destructive to you. They're destructive. They're energies. They're not constructive to you. Like, especially for you guys, it's not going to do any good. So, and I feel like a lot of you probably do know that already, but then this would just be a confirmation for you. So yeah, anyway, that's there for someone. All right, so we're going to take your moon kite. I've just been holding the moon kite, Jasper, this whole time. Most of this message has ended up just being like channeled before I even showed you the cards. But anyway, we have renew. Nature continuously renews itself year after year. And on the back is this really cute little sleeping baby deer. I don't know if you can, can you see it? It's all curled up on the forest floor napping. I think it's so cute. All right, and then you have the Page of Cups. Let yourself be continually surprised by this thing called life. So you've got the continually and the continuously. This one says continuously, this one says continually. So we've got a nice little synchronicity going on there. Yeah, and that's why I was getting like, you guys may have gone through like several different spiritual awakenings, or like a lot of different phases of your development, or like it almost seems like you've been a lot of different people, like a lot of different versions of yourself. Maybe you've had like a lot of different careers or a lot of different jobs, or you've several times you've kind of like reinvented yourself several times. I'm getting, it doesn't have to be this specifically, this is just an example, but like you went to college, like right out of high school to be a doctor or something, and then you actually finished medical school, but you decided after only a few years that you hated it or something. And even after all of that work and the years and years of incredible effort and the money spent to become a doctor, you're like, you know what? No, I can't do this. I know this isn't my path. So you changed and you became like, I don't know, like a chef or something. You went back to school to become a chef. And I don't know, for some of you, it could even be that there was like a third major change too, and you're like, you know what, I don't even want to do just this either. I'm going to be a yoga teacher now, or like I'm going to go live in an ashram somewhere or something like that. But there's something about where there may have been like some very major shifts, throughout your life, where you started is very different from where you are now, and again, these are just examples, so it doesn't have to be quite like that, or it doesn't have to be quite that extreme, but it could also be like your fashion changes a lot, or your taste in decor or something, like your aesthetic changes a lot, or has changed a lot over the years. It could be something like that too, but I am definitely getting that as far as like there's been a lot of expansion in consciousness in this group, or there's going to be. So if you haven't gone through this yet, I see that is likely what's going to happen throughout your life. There's going to be more than one large shift. Or like another example would be like going from being a stay-at-home mom that didn't work, like like not like working a job where you're getting money. Obviously, if you're raising children, you are working. That is very hard work. But like, it would be like being a stay-at-home mom and going from that to like being a single mom, like getting a divorce, being a single mom all of a sudden, and like having to go back to school and support yourself financially because you don't have any help at all. And like you realize that the only way you're going to be able to make enough to make ends meet and get something quick enough that will make enough money is to become a semi-truck driver. So you go from being like a stay-at-home mom that has had no career for like 16 years, and now all of a sudden you're trying to become a semi-truck driver when you've never changed a tire before. You know, it would be something really like, I see like extremes here in this group, like really big shifts, or like shifts that a lot of people would look at and be like, wow, I can't believe you're even the same person that I knew like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, you know, or like, you know, where people would be like, wow, you've changed so much if they hadn't seen you in an extended period of time. I'm seeing like a lot of renewals, a lot of, again, continuously changing and evolving and awakening to deeper and deeper parts of yourself, and higher and higher levels of consciousness, and different versions of yourself, and different ways of expressing yourself, and wearing a lot of different hats is something that I heard. So like wearing many different hats throughout the years of your life. So again, if you're kind of at the beginning, like if you're young still, I see that this is probably something that's going to be a pattern throughout your life. And I hope that that is not upsetting news to you. Again, we all have free will, so you can shift and change things. It's not like you're doomed to any... Sorry, the camera stopped. You're never doomed to anything that you hear in any pick a card. Excuse me. This is just... Any pick a card you watch is only based upon your current energy and what your intuition is drawing you. Like what your spirit guides want you to know at the time. Excuse me, based on your current trajectory. So, you know, this doesn't have to absolutely be the case for your entire life, but I am getting that for a lot of you, it will be, because this is kind of like your nature. This is kind of like what you were meant to experience throughout this life. I feel like this is kind of what your soul wanted to experience. It didn't want to just have like one track. You did want to shift and try several different things in this life. And I feel like from it's almost like I'm hearing it's almost like different incarnations within the same lifetime. It is almost like it's almost like a reincarnation without actually dying, except that it is sort of like you do. In a way, it's almost like this. It's like when a version of yourself changes, it is, I get for a lot of you, it's so extreme that it is almost like a death of your previous self. And it is almost like another, like a whole different reincarnation. It really is like new you, new versions of you. But I think more extreme than a lot of people, yeah. So anyway, that's really interesting. I think your guides just want you to know that you're on the right track, and that like you were meant to go through all of these transformations. That you're right on schedule, you're right on track, that you haven't done anything wrong, and it's not just like... It's like you were meant to. It's almost like you were destined to. Your soul wanted things to go this way, or like this was destiny somehow for your life to go this way, where you have these really extreme transformations more than once. And I really am getting that it's sort of like because you wanted to live, it's almost like you wanted to live several different lives within the same body, within the same lifetime. I'm not sure why you chose to do it that way, but that's just what I'm picking up on from this, from whoever I'm reading for here. I think I'm hearing it's, for some of you, it's literally just because your soul is like so active, or your spirit is so active, that it's like you just get bored so quickly, or it's like start feeling stagnant easily, and that's not actually something wrong about you. It just kind of is your nature, and that's okay. That's something that I'm getting. That's you're just a very vibrant spirit, or there's just something about like there's so much to you, or to try to just be one thing, or to try to just be like, to try to like simplify yourself, or to try to like only do one thing throughout your life, or to commit to one thing and then only ever be that one version of yourself, that would not be being true to your, that wouldn't be true to yourself. Because there's so much to you. You guys might have like a lot of different energies in your natal chart, where it's like you have like a balance of a lot of different energies. You're not just like all air or all fire or all water, or like all one element, or just two, or you know what I'm saying? It's like you have a lot of like a lot of the elements, or maybe it's like more balanced, or I don't know what it is. That might not be the case for you, but I know your spirit, your soul is incredibly active. There's just, again, the word they keep using for me is vibrant. You're very vibrant. You're very vivacious is something that I heard, or there's a lot to you. And that's one of the reasons why you transform so much, because your soul is trying to get to experience all the different versions of itself. It's like so that you can be all that you can be in this lifetime. And also, again, there's the thing about expanding consciousness, or expanding your awareness, expanding your ability to love is something that I'm getting to. It's like everything that you've been through, it like intensifies, or it strengthens, or it builds your ability to love more deeply, and to also understand and love yourself more deeply, to have compassion and like deep respect for yourself. I think too, it's not just like a feeling. When I say self-love, I don't mean like just thinking that you're, I don't mean just being like, yeah, I'm the best person ever to exist, or like feeling awesome about yourself 24/7. It's not like I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but like it's, when I say self-love, I mean like you really know yourself. It's like you know yourself on a deep level, and you respect yourself, and you honor yourself. It's like you know your soul, and you can see where you started and how far you've come. You have respect for your journey, and you honor your process. You honor your journey. You honor your spirit. I'm getting that like a definition of you can't really define you. I'm getting like any time that you try to put a label on you, or someone would try to put a label on you, or you would try to put a label on yourself, it's not going to stick. Like it won't stick forever, or it's like inevitably it's not going to be correct for you anymore. So maybe you are someone who doesn't like labels very much. That's possible. Doesn't have to be the case, but I do get like, sorry if you could hear my stomach. I don't know what she's doing. But yeah, you guys are just, the universe just wants you to know, your spirit team wants you to know that you're right on track, and this is what you were meant to do. You were meant to be, you were meant to bounce around, or, you were meant to be not like chaotically necessarily, although maybe some of you do, but like you weren't meant to be in a box. You really weren't. You weren't meant to be in a mold. You were not meant to just to conform, Not saying there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but I'm just saying, we're all different. You guys were not ever meant to be like in one thing. At least not for long, you know? Not for like your whole span of your life or something. And that doesn't mean that you guys won't ever find things that are stable. It doesn't mean that you guys won't ever find something that you do stick with long term. It just means that there will be many cycles like this, though. There probably will be several rebirths, you know? Several path changes, several awakening periods, several career changes, or several lifestyle changes, or several, you know, large changes in your life where it almost seems like you're a different person in some way, or your title changes a lot. You know, your role changes dramatically. And that's just how it was meant to be for you. You're not doing it wrong. You're not like choosing wrong. You didn't do it wrong, and that's the reason why you keep having to change things. It's like this was planned in a way. It's like this was kind of, you are on the schedule. This was the schedule. This was how it was meant to go. For some reason, it's like your soul chose to do it this way. It had a lot on its itinerary this time. It had a lot of things it wanted to do here. All in the same incarnation. So anyway, now that I've pretty much said everything, we have the options card. These are like affirmation cards that are supposed to be like kind of silly or like kind of funny. So anyway, it says, as I open to the abundant possibilities of my life's path, I'm reminded that I always have unlimited options. Life is a buffet, and I allow myself to choose whatever makes me happiest, without limiting thoughts like, you can't put mac and cheese on your baked potato. All right. And then, so yeah, not limiting yourself. You didn't want to be limited as a soul, as a spirit, as a consciousness. You're like, I need to sample a lot this time. I need to sample a lot of different things this lifetime. I don't want to just do one thing and then have to, you know, do it for 90 years and then start all over again. You know, I want to have many different adventures in this one lifetime, or I want to experience many different ways of life, or many different aspects of myself and who I can be and how I can be in this one lifetime. You didn't want the limitations. You're like, nope, I'm just an interesting, eclectic person, and that's just what it is, you know? That's kind of, I think that's what you are as a soul. At least at this point in time. Yeah, you wanted to sample. You wanted a lot. You wanted a lot of adventure this lifetime. You wanted a lot of different stuff. And then, yeah, here's the self-love card. It says, I openly embrace a feeling of self-love, the PG kind. I love myself because I understand myself. Exactly. I love myself as the most committed partner I will ever have. I show myself love any way that I can, and when I screw up, I remember to be sweet and gentle with myself. If not, I'm going to make myself sleep on the couch. Got that, self? Okay. Yeah, I feel like, again, it's like your guides want you to love yourself just as you are, and to know that you didn't screw up, you know, or even the things that look like they were you screwing up. You were meant to have that screw up, or you were meant to have that experience. Again, it's all part of the story that is you. It's all part of the story that is your life. And it's like it was all kind of meant to happen. So that you could learn, or again, so like something could unlock for you. Some aspect of your consciousness could expand. And I also feel like a lot of you have been on a self-love journey, that's a big part of your life journey this time, is being your own best friend, learning to be your own best partner, your own best friend. And I do feel like, so a lot of you maybe have been through a lot of hermit, a lot of hermit periods during your life. That's possible for a lot of you. Times when you felt like you were pretty alone and didn't have a lot of friends or didn't have a lot of family connections. Doesn't have to be, but I am picking that up for a lot of you. Maybe a lot of you have been single for most of your life, or you've gone through very, large spans of time where you've been single. And I feel like this was so that you could really get to know yourself and really get to love yourself by yourself. I'm getting something about a past life actually for you guys. I'm getting like you had very restrictive past lives. A lot of you had very buttoned up is what I'm hearing. Like very buttoned up, restrictive, maybe oppressive in some way. Past lives where you did not have much freedom, or you didn't get much of an opportunity to develop yourself or to know yourself. It's sort of like all of your past, I'm picking up your past lives are very much about other people, very much about giving of yourself, sacrificing yourself for other people. And you may have even experienced a lot of that early on in this lifetime, that it felt like there was a lot of responsibility on you, or most of your energy was devoted towards other, taking care of other people, or like dedicating yourself to, I'm just getting a lot about other people. And I'm getting in your past lives, it wasn't really much of your choice. It's sort of like you didn't really have you didn't have options in that past life or multiple past lives. You didn't have options at all, or very, very few. Again, you were very restricted. And that's one of the reasons why this lifetime there's so much focus on the self, because you really didn't get to have that. And why you wanted to explore so many different things in this lifetime, because you haven't gotten to do that in the past. Maybe a lot of you were like, there are many different time periods and locations throughout time where a lot of people were very restricted in the types of lives they could have and the choices that they could make. What I keep seeing is like, in a past life, all you really had available to you was being like a wife and mother. And you were like married. This is specific. So this won't be everyone's exact past life, but it's something like this, that I'm picking up on for you, where like you had a duty or you had a responsibility that was put on you that wasn't your choice. It was like society kind of forced you into this, and they were just like, okay, well, this is your option and this is basically your only option, or you will be completely shunned, thrown out in the cold, isolated from all people. You will have no community, and therefore you will probably just, I'm sorry, I don't want to put it blunt, but basically, you'll be on your own, and you might not last very long. You might not live very long. So there really weren't a lot of options. It was basically like, do what I say or else you will unalive alone, like you won't be here anymore. So you decided to do what everyone basically forced you into, because you didn't really have a lot of choices. Your only choices were bad, were bad choices. So you went along with it, and you didn't really get to stop and ask yourself, does this fulfill my soul? Does this make my heart sing? Does this bring me joy? It's like you didn't really have a chance to explore that. You didn't have a chance to explore much of anything, because you were just told you will do this or else. And so you did do that, but it wasn't fulfilling to you. It's like maybe you found, like you carved some sort of meaning out of it, or, you found some way to get some sort of happiness or satisfaction out of it, but it was hard work, and it wasn't really what spoke to you. It wasn't really what you wanted to do. It was, again, like a fulfillment of an obligation, and you really didn't like it. And you felt very empty in a lot of ways, or you felt very, again, unfulfilled. it didn't really speak to you. It didn't fulfill you. Your soul always longed for more. Your mind always longed to experience more. And you just really weren't enjoying those lifetimes, or again, if it was one, you really didn't enjoy that. For some of you, you might actually have experienced some sort of servitude. I'm sorry, it stopped again. Again, some of you may have actually experienced some sort of like servitude that was forced on you, like an indentured servant, or even like a slave or something, is possible for some of you. In which case, obviously, in those situations, you really, really didn't have, again, another situation where you would not have had any choice. You didn't have freedom of choice, where you had very, very, very limited choices. And there was so much you wanted to do with your life. So many things you wanted to try, and you never got to do that. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why you wanted to try so many different things this lifetime, because it's like, okay, this is my shot. Kind of feels like this is your first shot at actually having freedom. A lifetime where you have had to replace the battery. This is one thing I did not miss about this camera. Anyway. Yeah, or like maybe some of you were wrongfully imprisoned is another thing that I was getting, like you were imprisoned for something maybe that you didn't do. Or like I heard political prisoner too for some of you, or like a prisoner of war, or something like that. But there's something where, again, your freedom was greatly restricted. And so I'm seeing you in this lifetime, you're kind of just like so excited. Like you're like, I'm just seeing someone like, I'm free, like I'm free, damn it. Like I can do this now, like this one's for me. Like this lifetime is it's like, again, like you've been locked up your whole life, or in your past lives, you were so locked up, and then all of a sudden there's this big buffet out in front of you, and you're like, I'm going to sample the whole damn thing. Like I'm going to, like you really wanted to, as a spirit, you really wanted to like jump into this, and you're like, finally there's a stage, finally there's a setting, finally there is like a time period, or there's a place where I can actually experience so many of the things that I dreamed of experiencing in my past incarnations. Or there's just something about like a playground. I'm hearing a playground. And again, it's just, you really wanted to experience a lot. You wanted to like, I swear, it's like whoa, that was weird. That kind of freaked me out. I'm not gonna lie. I heard a voice, okay? I heard a voice. Like I actually heard it. Like I do when I live on a cemetery. And so from time to time, me and other people who've been in my house have heard of, well, anyway, ghosts. We've heard ghosts, okay? So from time to time, I will get that, but it has been a while. I mean, several months ago, I was getting a lot of activity, but it was mostly things being moved and like thrown around and knocked over. It wasn't really as much about, and like touched and stuff. There wasn't as much of like the audio. I wasn't really hearing. So that was weird, okay? It really sounded like somebody. Wow, that was so weird. It did sound sort of like someone talking from the other room, but it sounded very kind of buzzy, like when you hear a fly, like when it sort of sounds like the buzzing of a fly, but it sounded like a voice. That was interesting. I doubt the camera will pick it up because this mic isn't that sensitive, but be interesting if it did. I actually have had that happen in readings before. I'm not sure if that's a message for you guys or if it just happened to happen. I'm getting something about your ancestors too. There's also something about like in your ancestry as well. It's not just you and your past lives. There's something about ancestors. Yeah, because I was hearing like voice of your ancestor or something. It sounded like a female. Again, I'm getting something about like the feminine line or your female line of your family. Maybe a lot of the females in your family, like a lot of your ancestors have, or it doesn't have to be just the females, but a lot of your ancestors have experienced a lot of oppression but I really am picking up on the feminines in particular for a lot of you, but it doesn't have to be the case. It could be both the masculines and the feminines, like men and women in your family experienced some of this, but I'm getting a lot about the females. Again, they did not have many choices, or they really couldn't live the lives that they really wanted to. And there's something about like they want you to have a better life than they had. Like I think they're really rooting for you. I'm getting you guys have a lot of ancestral support in this lifetime. It's like they're behind the scenes trying to help you get to sample all of these options and all of the things and to get to pour into yourself. They want you to get to experience stuff that they didn't get to experience too. So this isn't just, I'm getting like it's both for a lot of you here. It's not just your past lives. It's like you in your past lives, you didn't get to experience this stuff. You didn't get to try this stuff. And also your ancestors didn't get to try this stuff either. And so it's like they're all supporting you and aiding you and getting to have all of these exciting experiences. And maybe a lot of them haven't felt so exciting. Maybe sometimes it hasn't felt very exciting to you in this lifetime to experience these things. Because some of them, again, like when you had to have major shifts and things, that was probably really stressful. Or maybe it's not for all of you, or maybe not every big shift has been very stressful, but for some of you it definitely has been, because I do sense there have been tower moments here. But again, it all happened so that you could experience awakenings and levels of awareness and consciousness that a lot of your ancestors never got to get to, and that you didn't get to in your past incarnations. Or if you did, it's like you didn't get to have multiple things. So it's like if you did have spiritual awareness, then it's like that was the only thing you got to have. You didn't get to have that and also love, or romantic love, or you didn't get to have that and prosperity and abundance, or or if you had love, you couldn't work on any amount of self-development, or have a hobby, or have a career, or it's like you only could have one and not the other. Or again, that you couldn't have any of these things really, because nothing was your choice. It was basically that you would just have whatever was handed to you, or whatever was basically forced on you, or what you were told was like the only option that you had in life at that time. And then you're gonna take it and like it, like that whole thing. And that's just, no, that was not what so I'm just getting like for this lifetime. Anyway, that's why I'm getting like that's your backstory, that's one of the reasons why you change so much throughout this lifetime, is like it's sort of like you're like the cage was opened for you. So you just want to try it all. You want to have all of it, all at once, because it's just like so exciting in a way, I think that's all I'm getting. basically your guides just want you to know that, well, first of all, they want you to be proud of yourself because they think you're doing really, really well. You're right on target, like you're right where you were supposed to be. And you weren't ever meant to just be like one thing. Again, you were not meant to fit in a box this time. You were not meant to conform. You were not meant to spend your whole life serving other people. A lot of this lifetime really is about being, true to yourself, true to your heart, true to what feels right to you. And doing what makes you happiest, doing what you want, doing what feels good to you. You spent so many lifetimes doing the other, you know. You spent so many lifetimes serving other people, and I feel like you did spend so many lifetimes fulfilling a duty or a responsibility that you felt you had to others, or that was put upon you by others. And you know, you already did that. It's like you did that so many times. And this lifetime is about you. This lifetime is supposed to be about you and how you finally getting like that Sunday, you know, like this is supposed to be your Sunday life. This is your dream lifetime, or it's supposed to be. You're supposed to get to have all the different flavors. You get to do all the different things, you know. Have your cake and eat it too. And I don't get that you're meant to like be alone this whole lifetime. If you want to be, then that would be fine too. But, you know, there are no rules. In this group especially, that's what I'm feeling. Like there are no rules for you. This lifetime is about not having rules, you know? And restrictions. It's about exploring and perusing and adventuring and, again, trying all the stuff. At least all the stuff that you want to try. Being open-minded, being curious, exploring. But, I am getting that, like, whatever it is that you want that would make you happy, you will eventually, I think you will eventually get to do it all. I'm just hearing I wouldn't worry about it, you know, like I think you're gonna get to all of it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do a small confirmation portion, but I'm not gonna do too much because this ended up being very long. I think that you're gonna know that if this resonates with you or not. Like, I don't feel like you probably need a lot of confirmation for this, because this seems like one of those things where you would know if this story sounds right to you. If this story resonates, if this feels like you, then that is your confirmation that this is your reading. You know, you found it for a reason. At least that's what I believe. So I don't think we need to probably do too much of this, but I will do a little bit because I oftentimes do. So, all right, anybody who wants the extra confirmation or might find this fun or relaxing, we'll do it. So don't worry, I'll turn it down. Also, I forgot to mention that in the beginning of this group, I heard the song Bob the Builder. You know, like that old kids show, like, Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder, yes we can. You know that one. That one was in my head and I have no idea why, but that must be a confirmation. Like that is a sign for someone. So yeah. And I also heard the song, is it Total Eclipse of the Heart? I don't remember if that's it, but it's like, turn around, every now and then I get a little bit lonely. Is that it? Na 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 na. Turn around. Mm-hmm. I don't remember. Is that it? Does it end up, is that the one that ends up going into like, and I need you, and I need you more than ever? Is that the, I have no idea if these are the lyrics. Da, 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 we'll be holding on forever. Da, 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 da. Oh, I don't, is that, no, that's not Total Eclipse of the Heart, is it? No, I think this is a different one. I don't know. Maybe both of those songs actually mean something. I'm going to have to look this up. Guys, it is Total Eclipse of the Heart. I'm so proud of myself right now. I just looked it up. Oh my God. I'm excited. I'm probably way too excited about this. I probably shouldn't be this excited, but you know, why not? Okay. If you can get excited about something in life, I say go for it, you know, cause like, anyway, back to the reading. But for some reason I was hearing that song in my head, and if that's not Total Eclipse of the Heart, then Total Eclipse of the Heart could be another song that means something to someone here. And I was really drawn to this letter E, and I heard Ernie and also Ellen. Letter E. All right, get the rest here. Oops, sorry, that was probably loud. Have to turn that down in editing. Okay, we have, oops, I've got soot. I have candle soot on my hand. Oh man. Oh well. There we go. We've got the letter G. E-G. Heard G-G, Gina. We've got the letter D. Dior. Dion. Dendrick or Dedrick or something like that. Denmark. I'm not going to do a lot of channel names, but these are just ones that are pushing their way through. So we have the letter Q. Quera or Quora? Querent? QWERTY? I also heard Kasha. Keisha. Queen or Queenie. Quaylin. I'm not sure if that's how I'm supposed to pronounce it, but anyway, we have the letter J. I heard Gina again, and Jenna, Ginger, Gemma, Jim, Jimmy, Jiminy, like the cricket. Okay, we have the letter H. Harry, Henry, Hessel or Herschel or Henrik. Heard Harry again, but I already said that. Okay, Henry. Already said it. Hendricks, Hemming or Hemingway, Henrel, Hamal. Okay, we have the letter A. Anna, Annika or Anika, Anakin, Amanda, Amal, Amara, Amara, Amberly, or Amber, Annalise, Annalie, or Annie, Ackroy, Acker, Actor, Across. I'm not sure why I'm not sure if that would be, probably not a name, but that might be another thing that has some sort of meaning to you that would be like a sign. Okay. Letter C. Charity. Cherry or Cherie. Sherry. We have the letter M. Mandy. Mindy. Mary. Marianne. Marley. Marnie. Merrick. Mariella. Marty. Michael. Mint or Mince. Hacer, like, isn't that that's a Spanish word, isn't that? It's like, yeah, hacer, isn't that I think it is. Is that to do? Is that, I have to do more, I have to do more Duolingo. I think it is though, like Hacer. I'm not sure, it might be maybe it's a name too, but Emily, Hager, or Jaeger. Okay, we have the letter N, Nora, Nadia, Nala, Nerisse or Nalise or something like that. Nalia or Nalia. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Cora, Carmen, Cameron, Jason, Jake, James, Jared, Jalid or Khalid, Darren, David, Jack, Jacqueline, Jackie, Manny, Manuel, Carla, Hakeem, Dora, Dottie or Dorothy, Eckert, Emile, Amelia, Evan, Eli, Elias, Isaiah, Elliot, Elijah, Luke, Ellie, Eldridge, Enid, Ella, Ember or Embers, Aaron, heard Gone with the Wind for some reason too, so that might mean something. Okay, we have the letter I. Maybe one of your past lives was in that time period as that movie. Like the same time period as that movie. Okay, I heard Hatshepsut. Am I saying it right? Hatshepsut. I think I'm saying it right. I'm at least close. Like the queen from ancient Egypt. Whoa, that's cool. Maybe some of you, I don't know if you were her or if you like, maybe you knew her. Maybe you lived during that time period, like during the time period where she reigned. Like in that location maybe too. Ina or Ina or something like that. Isla, Idris, Emi, Imelda, Elsa, Ireland. So maybe that could have been like a place where you were. Or are. Like that could be a confirmation for you. Minnie. Mindy. Did I say that already? I feel like I did, but I can't remember. Hannah. Harmon or Hammond, Hamilton, Jasha or something, or Josha, or I was also saying Josh, like Joshua, but there was like, I don't know if it's Jasha or it's something close to that if I'm not getting that right. I'm sorry guys, I don't always, it's not like perfectly clear all the time, so sometimes it's hard to grab it when I'm getting all of these clairaudiently and clairvoyantly, and sometimes they're not fully clear, so did I say Carly? I can't remember. But that's there. And Carmody. Heard Carmen San Diego. So I don't know, that could be like again, that could be some sort of synchronicity or clue or sign for you. Okay. And then we have the letter, I do it every time, the numbers. We have the numbers 4, 7, 6, 8. So these could be birth dates, these could be like significant months, these could be ages, this could be a code or like the end of a phone number or beginning of a phone number or something like that for someone here is something I got actually as well. So we're like a code to a lock or something. I don't know if that is like someone's lock code. I'm not sure, but I mean, don't worry. I don't know who this belongs to, but you will if it's yours. I guess that could be someone's confirmation. But yeah, 4768. So like, for instance, you could be born in the 4th month, the 7th month, the 6th month, or the 8th month. So like August, July, June, or April. So your birthday could be in that month. Or I heard someone's child could be born in one of those months too. So that could be for somebody. Could even be like your birthday's in here and their birthday or something like that. But yeah, to be more specific, you could be born like April 7th, April 6th, or April 8th, June 4th, June 7th, June 8th, July 4th, July 6th, or July 8th, or August 4th, August 7th, or August 6th. Or you could be the age 47, 46, 48, 64, 67, 68, 74, 76, 78, or 84, 87, 86. Or like maybe you were born in 87, or like 86, 84, or 78, 76, 74, you know, like 1978, 1976, 1974. Or like 1964, 1968, 1967. Yeah, because I'm seeing like, yeah, it could be like 84, 87, 86, 40. Oh yeah, it could also be like 47, 46, 48. Like 1948. Or 64, 67, 68. I can't remember which one I said already, but anyway, yeah. So any of that is possible. Okay. Or, you know, these could be addresses too. Or like a number that you're seeing right now. For some of you, there could be like a number. One of these numbers could be around you, or like 4768 or 476, 468, like any combination of these numbers. Like the number of views on a video nearby, or like you could see something with repeating 4s, repeating 7s, repeating 6s, or repeating 8s. Or the day you were born could be the 4th, the 7th, the 6th, or the 8th of a month. Okay, I think I covered all my bases. And you guys probably already know this, but I didn't mention it, I don't think. So anyway, your initials, even if I didn't mention your name, your initials might be in these letters. So, you know, you might want to look for that. Or you might see a word, like a name spelled that I missed. So there's that too. There you go, group 1. I hope that that gave you some sort of interesting insight or something helpful. I'm not sure, but I hope that was some confirmation or something beneficial to you guys in some way. Yeah, all right. Well, if you did like the video, if you could remember to give it a thumbs up, guys, I really do appreciate that. And I always love to hear from you guys. So if you wanted to comment down below and tell me a bit about your story or how this resonates for you, I would love to hear that. I love connecting with you guys, and I really love hearing your stories. Like I really get excited. I really get excited about that. I really think they're cool. So anyway, thank you if you do that. But in any case, thank you for being here, guys, and I hope to see you sometime soon. Sending you guys lots of love. Take care, group 1. Bye. I also heard the name Holly. Okay, I think I'm done now. Okay. and Nina. I get it so frustrated when they do this, when they're like, I'm done. And then I turn it off and I don't know why they do this. Is that it? It probably is until I turn the camera off. I heard Monica too. Did I say that earlier? I don't remember, but it is there. Okay. Now I'm done. Hi, group 2. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you'll enjoy your time spent here. And hopefully leave feeling better than when you got here, or at least the same. So, but hopefully better. Like, I hope maybe it'll be uplifting or something. At least that's my hope for this reading. All right. So, let's get into it and see. I don't actually remember anything about your group at all, which is interesting because I do remember things about the other group, but yours, my mind has just gone blank. So, well, I guess it will be as much of, yep, it's a mystery to me too. All right, well, let's get into it then. It's a surprise for all of us here. All right, we've got, first of all, please excuse my nails. They got all messed up. I had to do some dishes and then I didn't have time to redo them before I had to do this reading if I wanted to get this done in any sort of reasonable amount of time. So anyway, here we are, but we got your pine cone. You guys probably don't care that much, but if you do, I'm sorry. I tried to make them all pretty and then, you know, the best laid plans don't always work out. But anyway, there's your cute little pine cone. I love this pine cone. In case you missed like seeing the objects up close, I think this pine cone may have been left for me as a gift by the crows that come into my yard, or it might have been left, well, I don't know who it was left for. Obviously, my mom is the one that feeds them a lot of the time, so it could have been left for my mom, I guess, but I was the one who found it in the driveway. They've left us, but they've like left us little gifts like that. Sometimes one time they brought us honeycomb in exchange for feeding them. So we've known these crows for many years, and crows are very smart, and they are known to do that for people sometimes. So it's possible it came from them because there's not a pine tree anywhere in my yard. So it would be kind of weird that it was just right in the middle of my driveway from nowhere. So something left it there, but I'm not sure how it got there exactly, but it might have come from a crow. So if crows are a significant animal to you, or you've had like creatures leave you things, then that could be like a sign for you. Otherwise, you might want to look up the meaning of the pine cone. You know what? I'm feeling like I should do it now. Oftentimes, I think it's a good idea for people to look it up for themselves so that they can find, like you might find unique, because there are many different sources and many different people that write about symbolic meanings of things. So if you went searching, you might find a completely different thing than I will. So I usually suggest you go on your own little search to see what calls to you the most, but I am feeling like I should look something up for you guys, so I'm going to do that first. Pine cone symbolism. If you want to skip this, you can. Okay. Yep, it has a lot of different meanings. So some of them are fertility and prosperity, immortality. Some people think the pine cone represents resurrection and immortality, enlightenment. Okay, because in ancient cultures, pine cones were linked to the pineal gland, which is a gland in the brain that some people consider to be the third eye. Yeah, I guess it does kind of look like a pine cone. I think it actually does look like it. Okay, that's interesting. And maybe some people are having a third eye activation, like maybe you are opening your third eye more, or you're maybe even actively working on your pineal gland. or that might be something that could be of help to you in expanding your psychic gifts. If that was something you were working on or interested in. Okay, rebirth. Okay, in feng shui, pine cones symbolize, well, this is just what Google is saying. In feng shui, pine cones symbolize rebirth and are traditionally left at the foot of a newlywed couple's bed. I'm not sure if any of this is correct, but this is what the internet search says. So take that for what you will. If anyone knows if that's true, that would be cool to hear. Health and vitality. The pine tree represents health, vitality, and constant renewal. And the divine. I guess that one's pretty simple. It just says associated with the divine. Okay. Cool. So there's a lot to do. Wow, the pine cone has some really cool symbolic meanings. That's awesome. I know I've always really loved pine cones. I've always been a little bit obsessed with pine cones. Because I really just think they are, I don't know, I think they're very cute, especially when they're little ones like this. I just really like the pine cones. And I've found pine cones at times in my life where, I was really having a rough time. And for some reason, I just always felt really uplifted and like it was a really good sign when I saw them. And I never knew why, but it's interesting because there is a lot about resurrection and, renewal and stuff like that and the divine. So I guess that makes sense why I always felt like it was a divine, like a divine messenger, or like I was being reassured that better things were coming. That's cool. Okay, so now we'll see how this ties into your message here, because I'll bet it does. You might also want to look up the meaning of spruce trees, because I feel like this is most likely a pine cone from a spruce tree. I'm not positive. It's either a pine or a spruce. It's not a fir. I would be 99.9% sure it's not a fir tree. So it would be either a spruce or a pine. But I was kind of leaning towards spruce. Maybe even like a Norwegian spruce or Norway spruce. I can't remember what they're, I think, yeah. So I don't know. Someone here could be from Norway. That could be a sign for you. Even if this doesn't come from a Norway spruce, I would still say if you're from Norway, this would be a sign for you that this is your group. Or if you have like a lot of Norwegian ancestry. Or if you have one of those types of trees in your yard or something, that could also be a, yeah. And then here's your garnet, your almandine garnet. I love this stone. This has really helped me through some tough times too. I feel like it's really grounding. It really helps with anxiety. At least that's what I've found for myself. Like it has really helped with anxiety. And when I have felt not well physically, I feel like this one helps me a lot. Yeah, I too wonder if you guys are going through some sort of third eye awakening, like some sort of third eye expansion or activation or something. Because like a Kundalini awakening was something else I was hearing too. This is associated with the root chakra. That's interesting. Group 1 had something to do with like spiritual awakening as well. Like a different type though, I think, than... well, there might be some similarities, but there's something about like your energy upgrade, or like there is definitely something going on with your energetic system here. Yeah, there are some upgrades happening here for sure. Maybe you guys have been getting a lot of downloads, or maybe this is something new for you. For some of you, you might not even know what I'm talking about. Oh wow, that's interesting. you might be unlocking psychic gifts that you have never had before. For some of you here, if that's the case, your guides are just letting you know here to not be, I think they're maybe just giving you a heads up so that it doesn't freak you out as much, maybe, because I've heard that can be kind of intense and scary for people if they've never experienced things like that before, and then all of a sudden it like gets unlocked, or all of a sudden, you know, those psychic gifts start awakening. It can be kind of it can be kind of a lot for some people. I don't think you guys have anything to, you know, be worried about or anything. For me personally, I was born, this was pretty much from like day one for me. So I haven't really ever had a time period when I haven't had these things unlocked. So for me, I didn't have an experience where like I all of a sudden awakened, or where I didn't have anything and then all of a sudden it started happening to me. So I don't know exactly what that's like, but I have had periods of time where like things intensified for sure. And, you know, I know that was intense enough. Like I have had periods of awakening and like upgrading and things like that, where my awareness of things and my abilities did expand and strengthen and things like that. So, so, you know, I've definitely had shifts and changes in my energy system and in my spiritual gifts, if you will. I've had like shifts and changes and like upgrades. So I do know what that's like. And, you know, like I've been through Reiki attunements and things like that. So I do know how that feels. And that's intense enough, you know, so I can imagine the other would be even more intense. But I can imagine, you know, I can put myself in that position, and I could definitely see how that would be an unnerving or a very like intense, strange experience to have, you know, and could definitely be kind of scary, you know, especially if you didn't know what was going on. But you guys are into tarot reading, so I'm guessing for a lot of you, you're at least open to this sort of thing, or you're at least somewhat aware of these types of things. For a lot of you, you already have some of these gifts. So this would just be a message for you. In that case, if you already have some of these gifts, I just feel like they're going to be intensifying. Like you're going to be getting more visions, or you're going to get, like I am getting something with the pineal gland and the root chakra. So there's something about like the energy going. That's why I was thinking Kundalini, because there's something about the energy at the base of your spine, or there's something about the energy, like I'm hearing lower dantian. Okay. Is that the same spot as the Kundalini energy is supposed to come from? I know it's like at the base of the spine, but I can't remember for sure where the lower dantian is. I thought that was like closer to where the sacral chakra was, but I'm not positive. But they're in a similar type of area in the body. But I'm just getting something about going from the bottom of the body, like the bottom of the chakras, to the top. So that's why I was thinking Kundalini awakening, because you have that energy that's represented by the snake, like rising up the spine, from the base of the spine, up the spine to the crown. So some of you might be going through that, or in a more physical sense, there's something about like your spinal fluid, or your cerebrospinal fluid is what I'm hearing, moving up your spine to your, and like filling up your pineal gland, or there's something about activating your pineal gland, something about your spinal fluid and the pineal gland. I feel like this is a thing. I think if you're like into studying the more, I think I saw a video on this one time actually, and I think I started watching it, and then I was like, okay, I think this is mostly not that helpful to me, because I think I've already kind of, like, I didn't think I really needed it at the time. So I think, and it was long, so I think I didn't watch it. But there is something about like, there is a connection between the pineal gland and maybe some of you are actively trying, maybe you know what I'm talking about, or you're trying to actively like decalcify your pineal gland. Some of you may have been trying to work on that. If that's not resonating, then just don't worry about that. There's just something about like basically your energy. Let's just keep it more simple and just say your energy is moving through your body. It's like some energy is rising that hasn't risen or hasn't been very active in your body for a long time, or maybe ever. It's moving. There's like a big awakening physically happening for you, like in your energy body and in your chakras, in your spine and in your brain. And you are definitely getting an upgrade. You're definitely getting an upgrade of your abilities. You might even have like a new clair unlocked, like, you know, the clairs, like clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsalience, I think is the one where you smell. Sorry, I think I got that wrong. I think it's clairalience. How psychic smelling. Or like clairsentience. Things like that. But maybe you might be getting a new one if you already have one. Or if you don't have any, you might be getting one. Yeah, okay. So let's look into the other cards. Oh, yeah. Okay, because this is the change card. Yes, you are going through. Okay, definitely. You are going through this change. There is definitely an upgrade happening in your energy body, in your psychic abilities. Or your intuitive abilities, if you want to call it that. If that feels better, like a better term, but you know, those types of things. Your spiritual gifts, so to speak. Yeah, I'm hearing crown chakra activation. So a lot of you, yeah, there's a lot happening with like your upper chakras. Yeah. Again, I'm just seeing that energy from the base going up to the top. So maybe it's like, maybe you guys have, it's like maybe a lot of your focus or like a lot of your awareness has been, and a lot of the way you've operated in life up to this point has been greatly involving your lower chakras, mostly your lower chakras, and like now those upper chakras are really lots of stuff's happening there. Okay, I wonder if this has something to do with the solar flares, because at this point in time there is a lot of acceleration in consciousness happening for a lot of people. A lot of people are seeing expansions in their awareness, in their psychic gifts, in their spiritual abilities, things like that. A lot of people are having awakenings, or like another phase of awakening, or ascension, if you like that term. So, but there's a lot going on right now, basically, in the world, and there's a lot going on in people's bodies, and a lot of that is being accelerated by the solar activity that we're having right now. Our sun is currently in solar maximum, and that is a sciencey thing. You can look that up, but it also has impacts on us spiritually as well. So if you guys have been having, I feel like maybe some of you have been having more headaches, or maybe you've been feeling not well and you're not sure why you don't feel well. You might want to look at the solar activity. You might want to track that, because when we have major flares, you might notice that you're getting more visions than usual, or you're getting more vivid dreams than usual, or you're having some like things are happening in your body that don't usually happen, or you're noticing things in your meditations that are different than usual, or you feel like there's an intensification of your sensitivities, something like that. You might just find it interesting to see how it correlates with the sun's activity. So if you were interested, there's a channel that I like, Stefan Burns. He is a geophysicist, I think, and he also is an astrologer, and he looks at astrology and you know, the science. He looks at both of those things. I think he has like a really good balance between looking at the scientific stuff and also looking at the more spiritual stuff. I like how he ties everything in together. So if you're interested, you might want to go check him out. He gives solar weather updates frequently and stuff, and a lot of those have really helped me out. And because I was having really bad panic attacks throughout 2024, and I had no idea why they were happening, because for me at this point, I usually know what I can find a trigger, or I can find a source for them, because it is my body giving me a signal of some sort saying, oh, I'm picking up on something. Camera stopped. That I'm usually picking up on something. And I could not figure out what was going on. And finally I found out that it was the sun. Whenever there was a major solar flare, I would have this reaction, and it really helped me out so much, because I could find like a source for my anxiety. Like and it got to the point where I would know like what kind of solar flare we were having based on my reaction. Like I would know, okay, my anxiety and what I'm feeling in my body, this is exactly what I feel when we've had like a high M-class flare. And I would go, and yes, we were having M-class flares, versus like when there was an X-class flare, I would feel more intense, but it was a similar thing. And so I got to the point where I could predict the solar activity before it would happen even sometimes. So that was pretty interesting. But I would at least like know before the reports would show up. You guys might find that you're able to do the same thing and you just didn't know yet what was causing that. So anyway, if you've had like really intense anxiety off and on, and you're not sure where you can't really pinpoint like where it's coming from, you really might want to look into the solar stuff, because you might have been experiencing something similar to me. Because since I felt like sharing that's why I'm thinking you might, be having a similar thing going on with you, because otherwise I don't think I would feel called to share. So anyway, this is change. Falling leaves do not signify the end, but the beginning of a fruitful season. Yeah, so your guides just want you to know, again, maybe you have been experiencing some very difficult symptoms, or maybe you're even going through a lot of, a lot of you could have been going through a lot of physical symptoms of like a spiritual awakening. There are things you can find about the physical symptoms of a spiritual awakening, or like a Kundalini awakening. Basically, when things are happening to you energetically, things are also going to be happening physically oftentimes. So obviously see a physician or a professional if you are concerned about your health, to make sure everything's okay. But I mean, that's usually the sensible thing to do. But if it's not anything like that you can really find that's wrong, then it's most likely associated, at least there's a very good chance that it's because of all this stuff going on in the collective energy, and you having that activation, you having that upgrade in your energy body. There are a lot of upgrades happening in the earth as well right now. And all of this probably sounds very woo-woo. I don't know, but I feel like if you're in this group, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If this seems too woo-woo to you guys, I don't know what to say, because you were guided here for a reason. So if it's too woo-woo now, it's not going to be in the future, because this is happening. So it's not like something you could be like, I mean, you're already in the process. So, you know, I would say if you found yourself here, that it is happening to you. Like, you are going through this process, or you're about to very soon. So if it seems strange now, come back in a year or two, and you might be surprised. It does not seem, this will not seem so odd to you, I think, at that point. But I think for a lot of you, you've already been on this path, you know, because again, you're in a tarot reading, so I would think you probably already have some experience with this. All right, so we have Queen of Swords. Don't you dare lower your voice for anyone. That's what it says. And I think it's interesting how I was stumbling over my words and couldn't say it. And okay, yeah. So another thing that your spirit team wants to encourage you to do is to speak your truth, and really not back down. Not silence yourself. If someone is attacking your voice or the way that you speak, they're especially encouraging you to not back down. Don't be quiet. And don't let them silence you. Don't let them don't let them discourage you from speaking the way that you need to speak. Okay, there's something to do with the throat chakra here. You guys, they want you to know that there is some sort of like, there's especially one of the major shifts that's happening for you is in your throat chakra. And maybe also in your solar plexus, but I'm getting, because this is talking about your voice. And the way you express yourself. There is something happening with your voice here. Maybe you're going to find like the tone of your voice is changing, or like, or you're going to be able to speak more clearly, or it's like, or you're going to be able to assert yourself more. For some of you, you're going to be able to finally stand up for yourself, because I'm getting like for some of you here, that might have been a struggle for you in the past. Or if not, then this part of the message just wouldn't be for you. Like that specific message just wouldn't be. But even if you are good at standing up for yourself now, I feel like you're going to get even better at it. Or you're going to be using your voice for something very important. I'm getting like you might even be sharing your voice in such a way where what you have to say is something that other people want to silence you for. And your guides are encouraging you to not shut up. That is something, I'm sorry, I know that sounds blunt and a little harsh, but that is like how they're coming through. They want you to do not shut your mouth. Do not shut up. If someone tells you to shut up, or someone tries to attack your voice in some way, or someone tries to make you, if they try to tell you they don't like the way you speak, or if they're trying to somehow make you be quiet, do not listen to them. Don't be quiet. Don't lower your voice. I'm just getting like, don't silence yourself. Don't let them silence you. That's just for someone here. Don't let them silence you. And don't let them make you doubt yourself either. I'm hearing your truth is important. Your truth is divinely inspired because you're going through all this enlightenment here. You're going through... I'm hearing you're tapped in. You're connected. You are tuned in. Your crown, your third eye, everything is lighting up and coming fully online. If it hasn't happened already, that's like what's gonna happen. And you're going to be able to see things very clearly. You're going to be able to perceive things very clearly, to have very, very good discernment. They just want you to know you do see clearly. You do know the truth. And they want you to speak that truth. And to trust yourself. And don't let anybody tell you that you don't know what you're talking about. Because you do know what you're talking about. And your voice is powerful. That might be one of the reasons people might attack you. Because, a lot of times people don't even bother with people that they feel don't have any power. I feel like, especially for you guys, if people come at you, it's because you have something valuable to say. And you have a power behind you. And that's why people feel threatened. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because the communication card, I forgot that was the card that was with this. Yeah. Your last card, your affirmator card, is communication. It says, wow, that's crazy. Wonder how that other person's feeling? Ask them. Wish they knew how you were feeling? Tell them. You've just been drafted into the communication army, where there is a strict do ask, do tell policy. Speak with kindness and gentleness, and reach an understanding. If you don't, assumption will just make asses of everyone, including the person who came up with that aphorism. Anyway. I'm just getting... It's like you don't need to necessarily speak angrily or speak harshly. I mean, if you feel like that's what is called for in a given circumstance, then I would trust yourself that is what's necessary in that particular instance. Because what I'm getting is, again, you are very tuned in. Your intuition is really good. Or if it's not yet, it's about to be very, 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 very good. And so if your heart, if your intuition is telling you, say something, and this is what I need to say, and this is how I need to say it, then don't let anybody tell you you're wrong in that circumstance, because you need to say what you need to say. Okay, now I'm hearing the song, say what you need to say. You need to do that. And it might even be where, sometimes people think you're being inconsistent because you might say things a certain way sometimes and then decide not to say something in other circumstances, and people are like, why aren't you saying something to them? Or oh, I thought you felt this way and you said that thing to that one person, why aren't you doing something now? I don't know why that's coming up. Maybe that won't be for everyone, but I'm just getting, you will have really good discernment about when is the right time to say something, how is the right way to say something, and, who, when it's worth saying something and when it's not, when it's, and what words to use and all that. I'm just getting, or maybe this is you already and your guides are confirming that for you, because maybe someone tried to tell you that oh, you shouldn't have said that, or you shouldn't have said that way, or oh, the way you speak is wrong, or there's something wrong about your communication, or maybe someone tried to make you question yourself or feel bad about yourself. Your guides just want to let you know you were completely in the right. You said exactly what you were supposed to say. You said exactly what you were meant to say, and you did say it in the best way too. Don't doubt yourself. Maybe some of you are like, I don't doubt myself anymore. That's awesome. That is great. But for those of you who were still a little bit shaky on it, or did have like at least a moment, you know, of self-doubt, or where you were just wondering and like questioning, did I make the right choice there? Or did I say the right thing? Or, you know, was that the right time to say something? Your guides are saying, heck yes, like 100% yes, that was what you were supposed to say. You did the best thing you could have done in that situation, is what I was hearing. Also, there's something about this color, because her shirt and this card are the same color almost. Like almost the exact same color. So that could be like a sign or a synchronicity for you. Maybe that's the lip color you're wearing, or like maybe that is your shirt color, or I don't know, but there's something about this color. That is not a coincidence. If that does mean something to you, if you want to share, that'd be cool. I always like connecting with you guys on stuff like that. All right. Excuse me. But yeah, your voice is powerful, guys, and it's going to get even more powerful is something I'm getting. You are meant to make a difference with your voice, with your communication, whether that's through the written word or through your speaking or through your singing or something, or even through artwork. But you are meant to communicate. That is one of your big gifts. I feel like you might transmit energy, or like I'm getting something about light codes. For some of you, there's something about light codes that you might be transmitting through your voice, or through a message that you're getting or giving. Like maybe you're receiving messages. Oh, maybe some of you are readers. That would make sense, because I know a lot of you that watch me are. So I think, you know, your spirit team just wants you to know, hey, you're doing a good job, and like the messages that you're giving people, they do matter. And you might find yourself getting more spiritual messages maybe than you did in the past, or you might find yourself shifting your focus for some of you, or and that won't be the case for all of you, but basically just know your voice is powerful. The messages you're getting, they do matter. They are making a difference in people's lives. You are meant to make a difference with your communication. You are meant to deliver messages. You are meant to say stuff. And for some of you, you are meant to shake some stuff up. This is the Queen of Swords here. She does not mince words, you know. She is direct. And you know, if she needs this, like, she will put her foot down. And she's honest. More than anything, what I'm getting here, because I'm feeling like I can feel it, like someone's not comfortable with that. It doesn't mean that you have to be like harsh or blunt or anything like that. It could be, but it just means, but you are truthful. You are going to be very truthful. And again, I am getting like they kind of, I think someone here, it's like they want to prep you maybe, and let you know that people will try to attack you. Some people will, but if and when that happens, just know that those are people that are not worth listening to. They do not know what they're talking about. That's what I'm hearing. And it is not their place to try to silence you. You know what you're talking about, and the messages that you have to deliver, they are important. I'm hearing sit down. The people coming at you, I'm hearing they're the ones that need to sit down and be quiet, because I'm getting you're going to be triggering people, basically. Like you might be triggering their wounds. You might be triggering them to see some shadow aspects of themselves, or to see some truths that they maybe did not want to see or didn't want to look at. Bringing up some feelings that they didn't want to feel. But that is not your fault. You have not done anything wrong. It's like, what I'm getting is, even if they don't like it, if they did happen to hear you. Yeah, I'm just getting, sorry, the camera died again. Yeah, I'm just getting that if they happen to hear you, you know, like there are billions of people on the face of this planet. If someone happens to be in the same place, in the same space, at the same time that you're saying a specific thing, then they were meant to be there and they were meant to hear that thing for whatever reason. And if they do not like what they hear, then that is not your problem. I'm just getting that that is not something wrong that you have done. That is something in just how they are processing what you've said. And that is up to them. It's, again, it's not because of anything wrong that you've done. I think a lot of you already know this, but sometimes it's just nice to be reminded or have that confirmation. But yeah, again, it's like if they happen to hear you speaking, they were meant to hear you. And if they don't like what they're hearing, well, that's just too bad. You know, it's like, it's one of those things where, yeah, again, it's not your fault. It's just about them, and it's just triggering for them. But you cannot possibly operate in a way where you will never ever trigger someone, you know? It just is it's just, that's not possible. So, especially for you. Because sometimes the truth does hurt. And not because you're trying to hurt anyone, not because you're trying to cause anyone pain, not because you're trying to upset anyone, but sometimes literally just speaking the truth or being your authentic self is enough to upset people. And that isn't something you can really control, or that isn't something you can help. That is something that they need to work on. I'm getting that you are going to be showing some people where they need to focus some of their efforts as far as their healing and their expansion of their consciousness is concerned. And again, you might not even be doing this on purpose. That like might not even be your goal, but it's something that's just going to kind of be happening anyway. I'm getting a message for some of you that you might even be kind of surprised if, like, maybe even sometimes you get surprised that something you said, this won't be for everyone here, but you might be kind of surprised, like you're thinking that what you said was so nice and was actually like a really loving thing, or what you said was like a really nice thing, or even like a compliment or something that you thought like what should make someone happy, or you know, you thought that someone would react well, and instead they lash out at you, and you might not even understand why that happens. Because I'm getting like you might trigger people literally no matter what you say, you might trigger people. And it's just because that person was meant to be triggered by you. It's just kind of like it was kind of like destined to happen that way. And what I'm getting is like you have a gift. It might not feel like a gift all the time, but it's like you help people cleanse their wounds is something that I'm getting. I'm seeing like that's what you do. You help people cleanse. That's just what they're showing me. The image I'm getting is you cleansing wounds. And it's sort of like, this might be kind of gross, but it's like when you have an abscess, okay? Like, let's say it's a wild animal. Like most wild animals, now this isn't always the case. Some animals are aware that you're trying to help them. They can sense it. But a lot of wild animals won't understand that abscess needs to be drained in order for them to heal. You know, they won't understand when you go to drain an abscess, that's painful, right? It's not going to feel good. At least most of the time, it is painful. It hurts. And it's like that animal doesn't understand that what you're doing to it that's hurting right now is so that it can heal and get better. And I'm kind of getting like, I hate to, compare a human to a wild animal that doesn't understand anything, but it's like, but it sort of is like that. It's like the people you trigger, they don't understand that what you're doing is like draining their abscess, basically. It's like you're there to clean the wound, and they don't understand that you're cleaning their wound so that they can heal. They don't see it that way. They're not seeing the connection. They're just saying, ow, ow, ow. That's what they're feeling. And they're not getting it. I feel like at some point that, it's like I'm getting like once the wound is opened and, they're in pain, like eventually they are going to purge what they need to, and they're going to see what they need to, and they're going to heal. But I get like for a lot of you, they might not get to that point during any interactions with you. It's like you might never get to see the healing that this person does, or you might not get to see how you triggering them actually did, how it actually did benefit them in the long run. You might just get a bad interaction with someone, and you might just be kind of like, what the heck happened? Or you might doubt yourself. Again, you might like feel bad that you upset someone, not realizing that like they needed to be upset because it was basically like you were poking a wound, like you were lancing a wound, an abscess that needed to drain. And you didn't even know that's what you were doing. And the other person didn't know that's what you were doing, but that's what you do. Hopefully this makes sense. And, sometimes even love can hurt, I don't know. I feel like someone needs to hear this for some reason. Like sometimes even love can be triggering. Like kindness can be triggering, because sometimes people have experienced things where like kindness was used against them, or like kindness feels fake. Or it's like maybe you say something, for instance, that person always wanted to hear. Like I'm just getting something where like you say words maybe that person always longed to hear so badly their entire life. Or like they always wished that someone would say that to them. Or they always wished like a parent or somebody would say that to them, and they never did. Or like maybe they always wish someone would say something to them, and like one time someone did say that to them, but it was like a joke, or it was like they were being tricked somehow, or it was like used against them. And so now it causes them deep pain. And like, so when you said something kind or a compliment, it like reminded them of the most painful moment of their life. Or it's like it was something they always wanted, but they don't let themselves accept it because they feel like it's not real. Or it's like it almost hurts so badly because they're like, it's like, don't lie to me. I'm hearing, don't lie to me. There's like something where if you said something nice, it like hurts because they think it's a lie. It's like something they always wanted, but they feel like they can't have. Or it's like when people say it, it's always a lie. I don't know why I'm getting that, but that might be a specific scenario for someone here. But I'm also hearing that it's like with the wild animal where like sometimes, like you're not going to be able to have a conversation with that wild animal in the moment that you are cleaning their wound and tell them, listen, wild animal, this is what I'm doing and it's going to heal and then you're going to feel great. And, you can't just calmly explain that to them in the moment. They're not going to understand. But sometimes, once the animal does heal, like once their wound is cared for and bandaged and they start feeling better, sometimes they do like associate the people that help them with help, like they realize, oh, I feel better now. I think that person was helping me. Like sometimes they do make that connection. And I'm getting that might be the case with some people. Like at some point, some people might come back to you and be like, I don't know why I was like that. Or like, hey, like I'm sorry I reacted that way. This is what happened. Some people might explain, but for For others of you, they may never. Kind of like some animals, they're just going to stay hostile, and they're still going to be, they're going to maintain, they're going to stay defensive towards that human. Even though that human helped them heal, they're never going to make that connection or realize that that's what was happening there. And I'm also getting, using the same metaphor here. I think it's a metaphor, yeah. It's like, if, when you're handling this wild animal, you need to be careful. Like when you're handling these people or when you're interacting with the people, you do have to take self-protective measures. You don't have to hate these people. You don't have to be mean. You don't even have to judge them. You don't have to think mean thoughts. Kind of like you wouldn't with a wild animal. It's like it doesn't know what it's doing. It thinks I'm hurting it. I understand. Like you can be like that, but also please do protect yourself too. Realize, wear gloves, basically. Like realize that this person could come at you. Some people could really become unhinged, or they could try to hurt. I mean, I don't want to scare anyone, but like maybe they might even try to like come at you or hurt you in some way, sometimes depending on the situation and who this is. But it's like, so, protect yourself if you can. Make sure you watch your back and don't, just assume that everybody is going to be reasonable and treat you well, because that won't always be the case. Just like some wild animals, if you're dealing with an injured tiger, you're probably going to want to use tranquilizers, or or maybe that was the wrong example. Maybe it's more like a giant bird, like an eagle or something. You need to wear thick gloves, protect yourself from the talons and everything, Anyway, I think you know what I'm getting at, hopefully. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's going to make sense, but I'm just getting like a lot of you trigger people without even meaning to. Or like just your existence does or something. I kind of know how that feels because I've experienced some of that too. Maybe you guys have significant Scorpio placements. Maybe you guys might even share a Scorpio placement that is similar to my, I don't know. Some of you might have, I'm not that into, I don't know that much about astrology. So, this is not my area of expertise, but I was hearing this, so I think maybe I am supposed to point someone in this direction just in case you want to check it out. But you might have significant Scorpio placements. You might even have like a Pluto conjunct Scorpio. It might even be like, for me, I have that. I have Pluto is conjunct Scorpio. Scorpio is my ascendant, and I have Pluto conjunct that in my 12th. Pluto's in the 12th house and really, really close to my ascendant. So, and it forms all kinds of aspects all throughout my chart. It's fun. It's fun stuff. That has taken me many years to kind of come to peace with that and figure out how to wield that one, but life's a journey. It's always a process. But anyway, you might have something powerful like that in your chart, or you might even have that specific thing going on. I don't know. I felt again like I was supposed to share that because it might be yours too. And that's interesting. Just know if people are attacking you, or if people are getting triggered with you, just know that actually means you're doing your job. I'm hearing that is your signal that you're doing your job. That's interesting. Okay, so your guides want you to kind of, maybe that's a way that you can help to frame this experience so that maybe it doesn't upset you. If it has been upsetting to you in the past, to just know that, to see like people getting triggered with you or people getting upset with you as a signal, as a sign to you that you are saying exactly what you need to be saying and you are doing your job. Because I feel like one of your divine gifts, it might not feel like a gift, but one of your gifts actually is to awaken and trigger other people. Because, you know, oftentimes triggers are a gateway to awakening, you know, if we work on them and we learn about why we have them and we, you know, unpack all that and try to heal whatever's going on in there. That's how we expand. That's how we reach higher levels of awareness and consciousness and enlightenment, and, you know. So I feel like that's kind of what you do for people. And again, you might do it without even meaning to do that. But just know, if people are getting upset with you, it's because you pushed a button in them. You triggered something. You activated something, really. And it's uncomfortable for them. They don't want to feel that. They don't want to see that. There's something they don't want to see and they don't want to feel it. But they need to. That's something I'm getting. It's like, if they come into contact with you, you were meant to trigger them so that they could see something that they need to see in order for them to, it's like their soul wants them to see it. That's what I mean when I say they need to. It's like their own soul is guiding them to do that. Their own consciousness, their higher power is guiding them to this so that they can heal. But before they can heal, they need to go through they might need to go through a process that does not look so pretty, where they are lashing out and just being a triggered mess. And you might end up getting some stuff thrown on you during this process. But it's not personal. It's just they are lashing out because they have some issues that they need healing, that they need to heal. And you just happen to be there to be like a catalyst, basically. I'm hearing you light the match. But the match needed to be lit because it's kind of like they needed that destruction energy in their life. It's almost like they needed to blow up. They needed to get triggered. They needed to get all upset. They needed to get all, you know, kind of lose their shit a bit so that they could, I don't know, but it's like an ignition, an activation, a chance for them to, at least an opportunity for them to see themselves. Or to, again, see a truth that they needed to see that might be very uncomfortable. You create change. You really do. Even if it's like completely unintentional, you might show up thinking that you are just doing something completely non-confrontational, and then you're just finding out that like everybody is getting mad at you, and you're like, why are people so upset? Like, what did I even do? And it's not even anything you really did. It's just you. It's just your energy. You just are that. Again, that is one of your gifts. You show up and you're like a mirror. People see in you whatever it is they need to see for their greater expansion or for their spiritual growth. And again, sometimes that looks ugly, you know. It's not always a pretty process, you know, and especially in that moment when you are triggering people, you probably are not going to be seeing the best sides of them, you know, and you're not going to probably have a very enjoyable experience or interaction. But just know that you actually are giving that person a gift, and that this is what needed to happen, and that this is actually divinely guided. And I'm sorry if you have to deal with like upset people, because that just sucks and it doesn't feel good, you know, but hopefully it'll feel a little bit better just knowing that, you know, on some level, on a soul level, you volunteered to help this other soul to ascend, basically. And it might not look at that, it might not look like that in the moment, and you might not even get to see how this moment of being upset ends up creating some change that's beneficial for them in their life. You might not get to see that. You might not ever get to see it, but just know that through this interaction, through this, you have made some sort of a difference. It wasn't just some unpleasant waste of time thing. There's like purpose to it. I'm hearing it's a dirty job. Okay, so not like that you're dirty or like this is there, but I'm hearing like it's, you know, it's not a pleasant job. It's not the job that everybody dreams of doing. Or, you know, it's sort of like this might be a spiritual gift that does not feel so great to have, you know? It's like a lot of people don't dream of like working on sewer lines or like, you know, I'm just hearing it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it, you know, like, you know, it might not look glamorous sometimes being the mirror, being the trigger person, but it's a tough job, I think, that you took on spiritually as a soul, but it's because you are so strong. You do have what it takes. You can handle it. And I am sorry, though, because I know it does not feel good. You know, it's like sometimes you're like, why couldn't I have just chosen the path where you know, like everyone just loved me all the time and it was just nice. And I just had friendly, pleasant interactions with people all the time. And like, no one ever got pissed off at me for literally no reason whatsoever. But, that's not how it goes. So I don't know, guys. I don't know why I'm laughing now either, but, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. If this is you, like, yeah, I'm just sorry that you have to deal with this because, you know, I mean, it is what it is, but I have compassion for you and empathy as well because I have, yeah, I've had some interesting experiences and moments with people throughout my life. And you know, sometimes I've been the triggered person. Like, I'm not completely immune. I'm a human too. And I've had my moments there as well. I mean, you know, I try not to. And at this point in time, you know, I think I do fairly well, all things considered. But, you know, I've worked through a lot of stuff. But, you know, I've had my moments in the past too. Some of which just literally made zero sense. Like, I would tell people about them and they would be like, why did that happen? Like, why would anyone react that way to that? I'm like, literally, I have no clue. I do not know why this happened. And I got like kind of freaked out after a while because I'm like, I do not understand why no matter what I do, I have the most abnormal experiences with people. No matter what I do, I will just go in to do something normal, like go into a grocery store and leave having the most bizarre the most bizarre conversation with a stranger, or like the most strange interaction that people are like, there's no way that happened. I'm like, no, it did happen. Like, that's, I don't know what to tell you. Like maybe you guys that have experienced things, like even if it's not bad, it's still just like so weird. So often, like so many of the things that have happened, like you go in and a complete stranger tells you their entire life story, including like their deepest, darkest secret. And you're like, why did this just happen? Like, ma'am, you do not need to be telling me this. And then at some point they just kind of look at you like, I cannot believe I just said all that. Okay, like we need to pretend like this never ever happened. And then you just like go buy your cereal and leave. And you're like, what just happened here? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know what that was. Like you go into a store and some lady's just like, I think I may have screwed up my entire life. I think like literally I should have married so and so. Or like I never should have married so and so. I should have gone to school to be this, that, and the other thing. And like I can't believe I did that. Like I think I've wasted my entire life. And then they just go into like everything that's happened to them. And then they're just like, you know what? I think I need to go back to school and like divorce my husband. And I'm just like, okay. I don't know what to say to that, but you know, and then they just like go on their way. And you're just like, why did this just happen? Like, why did I just, what was that? Like, what just happened? And like, you know, like maybe you guys have had weird experiences like that throughout your life, but like people just have epiphanies around you, you know? And sometimes they react violently to them. Sometimes they react like with denial and anger and hostility and like, nope, I do not want to see that truth. Like I am not ready to open to that. I do not want to let that in. You know, they might react like that and be very defensive. I do not want to see that about myself. I do not want to see that in my life. I do not want to see that in others. Like I do not want to see that, period. And so they like attack you. And then others you might just find are just like, I just had this moment of like sudden enlightenment, or like they'll just have these epiphanies and just like blurt out these really deep realizations about themselves or their lives and things they need to do. So, you know, you might have that. Yeah. Okay, now they're telling me I got it. All right, the guides say I've said it all. Cool. I'm done. I can move on. So we're gonna go, I'm gonna do a little bit of charms confirmation for you guys. And okay, I'm getting, oh, actually there might be a couple other messages that come through, but they're saying do the charms and then it might come through. But I'm not sure yet. There's something about these 3 seeds. 3 seeds fell out of this little pine cone. Excuse me. You plant seeds in people too. That's something I get. You plant seeds. It's like you might not ever get to see the plant. Yeah, okay, I'm getting, you plant seeds everywhere you go. You plant seeds in people, like energetically. You plant seeds. You plant ideas. You plant energy in people. You plant love in people. You plant ideas. You plant all this stuff in people, like a seed. You might be a star seed too for some of you. I mentioned something about light codes. It's a very similar thing. It's like an idea that grows. It's like a seed. You plant this in people everywhere you go, and you might not realize that. Maybe you're starting to realize it more, or that's something you're going to be seeing more. But that's what you've always done. You plant seeds, and you might not ever get to see them sprout because you're not around to see them sprout in everybody whose lives you've touched, but you do. Just know that you are planting those seeds and they do matter. Maybe you guys really love plants too, because I was hearing avid gardener. And I think they're talking about like the seeds you plant in people. But it might also translate to you really loving plants too. Like you grow all kinds of things, including plants for some of you. I'm also hearing like maybe you do some sort of video game where you care for, I don't know why that's coming up, like a farm. I don't know the names of those things or what's still around, but I was thinking of Farmville. I don't know if that still exists, but last time I was on Facebook like 12 years ago or so, that was like something they had. I don't know if that's still there, but I don't have Facebook anymore, so I don't really know. This is my only social media. I do not like other types of social media. I don't like anything that is associated with Meta. I have my reasons, but anyway, so I try to avoid that as much as I can. You might too. That could be another thing we share in common. But anyway, All right. Now am I good? 3 seeds. They just keep saying 3 seeds. Like a trinity. Oh, a trinity. The trinity might mean something to you. I'm hearing mind, body, spirit, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, you know. I'm also seeing like the triquetra. I don't know if that's how you say it, but that symbol that has like the 3, like that you see in Charmed, that the 3, that 3 symbol, or that, you know, you see a lot of times in like Wicca and things like that. So maybe that symbol means something to you. Or but the three, that's powerful. Something about a triangle too. Maybe sacred geometry could be a thing for you. Yeah, because I'm seeing now, I'm being drawn to, I have some Egyptian blue lotus flowers, some dried Egyptian blue lotus flowers on my desk. And I was just really drawn to that, and I never look at that. So that flower could be significant to you. You might actually be taking blue lotus, like a tea, or just be careful, because it's not legal everywhere. Because it is psychoactive. It's mildly. So, oh, I'm not supposed to talk about this. I'm not telling you to do anything though, but I will have to mark this now. Oh, well, the message is what it is. They wanted me to say that. So, I'm not advocating anything, but I'm just letting you know basically that it is. So don't, you know, obviously make sure it's legal, or, you know, whatever, do what you will with your life, but don't say I told you to take it or anything, because that is not what I'm saying. Though I'm not saying don't take it either. Again, it's completely up to you what you do with this. I thought I should just mention that just in case, so no one got like shocked or caught off guard or anything. But yeah, so, you know, I think a lot of people find it beneficial and really like it. So, you know, I'm not saying anything against it whatsoever. I've never tried it that way, so I don't have a personal experience with it one way or the other. I'm just relaying what it is that I know about it. So anyway. Or maybe you have like blue lotus oil, like essential oil. Oh my gosh, it smells so good. That stuff, I swear it, that is like the most beautiful scent on the face of the planet. Maybe you wear that, or maybe you just really like that scent. Maybe you like to have it around when you meditate, or that might actually help you in your meditations. They might be giving me, like, something about a pyramid might help you. Maybe you also have like connections to ancient Egypt. Because I'm hearing priestess. Some of you might have been like a high priestess or something, or priestess at a temple in Egypt or something like that. But again, also the crown chakra is represented by the lotus flower a lot of times. So, I just, again, am seeing like your crown chakra opening. But yeah, that blue lotus actually might help you with that crown chakra and the third eye. You might want to look into that. Oh, did I mention the thing about the solar flares here in Stefan Bird's? Okay, you know what? He has some tea that he sells. Like, he has a shop. I'm not like sponsored, but like, this is just me mentioning this because I just know of it. It's not something that I have personally tried, and I'm not like being told to say this. But you might want to check it out, because he has a tea that includes blue lotus in it. I think it's called spirituality or something. So you might want to try that. I don't know, or like maybe some of you were trying something like that. I don't know. But again, you know, make sure, like, check regulations and everything, and just be aware that, you know, be safe and responsible with everything. And again, like, don't make your decisions based off of anything I'm saying. I am not telling you to do it, and I'm not advising anything. I'm just making you aware of a possibility to look into if you feel called to do that. Because, you know, every body is different and people react to things in different ways. So that might not be a good idea for you, but you may at least want to get like a dried flower or something to meditate with. Like, even if you're not consuming anything having to do with the flower, you might at least want to get the essential oil to smell. Or like get the object, like get the flower itself to have in your possession, because that might be like the energy, having the energy of that plant near you may help you with your crown chakra. You might also want to consider this rock too that was in your group. I heard carnelian actually. So some of you might want to look into carnelian, but this is I think they called it an almandine, almandine, I think, almandine garnet. So you might want to look into getting one of those for yourself too. It might help you to ground when we're having strong solar flares, or whenever you're feeling unsettled. This might help you. Also doing practices like earthing, putting your bare feet on the ground outside. Or if you can't do that, maybe look into getting like an earthing mat, where again you put your bare feet on it, and it goes, it's like attached to a grounding wire that goes into the earth to help you to ground. And you might want to look into like the research behind what that does for your body. The practice of earthing and grounding. Yeah. Okay. I keep saying like, am I done now? Also, you might want to look into amethyst. If you're not already wearing amethyst, you might want to get an amethyst bracelet. Yeah. Or at least get like a large piece of amethyst to have near you. But that could help you as well, because you might be feeling very sensitive right now, and you might be more sensitive and vulnerable to things like psychic attacks or just like negative energy. You're going to want to be cleansing your energy way more frequently. I think that's going to really help you too, if you're not already. There are many different ways to cleanse, but and you can look that up and see which methods are like calling to you the most. But I am getting amethyst could be helpful for you. Maybe also some black kyanite and or black obsidian and or black tourmaline. I personally have found black kyanite to be more to be more powerful than black tourmaline, but that's just my personal experience. Things might vary. I have tourmaline and black kyanite. I have several different types of crystals. I just think the black kyanite, I like it a little bit more. I feel like it removes more, or it like does a more thorough job. At least that's what I have felt from it. As you can see here, I have a large array. I am very sensitive to the energy of crystals. I can feel them really easily. So, you know, I like my crystal friends. They do a lot for me. But this is black kyanite. So as you can see, I think it looks cool too. It just has a really interesting form. You might also, yeah, okay. I feel like you guys might end up being I was thinking about doing a Reiki session in association with this reading, like at the same time. So you guys might end up being drawn to that, because I feel like I want to cut something off of you guys, like cut some negative energy off. Maybe you pick up a lot. Guys might identify as empaths too in this group. Okay, now can we do the letters and numbers? This is just some extra confirmation for you. I'm also being drawn to the peacock ore that I have, so you might want, I'm not sure what that's actually, excuse me, I don't know what that's used for the most. It's funny, I actually got that many years ago when I was very young because I loved the look of it and I just felt very drawn to it, but I don't actually know what its properties are. I should look that up, but you might want to look it up too. All right, here we go. My stomach's making noise. God, I'm feeling some, yeah, you know what, you guys, I think a lot of you might, yeah, you know, and in general, there's just a lot of energy in general right now. There's a lot of heavy energy. There's a lot of intense energy of all different kinds. You know, obviously these are intense times. Even a couple years ago, I got some messages that we were going through some very tumultuous, intense periods of great change on a global scale. And the messages that I've gotten is that it will ultimately be for the good, you know, like eventually these changes will be for the best. But that does not mean it's going to be easy, and it doesn't mean that it's always going to feel good. Kind of like I was talking about with your energy, the impact you have sometimes on other people where you trigger them. It's like, it's not always comfortable. It doesn't feel good at first. And it can be a very intense and even scary. And, you know, and so can the process of a third eye awakening, or like a third eye opening, or, you know, Kundalini awakening. All these changes and shifts, they're intense and they don't always feel good at first, and they can be very scary. And it's like, what's going on? And it's like the process of birth is a similar thing. You know, it's very painful. It's a very uncomfortable experience. And it's difficult. It requires a lot of effort. It is a huge thing to ask the body to do. So it's a giant feat. And so I'm getting that right now, this is kind of like that. This process, this time period is kind of like birth. We are, there is going to be this newness, this beautiful thing at the end. But to get there, the process to get there is not necessarily the most easy and comfortable one, you know? So I'm getting that that's kind of what we're going through globally right now, or what we're going to be going into more and more too. I don't know why this is turning into like a prediction, because I don't know everything that's going to happen. So many things are shifting so quickly that my guides aren't even giving me several months ahead anymore. They are giving me like more snippets at this point. And I think it's because timelines are shifting and so much is shifting so quickly that it's really difficult to say at this point, like, what is going to be happening exactly, even 4 months from now, you know? So at least that's what I have been getting. But I had a dream from the seraphim, and I almost never dream of the seraphim. When they come in, it's big. So, you know, I have had dreams of many different, like I work with a lot of different archangels and just a lot of different guides. But that's one of the only times I've dreamt of the seraphim. And I don't know why I'm telling you this. Well, because I'm inspired to tell you this. That's why. So there must be some significance. But maybe some of you have had similar things. But they told me that, you know, it was going to be, it was basically like it's darkest before the dawn message. And it was like a call to light workers saying, you know, even when it's hard and when it's difficult and it's scary and it looks the darkest, when it looks like when it looks bad, that is when it's the most important for the starseeds, the light workers, everybody, whether you give yourself a term or assign a label to yourself or not, anyone with a caring heart that has a desire to serve others and to help others in some way, that feels like you have a calling and a purpose that involves helping others, whether that be humans, animals, the planet. If you feel called to do any of that, it is more important now than ever to stick to that calling and to follow your heart, to follow your soul calling, to follow that guidance, even when it's scary, even when it's hard, even when it's difficult, especially when it is. That is when you need to rise to the occasion the most. And I do think that we are in that type of time when it's going to become more and more important for people to show up and to do hard things for the good, to align with to do what they're being called by their conscience, you know, to do, their soul, their higher power, their heart. Not just necessarily what feels like, not to do what feels easy necessarily, but what feels right. But what they were telling me was most important was to hold the light, basically. To not give up hope and to try to give other people hope. And to focus on the positive as much as possible, to find the positive, to focus on any tiny bit of brightness you can find in anything going on. And if you have some brightness you could share, if you have something that you could share that could help someone, do that. Because every little bit counts right now. Every little bit matters. Every little act of kindness, every little word of kindness, everything matters right now. Everything that is of love, everything that's done out of love, everything that's done out of respect, that's all very important right now. And showing up and being present. And, obviously retreat if you need to, regenerate, refuel, reset. Take the rest that you need when you need it. But just know that you matter. What you have to bring to the table, it matters, it makes a difference. And it's all hands on deck right now is something that I'm hearing. It's these are difficult times. Because it is a birthing process. So just know you're one of the midwives. And when shit gets ugly, it's like we are meant to find what's beautiful and remind people of what's beautiful and what's worth fighting for, what's worth striving for, what's worth reaching for, what's worth trying to build, what's worth doing, to remind people of what's beautiful about humanity, about life, about existence, about, you know, what makes life worth living, and to focus on the right things, on the planet, on love and connection and beauty, and because love is beauty. God is love and love is beauty. I don't know, I was told to tell you that. Maybe one of your purposes here is to provide like morale boosts for people, like during really difficult times, helping them to have something to focus on, or helping them to find peace, or to relax, or to find comfort or something. Have like a respite or a retreat or something like that. For some of you, others of you, it's like you're actively maybe helping other people to awaken, like helping them, guiding them through awakening processes. Because, you know, there will be more people going through this in the coming years. So, yeah. Okay. Anyway, this has been such a long message. I don't know why they wanted me to give so much, because I feel like a lot of you probably already know this stuff, but maybe not, you know, because again, it's like this is a collective. So we're probably all on different points of the journey here, you know. So for some of you, maybe this is helpful, or maybe this is just like nice confirmation or a reminder or something. Anyway, thank you for what you're doing, guys, because whoever you are, if you're here, you are meant to do something beneficial in the lives of others, and we're all connected. What helps one helps us all, and I really do truly believe that. So especially when it's done in the spirit of truth and sincerity. I don't know if I said that right, but anyway, thank you for what you're doing for others. Thank you for what you're contributing to the world, because we're all connected. So as one of us heals, it benefits us all. So thank you guys for working your light, for sharing your light, for holding the light, spreading the light, helping other people to find their light. Yeah. All right. Let's look at the letters and numbers. So these could just be extra confirmation for you guys. I feel like if this message is resonating at all with you, that's your sign, you know, that you were meant to find this reading. And so that's your biggest confirmation. If this feels like it's for you, if it feels right, then you know this is your reading. But I'm going to do these just because these are extra. Sometimes it's just extra. It's extra fun. It's a little sprinkle of magic in your day. You know, I like these. I know it excites me when I see a reading and, you know, my name shows up, or because that doesn't happen very often. So that's always fun when it does. Or like, I don't know. It's just nice. Sometimes it is nice to have just that extra confirmation too. So, or, you know, it's also relaxing. I know some people find this relaxing. I find it relaxing. So anyway, several reasons you might want to watch this, but if not, if you're leaving me here, thank you for being with me and everybody here and spending this time. And I really appreciate your presence here on the channel. And yeah, I hope to see you soon. Take care. Bye. But for those of you who would like to stay for this part, we're going to do that now. So don't worry, I'm going to turn this down so it doesn't hurt your ears. I just heard I did my best. Okay, I think they want you to always remember, like, even when if people tell you something and you do wonder, you know, like, or maybe you have a tendency to be really hard on yourself. I know I do. If you do, just know, maybe that's just something your guides want you to remember, is you always do your best. You know, you always do your best with the information you have and the capability that you have in the moment, the energy you have, whatever you have. It's like you always do your best with whatever you have, and that is good enough, you know. That is honorable and that is good. So don't beat yourself up about it. If you feel like, oh, I could have done that one thing better, it's like you did do the best you could at the time. And yeah, maybe you'll do something different in the future, but you're good, you know. And please do still be proud of the job that you did, because you still did good and you did definitely do your best. And your guides are proud of you. And I think they want you to be proud of yourself too, or they hope you will be, because they want you to get to feel that, because you deserve it. You guys are awesome. Okay. Hearing you're doing beautiful work and it matters, and it's yeah, just know it makes a difference. It does matter. You might not always even get to see how it does, or again, like I mentioned earlier, but it does. They just want me to say that again. It matters. You matter. Your work matters. Whatever you're working on here, your light work, it matters. The way you help other people, your artwork, or whatever it is you're doing here, it matters. I'm hearing you don't have to reach millions of people in order for you to make an impact. I'm hearing, you know, we're all connected, and even if you think you only help one person, that still makes a difference. And you don't know who that one person is. You don't know who they know. You don't know who they're gonna know in the future. You don't know what they're gonna do. Just know you already have made an impact, and you will make more of an impact in the future. And I feel like you will reach a lot of lives, but just know, even if it looks like you're not reaching that many people, you might be shocked to know exactly just how many people you will reach through those few people that you reach. Because again, we're all connected. We're, you know, so like, even if you think, oh, I don't know, like, even if you did something and you felt like only a few people noticed, those few people, I don't know, but I'm just hearing like, okay, I guess they don't want me to go on with this because it's going to take too long. But basically, just know you matter. What you're doing matters. Okay. We have the letter M. Mary. Marianne. Monica. I think I heard this in the other group too. Mandy, Manny, Merrick. Some of these are repeats. That's interesting. Maybe you were drawn to more than one group. Merica. Molly. Moni. Or Mondi. Okay. Letter K. Carly, Klaus, Condi, or Conti, Connie, Carrie, Kaylee. Oh, hi, other Kaylee. Oh, maybe I am in this group. But hi, other Kayleys, if you are here. Katie, Catherine, Carl Lagerfeld? Was that his name? I think he was a designer, right? Or Lagerfeld? Something like that. He's coming through for some reason. Maybe he was a designer. Maybe someone here is a designer, like a clothes designer, or maybe there's some connection to that. You'll know if it's yours. Kyle, Kylie, Kendall. And again, those are both models. Those are Kardashians. So, I wonder what connection that has to this. Because first I'm getting like a designer, and now I'm getting models. And I missed out the time that I said Karlie Kloss too, and she's a model. And I had forgotten that at the time that I did this, but I felt like I should look it up, because while I was editing this, when I heard Karlie Kloss, a spider jumped out of nowhere. It came out from underneath my laptop. It was a jumping spider, and it started going crazy and jumping all over the place. So I have no idea what the heck that means. I don't know what this part is about, guys, but there must be someone here that works in this industry somehow, or is connected to those people, or maybe you're just a fan of those people, but I feel like it would probably be that some of you are either like you're in modeling, or you're like in that industry somehow, or in photography, or clothes design, something like that, because that was kind of a crazy thing to have happen. So I don't know what's going on, guys, but this must be a pretty strong, this is like a strong thing for someone here. That is so cool. Also, I'm sorry I forgot Karl Lagerfeld's name. I don't know, when I channel and like when I'm getting these names, sometimes I just completely forget like things that I usually know. So I don't know, like he was designer for Chanel. So I don't know why I blanked out on that either. But anyway, this is a really interesting group. I am not sure what this is about, but that'd be really cool if you could tell me. I mean, I can understand if you wouldn't want to, if it's like private or something, but it would be really cool to know. Or I don't know, but that must have some significance to someone. That's interesting. Okay. Emma? Maybe some of you are photographers here. Or like a model, even. That's interesting. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Obviously, that won't be everyone here, but that's just a confirmation for someone. Everest? Everly? Erla? Erica? Eric? Aaron? Enal? Or I don't think I said that right. I don't know. I'm seeing Enaul. Or Enual, maybe? Enual? Or I'm also seeing Emmanuel now too. Oh, and I said Manny before, and I think that can be short for that, so that's interesting. Okay. The letter X. Xavier or Xavier, Xander. Excalibur, Extra. extravagant, I'm hearing. All of these words could mean something other than, they could be like a username or like a screen name or something like that. It could be something not just like your actual name. Oxel? OXL. What does that mean? I feel like that stands for something. Did this come up in one of my other readings? I feel like it did. Like I forget what it was though, but you'll know if that's yours. I'm seeing OXG too. So I don't know. I don't know why. OXO. I don't know what that is. But for some reason, those are coming up. I don't know if that has something to do with like the stock market. Like those could be like abbreviations for companies or something. Oh, sorry, that was loud. I wonder if that was confirmation though. Oh no. That's bad. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I don't like messages. Oh, I don't know why they're bringing this up in this group, but maybe it's because you all aren't going to pan. Okay, this is a message for someone. I don't like to make predictions like this. I feel very uncomfortable when they give me messages, but I was talking about the stock market, guys, and then this crashed. So there might be a crash that's coming in the stock market. I mean, that's not too shocking. I mean, that would not shock, like you could see that. I think a lot of people could see that coming. I'm not sure how bad of a one is, or maybe it'll at least be, oh, that's not good. Or there might be like specific stocks that might crash, like maybe what I just mentioned or something. Maybe someone's guide here is actually trying to let you know, don't go for that stock. Like, don't buy that. Or like maybe sell that or something like that, because again, I am not a professional of any sort, okay guys? So I'm not giving financial advice. This is a pick a card reading on YouTube, so you have to use your own discernment here. But if you were on the fence, if you were like, oh, I don't know about this, and then I'm just giving you this message saying, don't go buy that, then this could be your sign. Don't go that way. Like, or, something might happen there with that, even if it's not one of the companies that I just mentioned. If those were companies, even if it's not one of those, if you were thinking of buying stocks and you were like thinking it was kind of risky, or there was something you just kind of had a weird feeling about, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that, then this would be your confirmation. Yeah, something might be happening here where things aren't going to be the most stable, at least for a while. And I'm hearing don't put all the eggs in that basket, or something about like diversifying, or I think that's usually like the advice most people give to people about stocks. Again, I don't know a lot about this stuff, to be honest. I know some stuff, but it's not it's not my forte. I have other areas of expertise, but like but yeah, basically that's going to be a confirmation for somebody. Just be careful. The same goes for, I'm getting other types of investments, or there's something to do. Again, it looks like things are going to become unstable for a while in the economy. And there's going to be some hard times. So just plan accordingly if you can. I feel like you guys are going to be watched out for. You are being looked, you're being looked out for, but your guides are like, we can only do so much, so you need to listen to your intuition and the signs you're getting, and plan as well as you can. But if you can't, if there's nothing more you can do to, just know that you will be helped. You do have angels looking out for you. you do have spirit guides and all that looking out for you. But this is them looking out for you right now for somebody here, especially if you are involved in something like that. So if you're watching this and you're like, I have nothing, like I do not have any investments, like I don't do anything with the stock market, then, you know, this would not be your message. And, you know, try not to worry too much about it, because I am getting, you know, your guides are going to try to protect you and stabilize you throughout these tumultuous times. But and again, I don't know how bad this is going to be. It might not even be that bad, but they're just, you know, looking out for you and don't want you to go through any sort of hardship if you don't need to, even if it is small. So just okay. Yep. I heard Zorro, Zenobia, Xanax, but I'm seeing like, I don't think I'm getting like the anti-anxiety, or is that anti-anxiety or antidepressant? I don't remember, but I'm seeing like Xanax, and I thought that Xanax was XA. Oh, and there's that. Well, maybe it is Xanax. I don't know. I don't know why I would see that. Sorry, the camera stopped up, and now the battery is gonna die soon too. That's great. This is one thing I did not miss about this camera, that's for sure. I was feeling nostalgic and I was able to use it this time, so I thought, you know, but oh, that is annoying. Anyway, Zachary, Zeke, Zinzi, Zara. Okay, we have the letter S. Sinzer? Or sister? I don't know why I'm just hearing sister, but sitter, cistern, Sutter, Sylvia, Sylvie, Sala, Sela, Sloan, Slender, Sella, or Marcella maybe, Mika, Mike, Silas, Serene, Serena, Zelda. Same goes with Bitcoin and things like that, guys, like crypto currencies. They wanted me to mention that there could be something, like if it wasn't the stock market, it's like something with crypto maybe that you might want to proceed with some sort of caution or something about. So again, if it's your message, you're going to know what this is. Okay. B, Bonnie, Bunny, Badia, Bindi, Bishy, or I don't know. I was seeing Bishi, so I thought, I'm not sure though if that is someone's name or what I was seeing. Okay, yeah, I looked it up. I guess it can be a name, or it looks like it can have several different meanings. It's also a town, and there were some other things mentioned. So, I guess, you know, take what resonates. You'll know if this is your message because it'll click for you, and you'll know what it is. But I saw that there's a musician with that name, so maybe you're a fan of them, or again, you'll know what this means if it's your message. Bjorn, Bjorn, Ballin, Baron, Brent, Barry, Bon or Braun? Bond, though, I think. Bond? Bonds? There might be something to do with bonds, too. Yeah, stocks and bonds. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had to go see my mom. Anyway, I don't remember where I was at, and because then I had to eat something, and I don't remember where I was, guys. So I remember something about a stock market crash. So there's that, and then I don't remember where I was from there. Right, where I was on the letter B, I think. I'm gonna have to replace the battery again in a second too, but oh right, I said something about bonds. I don't know what that would I'm not sure if that would be a confirmation for someone to, I don't know if that would be like a confirmation to put, like, I'm not sure what they're saying to do with the bonds, but if it's your message, I think you're gonna know, because again, this is okay. There we go. I replaced the battery. All right. I mean, I guess this doesn't shock me too terribly much. I mean, what I've been picking up on and what I've known even just from like looking at astrological alignments coming and just the solar cycle and stuff too, is that 2025 is going to be worse than 2024 as far as like, well, it's just going to be more intense, basically. There will be good things, just like there always are. There are always, no matter what is going on throughout history, it's important to remember there are always good things happening and there are always bad things happening. There are always good things coming and there are always bad things coming. I feel like this is no different, except that the bad things coming are going to be more intense than a lot of us are used to in recent history. And there will be a lot of natural disasters. I mean, the fires in LA, that's not going to be the only one that happens. I mean, just looking at what's going on with the sun is going to give you an idea of what's going to be happening. And we have some alignments that I think have actually never happened in recorded history, happening with the planets. So don't quote me on that, because I don't know for sure. I heard someone mention that, but I have not like done a deep dive into those things. And again, there's no guarantees either with what's going to happen with the solar cycle either, because these things are unpredictable. But from what I've heard from other people and what people have been intuitively picking up on, it seems like it's going to be more intense than 2024. But right now, actually, I think as I'm recording this, we were going through a little bit of a lull in solar activity. So, you just never know. But a lot of times the activity will go down and then it'll ramp back up again. So I don't know. It's anybody's guess. But from everything I've picked up on energetically and everything that I've heard other people who are who get intuitive messages about things and are psychics and everything, it seems like from everybody I've seen that it's going to be intense. So, and I mean, just looking at politically, like who's in power, at least in my country, you can't look at that and just say, oh yeah, everything's going to be calm, a very calm, peaceful, time like that. It's not going to be that. It already isn't that. So, that it's going to be tumultuous, all of it. It's going to be chaos.
It already is in a lot of ways, and that is just going to continue. I mean, I think that only makes sense. Like, even if you're not a psychic, you can pretty much figure that out at this point, I would think. But I don't know. It's not going to be stable. Let me just say that for sure. It won't be stable. It will be up and down and all over the place. And sometimes might seem better than others, but it won't be stable. It will at least overall feel much more unstable overall than anything has felt in many, I would say in at least recent history for sure. That's, take everything with a grain of salt. That is just my 2 cents. And that's what I've picked up on from other people as well. And I think that probably is what will happen. But just wanted to cover all my bases and say, obviously there are no guarantees with anything. We don't know for sure, but that is what it looks like. So, all right.
It's some big stuff, guys, and I knew that was going to happen because my guides were talking about an acceleration, like a huge acceleration of things. And what's coming with AI and what's already here with AI and some other things. It's just there's a lot all happening at once. There is a lot shifting and changing, and people need to get smarter, basically, or get more, maybe I should say more intuitive, honestly. That is going to actually help you more than intelligence at this moment, because you can be very intelligent and still be tricked. But if you can tap into your intuition, if you can tap into your body, if you can tap into something outside of your own ability to logic things out, you are going to be doing much better than a lot of people, because it is going to become harder and harder to tell what the truth is. That's going to keep happening, and more and more, like the lies are going to keep going on all sides. And if you, honestly, your source, people are going to have to get better at discerning, and your intuition is going to be your best guide. If you have that, if you are incredibly intuitive and that is on point, you're going to be doing a lot better. You're going to be able to navigate the changes and navigate the ups and downs, navigate the tumultuous environment of things. It's like you're going to be able to sail the rough seas better than a lot of people. And there will be a lot of bad things happening. There will be a lot of people suffering, but there will also, and we're all connected. So if you have any sort of empathy or any sort of heart, it's going to be hard because there will be a lot of people suffering. But if you are able to be tapped in to your intuition and to your higher guidance, a higher power, and you're able to read signs and things like that, you're going to be doing much better. Your guides, your angels are going to be able to guide you and help you to navigate through all of this so that you're not as impacted as a lot of people will be. They will be able to help you prepare with things, and know where to be and when not to go and things like that. Where to put things, when to put them there, and just all kinds of things basically. So, but yeah, just so you know, I mean, you probably do if you're already in this group, but if you didn't, like, it's not just you. If you're picking up on this, I'm picking up on it too. And that is not me being pessimistic. I have high hopes. I still have high hopes for 2025. Like I said, in everything, at every point during history, people are falling in love. And there are great love stories from every point in history. And there are people who have lived peaceful, joyous lives at every point in history, no matter what was going on at somewhere in the world. People were loving and living and laughing and living their best life despite the stuff going on. So that is still possible for us. I just don't want you guys to lose hope. I think probably a lot of you are good at not doing that, but it can be tough sometimes. And I don't know, this is a timeless reading, so I don't know when you'll find yourself here or what will be going on then. But I just wanted to say, there's always hope, and there is a massive amount of hope. I mean, heck, I got a dream from the seraphim saying this is the beginning, not the end, and it's always darkest before the dawn, and don't give up hope. They said, it's not over, and, this isn't like the sad ending. They said this is the exciting new beginning. In the dream, I was dressed all in black, and they said, why are you dressed for a funeral? And I didn't know how to answer that. And they said, it's not a funeral, it's a birthday party. And they were mentioning the return of the light. So, like a golden age, like ushering in a time of great peace and prosperity and enlightenment and consciousness, and people being treated better and having better lives overall, like the majority of people. So, like way more people all at once on this planet having much, much better lives than they all had before. And it looked really good, and the planet being healthier and all kinds of stuff. So it's like, they were showing me some good stuff, some really good stuff, but it's got a ways to go before we get there. But they were very adamant about the fact that, we only get to that place if we don't give up, and if enough of us believe and work towards that. So it's very important. People who are creating things that are beautiful and bring joy and wellness to people and help bring comfort and all kinds of the good stuff, the stuff that we live for. That's so needed right now. Because that's what we need to get through difficult times. We need things to live for. We need something to reach for. We need a future. We need hope. We need things to look forward to. In my study of history, that's what I've noticed is the most important during the darkest time periods. It's so important to have things to look forward to. That's why during World War II, one of the most important the things they went through just to make sure the soldiers had ice cream in the middle of the war were like crazy. Like I like the channel Tasting History because I like history and I like food, and I just really like that channel. And anyway, the one episode was talking about like ice cream that was given to the American soldiers during World War II, and like how important it was to have that ice cream. And you wouldn't think of like ice cream as like one of the most important things to the war effort, but it was incredibly important because it was a really big deal when it came to like boosting morale and keeping people going, giving them that one thing like to look forward to that people people enjoyed. So like it's very important, and that's just one example, but it's like sometimes things that seem small or insignificant are actually very significant during difficult times. And it's like it's essential to have those things that we look forward to. It's essential to have those little pleasures. It's essential that people have things that they look forward to and hope for. And Because that's, as humans, that's what we live for. Honestly, we live for love. We live for the things that we look forward to. That's why we're here, honestly. We live for the things that we find fulfilling. We live for our purposes, and we live for pleasure. We live for the things we look forward to. We look forward to times with loved ones and having those experiences. It's those experiences that we live for. And so when things get really, really difficult, we need to find as many of those things that we can still look forward to as possible and hold on to those. And try to make sure that our neighbors and our loved ones, try to help them to have those too and pull each other through it. Anyway, I'm not sure why I'm just going on this big, huge conversation, but that's just what they're inspiring me to say, what I feel inspired to say. So anyway, again, I'm not sure exactly what I'm tapping into, but we're all going to be okay. I believe that, and we're all going to be okay, especially if we decide we're going to be okay. That's one of the single most important factors in all of this, honestly. And no one's coming to save us, kids. Like, we are the ones coming to save us, and we need to pull together and not let go of that belief in a better future. We need to hang on to it for dear life and believe that everything we're going through is going to lead to a much better future than the past we're leaving behind. That is how everything has gotten better throughout history. Anything that has gotten better, it's gotten better because of that. Because of people holding on to that vision of things being better. And then they take action towards it in whatever ways they can. And they don't give up. And that's what's required. What's the Dumbledore quote? I'm hearing happiness can be found in the darkest of times if only you remember to turn on the light, or something like that. If only one remembers to turn on the light. I don't remember if that's the exact quote, but it's something like that. And you guys, you are the light. You guys have a light switch that you can turn on and not just help yourself, but also help others too. You can help others turn on their lights. And remember that it's not all darkness. It's never all darkness. Even when it feels that way, it's not. The light is always more powerful than the dark, and it will always triumph. Always. And more so in the future it's going to than it ever has before. It just is what it is. If you look at the trajectory of things, that is how it is going to go. It's how it's meant to go. It is the natural order of things as of right now. Because if we don't, we're not going to be here. That's the whole thing. It's time for things. We've reached a point where some major drastic changes need to occur. Consciousness needs to expand. certain things that have been going on in the dark for a very long time, certain things that have been, certain very bad things that people have been able to get away with forever, that just keep going on and on and on without most people ever even realizing they exist. A lot of that stuff has now reached a point where it has created massive amounts of effects. The greed has destroyed so much now that really the planet actually can't survive it unless we really do some major shifting to things. Specifically, the way power is distributed. I'll just put it that way. But that is one of the issues at hand at the moment. I will say that we are in the last time we had planetary alignments, such as one of the major ones that's going on right now. I forget which one it is. I think it has something to do with Mars, but I can't remember. There's too much going on at the moment, and this isn't my strong suit. But I remember looking it up, and the last time it was like this, we had the French Revolution. To give you an idea of what direction things are, like what types of themes. Also, it was the Age of Enlightenment, basically. So, the American Revolution and the French Revolution was happening during this time period. And we are repeating that again. So, just kind of look back at the types of things and the ideas that were popular and, became very powerful then. And we are going to be looking at very similar things now. At least that is what I'm seeing. That is what I'm feeling. And this has been coming for a long time. Obviously, I mean, everything is cyclical. And we have been.
Back then, the fight was against royalty. Back then we had kings and queens, and the people were starving, and the people were miserable and suffering, and they were like, listen, we should be able to govern ourselves. It's not fair that all of these people at the top, these few people at the top, get all of this, and the rest of us just serve them, and we have so little. It is not fair, and there's too much of a gap between us all, like you should not get to have all of this and we can barely feed ourselves, or we break our backs every day to just basically survive, and then because of us you get to live this this grand lifestyle and lord over us all, and we don't even get a say in what happens to our own selves, our own lives, And so people rose up. They said, we want democracy. We should have democracy. And they tore down the monarchies, and they put them, with the French Revolution, it was a little more complicated because then we got Napoleon. But the point was, basically, people wanted to govern themselves, and they wanted to take down the structures of power that were lording over them and taking their freedom away and causing them to have really bad lives. And nowadays we have oligarchs. Nowadays we have these super wealthy people. Like a gigantic portion of the world's wealth is just in a few individual humans' hands. And so we have a very similar structure in a lot of ways to what we did back in the day, when this type of revolutionary alignment happened before. So I'm just saying, and already we're seeing some. So what I'm seeing is that this is gonna, I'm seeing this as like a theme, like things that are going to be focused on is again like the uber rich. Like I'm talking like the mega super wealthy. I'm not even talking about millionaires. I'm talking like way above that. But there's going to be more of a focus on, more people are going to be realizing and waking up to just, I think more people are going to not be tolerant. People are going to become less and less tolerant of what's happening to our world and to our individual lives and to our freedoms and to our everything as a result of these mega wealthy people just deciding basically that the world is their playground and they have all the power and they just want to do whatever they want to do with it. And I think more people are going to be, I just think that this is going to become more and more of a focus. And it's not just like people in world leadership positions, like we're not just talking like presidents or leaders, those leaders. We're talking about people behind the scenes of those leaders. We're talking people behind the scenes of everything that have the enormous amount of wealth, because honestly, it's who has the money, who has the real power. The other things are just, anyway, you're going to see what I mean if you don't already, because there's going to be more focus on these things. Anyway, I probably shouldn't have even said this much about stuff, but I'm just saying this for whoever here is like, I know what you're talking about, or, you'll know when it happens, I guess. I mean, again, there are no guarantees with things, but this is what I'm seeing. This is the track we've been on. Overall, I mean, and now we have some alignments that produced some pretty big changes and brought us our the first. It's what brought large changes in this sort of thing before in the world. With the major revolutions that happened around this time. So anyway, that's what I'm seeing. So I don't even know why I went off on this tangent. I don't probably think even that many people are going to hear this, but it's for the few who do, that find this helpful, or at least, something to think about, some food for thought. Yeah, anyway. All right.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Well, I don't know why they keep bringing this up, but it is what it is. You can skip it if you don't. Maybe I'll put in a timestamp or something. But and I don't want to scare anybody, but I also don't want to be not bringing it up when that is what I'm feeling called to bring up, and I don't want to not say the truth, and that is what I'm picking up. I can always be wrong and timelines can always shift. But one thing is for sure, and that is that 2025 is going to be tumultuous. It is going to be fire, and it is going to be, there's going to be so much. I really do think that. I don't see how you look at everything going on from astrology to the solar activity and just everything that's set up already in the world as far as natural disasters and leadership and all kinds of things. I don't know how you look at that and you don't see that something is going to happen, it's kind of inevitable that there will be big shakeups, and probably multiple ones. There will probably be quite a bit of instability. I mean, not only is that what I'm picking up on intuitively, but that's what makes more sense if you look at all of the elements and all the players involved. So, but again, oftentimes things get really shaken up right before something good happens. Sometimes really awful things have to happen, or really difficult, unstable times have to happen so that enough people get motivated enough to stand up and do something about it. Or so enough people wake up and realize what's really going on so that they can see. And then make a change. So there's that. It would be great if people could learn things before things had to get extreme, to head things off before they got bad. But sometimes there are periods of time where it's just not the way it goes a lot of times. There was a potential for it, but we did not take those timelines as a collective. So, however, again, I will say that for individuals, it's not like just because the world is in chaos that you can't personally have a good life this year. Because like I said, in every period of, even in the dark ages, in the worst, what's often considered like the worst year in history, I can't remember. I feel like it was in the 500s, but I can't remember. But there was like a time period.
Yeah, the year I was thinking of was 536, which a lot of people, a lot of historians believe was like the worst year the worst year to be alive in human history. There was a massive volcanic eruption that created like a winter for like 18 months, I think, or something like that. But it caused widespread famine. And then there was there was a lot of war and all kinds of tragedy. Anyway, so that was the year I was thinking of. So, and obviously when things get so bad in the world, no one is having like the best time ever. But like there are still some people, even in the worst of times, that have, at least pretty good lives is my point. So, I don't know why, but I feel like maybe some of you might want to look into that year, or you might want to, or like, I'm not sure why I felt called to mention this specific. Maybe some of you enjoy history and maybe you would want to go learn about that, or maybe you do know something about that time period. But anyway,
it was like one year that was so bad because of all of like the famines, and I'm gonna have to look that up again. But anyway, it's like even in that year there were still people that were enjoying their lives to some extent, and I can guarantee you there were still people falling in love. There were still people loving and living. And so you can have that too. There's still hope, Maybe it's like even during the Great Depression, there were people living in Central Park in tents. People who had careers, these were educated people, a lot of them. And, at the same moment, they were building the Empire State Building. And there were very, very, very rich people that were getting even richer during that time period. So it's like you can't. And there were people rising to positions of power and status that hadn't had it before. There was that. Again, it's like not everyone was suffering. And in some ways that kind of seems wrong, but in other ways it's like, basically I'm just trying to tell you that no matter what's going on, there's still hope for you to be to be having a successful year, or it's still possible for you to be having a good year where you do find happiness and you personally are doing well. Even if maybe not everything is going perfectly, there's still a very good chance, especially if you find yourself in this particular little nook of the internet, in this tiny little spot, in this giant sea of videos. If you find yourself right here, then I believe that in and of itself should be a giant sign to you that you're going to be okay, and that you probably will be one of the very blessed people, one of the very lucky ones that are going to be doing well in 2025. Or at least that potential is very strong for you guys, that it really looks like that's what's going to happen for you guys. At least that's what I believe. Again, nothing's set in stone, not completely, but that's what I'm getting from you being here. Something's looking out for you. Someone's watching over you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. At least that's what I believe. Okay, letter O, letter H, letter T, and letter P. Forgot to show you. I was too busy talking about others. Ooh, uh-oh. Peter. Tapa? Or tapas? Is someone eating tapas? That's a Mexican food, right? I think it is. Okay. I'll have to look that up. Okay, yeah, I looked it up and it says that it's a Spanish word for appetizer or snack. So, yeah. Pasha, petrichor, patchouli. Hasha, hatch or hatchet, pratchett. Holland, Holly, Haley. Orin, Oris, Orion. Tanya, Latoya, Toya, Taya, Thanos, Thor, Thoth or Thoth, Post Malone. So I don't know, maybe someone's a fan. Hammond, Hockney or Hockey. I said Pratchett, right? I think I did. Pritchard? Pitcher? Hyatt? Wyatt? Hotel? Trent? Trey? Ty? Tyla? Tia? Tyra? Tegan, Tivin or Tivin or Tavon. I'm also seeing Tivan, or I think that's what I'm seeing. Peel. I have no idea why, but I am seeing the word PORN. I don't know why. I just deliver the messages, guys. That came up one other time in a reading. Wow, what are the chances? Because that has been a really long time. If you were in the confirmation portions of like another reading where I mentioned that a long time ago, because it's been a long time, it's been like a year or more. But I remember that. And someone actually did say, like, okay, so that's so weird. Maybe that would be like a confirmation for you if you remembered that group. Like if you were in that group and heard that part. This would be like an extra strong confirmation for you that, like, because that's crazy. Or maybe it has some other sort of, I don't know, but it's just there. So that's some sort of sign for somebody, some sort of confirmation. Tori. Horan. Horner. Turner. Purnell. Perla. Pearl. Hyla. Hansel or Hansel? Hans? Well, my ear is ringing really loudly. Maybe that could be a confirmation for you too, like a synchronicity if your ear was ringing to your right ear. Hackett. Also heard hangry. So maybe someone is feeling hangry. Han. Hunt. Praline. I also wanted to mention, like, if it's not a username or your name, it could also be like a pet's name. Tot. Like tater tot. I'm also seeing hot. Oops. I'm also seeing hot and bot. Ma'at is coming through too. Like the goddess. I think she's the goddess of justice, isn't she? I think she is. I'm seeing Sekhmet too, so. And a heron. Like the bird. And an egret. And this one has an owl on it, by the way, and this one has a hummingbird, and that's a koala and a butterfly and a rabbit. So, and that's a mushroom. and a ladybug. So any of those animals could maybe have a significance to you too. But yeah. So maybe I'll try to zoom in so you can see these better. But yeah, again, we have MK, EHP, XZ, SBOT. All right, and then our numbers are 5, 6, 0, 0. So you might be seeing like repeated zeros, repeated 5s or repeated 6s, like 555, 666, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That is interesting. Also the month of May or the month of June could be significant to you. Maybe you have a birthday in that month, or you were born on the 5th or the 6th of a month. Or those could be significant months maybe for you this year. Or those could be the months that you're watching this reading as well, either in May or June. Because this is a timeless reading, so you could be here anytime. Or you could be age 56 or age 65. Or age 50 or age 60. Or born in the year 2000. Okay. All right, I'll show them more. Ooh, just keep dropping things. Or the year 2000 could have some sort of other significance to you too. There you go. Like maybe one of your children was born in that year or something like that. Or something happened in that year that's going to be significant this year or something. But since these are confirmations, most likely these are going to be like things that are personal to you. So
Oh, also, I don't think I mentioned, it could also be that you were born in the year 1956 or the year 1965 as well.
all right, well, anyway, this has been a really long reading. Again, this is all I've got for you, group 2. That's all. This was supposed to be a quick reading. I can't believe how they... Oh, and your candle's just about to go out. It's like perfect timing, I guess. They're letting me know that even though these ended up being really long, they love to trick me. My guides are like, it'll be a quick reading. Yep, there goes the smoke. They're like, it'll be a quick one. And then they end up giving me a big long one. Oh well. Anyway. Yeah, take care, group 2. Thanks for being here. I hope you got something out of that. I am wishing you the best of luck. I am wishing you a beautiful 2025 despite everything that's probably going to be going on. I love you guys. I am with you guys, and I am always with you in spirit. And yeah, anyway, thanks for being here and sharing this time and this planet with me. And I hope to see you again sometime soon. Take care, group 2. Bye. Hi, group 3. Welcome. Sorry, forgot for a second. Hi, group 3. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here and for hanging out with me, spending this time with me. And I hope that you will get something good out of your time spent here. All right. So you guys chose the maple leaf. If you chose the maple leaf, then you're in the right place. You clicked on the right timestamp and you have arrived. Okay, so first things first, guys, before we get into the cards here. first things first, you have some archangels here that want to let you know that you are very well protected, okay? So that's the first message out of the gate. And they showed up right before I sat, like actually as I sat down, and they did not show, I don't think they showed up for any of the other groups. So you guys are especially protected. You have angelic protection, you have high level spirit guides, specifically angels looking out for you guys, and not just any angels, like archangels. And yeah, so anyway, you have a lot of divine protection right now. You are being watched over by your higher power, and again, angels. And yeah, so I feel like that is because a lot of you guys have been dealing with some sort of difficulty recently. Specifically, I was picking up on evil eye actually for you guys. So if you, or some people call them jealous eyes, but what I'm getting is that you've got some negative energy coming at you, like you do now, or you have been dealing with that recently. And I'm getting like this is a confirmation for you that you were right if you thought that was happening. If you were like, I don't feel quite right, I feel like I'm not sure where this energy is coming from. It is coming from some sort of like evil or jealous, evil eye or jealous eye, whatever you want to call it. Because right before I sat down, my eye hurt. And at first I was like, well, this happened the first time I tried to film this group, because another thing about this group is that this is the second time I'm filming this. And just like the first time, the camera battery is like draining really quickly. And I feel like something has been draining your energy, because I think this might have happened in one other group, but it hasn't happened every time I use this camera. And I've used all of the batteries in the other group, so it's not just like one battery is not good. It's like there's something weird about this group is what I'm saying. And I feel like it's part of the message. Okay, that's really interesting. Hang on one second, guys. Hello? Hi. Oh no. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, that was a phone call from one of my family members who had something really bad happen to them. So, they're okay. They're gonna be okay. But like, anyway, so if I just sound a little bit, it's weird that I was doing this reading when that happened, because I think I was talking about like an evil eye or some bad luck that you guys have been having. And then, something not so great happened. Got news of something not so great happening in that group. But the thing is, my family member was protected. They were in a really bad situation where they could have been really badly hurt, but they weren't. They were protected. And I feel like that is the message for you guys too, is that no matter what's going on in your life, you will be protected from the worst of it, or you will be protected from any true harm. As I'm editing this, I'm hearing a hawk flying over my house, or I was hearing a hawk flying over the house and making a lot of noise too. And when I hear them make that particular call, a lot of times that means that there is some sort of psychic attack, or there's some sort of like, negative energy that's hanging around, or being directed my way. And so oftentimes when I'll get that, not always, but it's usually one of like 3 different messages that the hawk usually gives me. So if I hear that, usually I know that I should do more cleanses than usual, or, just put up more energetic boundaries, meditate, so that I can, consult with my spirit guides, consult with my higher power, pray, so that I know, so I can
receive information on like what's going on, what do I need to look out for, or just, take extra precautions with. And, sometimes I'll get information about what it is that is going on, and that just helps me to make decisions and navigate whatever it is that's going on. So if you don't meditate already, I would highly, highly recommend that, because it really is helpful in so many ways. If nothing else, it's going to lower your, if you want, you can go Google like all of the benefits, the health benefits that have been associated with meditation. Even if you don't believe in the more spiritual things, or you don't think you're going to be able to meet with spirit guides or anything like that, there's still so many benefits that are measurable, that are associated with meditation. So I just really, really highly recommend that if you don't already. Also, meditation is thought to help strengthen the aura and repair certain certain issues, like with your energy field, basically. So I'm trying to remember the specific one. I think I read before that there's a layer of the energy field called the basic grid. At least when I was reading Donna Eden's work, she talks about I think it's part of the aura, but I can't remember if it's its own layer, but it's basically, like a part of your energy system, and it's outside of you, kind of. Well, everything's like attached and part of you, but like it's outside of you, sort of like your aura, if I remember correctly. Anyway, it's called your basic grid, and it can like rupture or have leaks when you endure traumas and things like that. So, and one of the few things that seems to help it repair over time was meditation, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading that. So, and I just know though that over time, a regular meditation practice has had so many positive effects on my health, physical health, mental health, everything. So, yeah, if you don't already, I know you probably hear it a lot, but it's because it really does help in so many ways. I know it's hard to get started with a practice, but you can start really small, and you can even do things like moving meditations if you want to, if it's really hard for you to sit still at first, and, just ease into it and start with something very small at first. And just notice how you feel, maybe, and just like maybe try it out, feel it out, see what you notice, see what you experience, and maybe just give it a shot. But all right, enough with the advertisement for meditation, but seriously, it really is helpful. But getting back to what I was saying about the hawk message and the energy cleanses and all of that, I really do feel like that is an important message for you guys, is to cleanse your energy more, because that is one of the ways that you will be protected. That's one of the ways that your guides help protect you, is by giving you heads up, and by telling you what's around you, so that you can take some actions to like cleanse your energy, or like set firmer boundaries, something like that, move away from something or someone that's maybe not good for you, things like that. But either way, you are protected, but I feel like that is going to help you a lot if you do those practices.
So again, the message is just that you're very well protected. And everything is going to be okay, I'm hearing. You guys might want to, if you haven't already, if you don't do this already, you might want to look into doing some energy cleanses for yourself more frequently than you usually do too. If you already do them, you might want to think about doing it more often. So anything from sage to tuning forks to bells to, I'm going to do a quick energy clearing for you guys real quick. If you don't want to watch it, you can skip it. I'll put I'll put a timestamp in the description box for you guys, but I just feel like I want to do a little bit of something just in case it helps. I did this for myself before I turned on the camera, but I just feel like maybe might help you guys too. Does feel a little bit better. And here's some black kyanite while we're at it. Got anything negative off of you guys that doesn't belong there? All right. And you know what? I'm gonna get the, hang on, I'm gonna get something I haven't used in a while. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that, but okay. Dropping these. All right. Here we go. All right. Just feel like I gotta do a little extra for you guys. Just in case. Okay, loud noise. And now a little singing bowl. Okay. Well, I hope that helped you guys a little bit. Hope that helps someone here. I feel very relaxed now, and I feel a bit better. So hopefully you guys do too. But yeah, anyway, you might want to do some other types of energy clearing. There are people who do Reiki on YouTube. I'm thinking of actually doing some Reiki videos myself on my other channel, or I'm not sure which channel I'm putting this on, so it might be on this channel, but I haven't done it yet. But if you look around, you can find some Reiki masters that do energy clearing and like evil eye and jealous eye removal and things like that. So you might want to, wow, now I'm itching, like my lower back is itching. I wonder if, wow, this is such a weird group. I'm having like a lot of weird physiological experiences in this group. Anyway, yeah, you really might want to look into something like that. Also, if you don't already have some sort of evil eye jewelry, you might want to get something, whether it's a bracelet or something like that, or some sort of protective symbol. A cross necklace, or maybe like more than one thing for you guys. Just yeah. But whatever it is, just make sure you do it. I'm just feeling like multiple times a day would probably be good for you, at least during this time period. Like, at least for now. You also might want to get yourself some selenite if you don't have any selenite yet. Like, this is selenite, this this sphere here, but you don't have to get something that big. You can get actually I have one here. You can get like these little selenite sticks for a really affordable price, so you might want to look into that. Anyway, now that we've done all of that, and you guys still really do, you definitely have so much angelic presence in this group. You guys might be earth angels. That's another thing I wanted to mention. This could be like a confirmation for you, or even if you don't use that term, I feel like that is your energy. You guys chose the maple leaf because you guys, what I was getting from this maple leaf and you choosing the maple leaf is you guys are sweethearts. You are the sweetest, you know? Like the maple leaf, you know, the maple tree gives us maple syrup, which is one of the sweetest things that can come from a tree, you know? And I feel like that's you guys. You guys are the maples. You are the sweetest, and you are very kind. And I also feel like you're very expressive. A lot of you are very expressive because expressive and vibrant and bright and joyful, and there's something coming through about your laugh too. I feel like either you're good at making people laugh, or you have like a really cute laugh. There's something about your laugh makes other people feel happy. But yeah, anyway, you guys are really sweet. And I'm thinking the vibrancy and the expressiveness and all that, because the maple leaves turn such bright colors in the fall, and they put on like a really magnificent, incredible show, you know? And they're so pretty, and they're some of the most vibrant leaves when things change color. They are like bright reds and pinks and yellows and all kinds of pretty colors. So anyway, I feel like a lot of you could be artists, possibly, or you do some sort of creative activity. But I was picking up on the artists, or like actors or but there's some sort of art form, there's some sort of like performance or something like that you do, or at least like a hobby or a craft or something. Yeah. All right. So that's I think that's all I'm gonna get from the maple leaf itself. So now let's get into the cards. So for you guys, we have the kindness card. Oh, first I want to show you this really cute deer on the back of these cards. See? There we go. See the cute little baby deer laying on the forest floor taking a nap. I just think these cards are really cute, so I wanted to show you. Anyway, all right, so we have the kindness card. Take respite by a pond and be kind to yourself and others. And we have the risk card. Learn to grow wherever you are planted. And we have the High Priestess. When in doubt, your first gut feeling can always be trusted. These cards have sayings on them, so go. And Three of Cups. Come together with your coven. This is the Cozy Witch Tarot, by the way, in case anybody was wondering. I just felt like maybe somebody was wondering about that. And this one says abundance. Congratulations. It seems you're due for a little, and then a little is crossed out, and it says an infinitely big piece of abundance pie. Feel like you don't deserve it? Knock it off. It's already plated and ready to hit your table. Reluctant to take it? Shut your hole. Abundance pie is big enough to serve everyone. So get your whipped cream ready, unless you're lactose intolerant, and enjoy your well-deserved metaphorical dessert. These are supposed to be like funny affirmation cards. Anyway. So, group 3, I feel like okay. I'm hearing your kindness is a gift. And you really are sweet. You guys are sweethearts, and you are a gift. Like, your energy is a gift. And it's beautiful. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting you guys are beautiful. Your energy is beautiful. You're beautiful. Like, you glow is something that I'm hearing. Like the leaves. Oh my gosh, yeah, they do. It's like the leaves glow in the fall, the maple leaves. You have a glow to you. You really do. You have a sparkle. And your guides don't want you to be... Whoa, I'm feeling dizzy. That is crazy. There's some really high vibrational energy in this group. There are a lot of angels. You guys are earth angels, but also I feel like maybe you guys might channel. Some of you might channel like angels. You might channel angelic messages, or you might channel spirit guides, something like that, though, because we have the High Priestess here, and I'm just feeling so strange in this group. And it feels like, it's like my ear feels like it's ringing, except I can't even hear anything. It's really hard to describe, but it's like there's a vibration. It's almost like there is something there, but it's so high, it's like I can't hear it, but I can like feel the sound. If that makes any sense, but it's like it's very high. Like, these are very high frequency beings. These are like yeah. Wow. This is strong. You guys are powerful. You're very powerful, and your kindness is powerful. I'm getting that's one of your strengths. Like your heart, your compassion is something that I'm hearing. Your heart, your compassion, your capacity to love and to give and to empathize, to be soft and gentle is something else that I'm hearing too. But there's something about like your heart is magic. That's what I'm hearing. There's something very magical about the way you love. And when you are showing your love, when you're showing kindness, when you're showing affection, when you're showing, like when you're demonstrating that energy, that's when you're most powerful. That's something that I'm getting. And I'm hoping this message is going to make sense. It just feels like it's flowing through me, and I can't really actually tell like what I'm saying that well, so I'm hoping this is going to make sense. But it's like you're just really beautiful. Your heart is so beautiful, and your energy, like when you're in a certain state, when you're connected to your heart, you glow, you are radiant, you are so freaking beautiful. I'm just seeing like this angelic being, like I'm seeing so much, like what I'm seeing is a white light, you know, and I think it's you, like you radiate this magical angelic light, this energy. And your guides don't want you to, the battery's about to die, but what I'm getting is your guides are acknowledging that maybe sometimes it might feel like a risk to be kind or to open your heart or to show compassion, to be loving or to be vulnerable, to be open. They're acknowledging that that is a risk, you know, and it definitely feels risky sometimes, but they're asking you to be brave. Basically, I'm hearing that no good thing ever came without any risk. That's what I heard. But it's worth it. That's what I'm getting. It's like when you're I'm getting that even if you end up getting hurt sometimes by opening your heart or being vulnerable, and people try to take advantage, or people try to hurt you in some way, or make fun of you or whatever it is, even if people do, or they react badly to it, or they don't receive it well, or it's like they don't get it or they don't understand it, your guides are just letting you know that you know, you're doing nothing wrong. I'm hearing it's in your nature. This is your nature. It's like you were meant to radiate this light. You're meant to radiate this love. You're meant to connect with your heart, and you are meant to be open-hearted. You are meant to be vulnerable. You are meant to, and I'm not saying you have to always do that, you know, protect yourself when you feel like you need to, but I'm just getting that the more open-hearted you can be, and the more you radiate that love, that kindness, that sweetness, that your beautiful, radiant, joyful, expressive self. I'm just getting whenever you're loving, or like I'm getting like whenever you're in love, or like whenever you're loving something, that is when you radiate this beautiful energy. And I'm getting like that the energy is cleansing. That's what they keep saying. It's like it cleanses and it uplifts other people's energy with the coven here. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you guys might be some sort of reader yourself in this group, or it's like you have some sort of community, and you really, really uplift others. And I'm getting that that's a very special thing that you do. I'm getting that when you do whatever it is that you do for others, you change their vibration. You help shift their vibration, raise their vibration to a place where they can manifest. I'm hearing make magic happen. So it's like you help other people make magic happen in their lives through this radiant, through radiating this energy, this love energy that you have. Abundance. Okay, I'm getting to that, like you might help people with abundance, or you might help people attract abundance, or also I'm getting that you are going to attract abundance through whatever it is you're doing here, like through helping other people by raising their vibration in whatever it is you're doing here that has something to do with your love energy with your heart energy. I'm just getting that it's whatever you're passionate about. That's like what lights your heart up. And when your heart is lit up, when you're passionate about something, whatever it is, it's like you're in love with that thing. And when you're in love with that thing, that energy that you generate, it like, I'm hearing it gets on people, but like it, I'm hearing it washes over people, or like it affects other people around you. And it really helps them. Again, it raises them up. It lifts them up. It puts them in a state that is higher vibrational. And from that state, they're able to make more magic happen in their own lives. They're able to align with magical synchronicities. They're able to align with opportunities for experiences that they want to have in their lives. And that's what you're doing for people.
I feel like a lot of you heal people.
And I am getting that you are going to attract a lot of abundance through doing this. Whatever it is you're doing here that you love. Where you're radiating this love because you're loving what you're doing, or maybe you're literally talking about love. That is possible for some of you, or romance. But, excuse me, if it's not that, then it's just like something. It could even be like plants or something, where you're talking about whatever maybe you really love. Trees, as an example, and you feel so passionately about trees, like you love trees so much that you talking about trees, when you talk about trees, it makes other people love trees too. And when people, or even if they don't usually love trees, it's like just listening to you talk about how much you love trees, it just makes them feel happy, it just uplifts them. And they, it just brings people joy. It's like your joy is contagious. It's like your enthusiasm is infectious, is something that I'm hearing in the best way. And so yeah, the universe is basically like cheering you on and being like, do that, do more of that. Do what calls to your heart. Do what makes your heart sing. And that you feel like you're overflowing with enthusiasm and excitement and love for, do that. And that's what's gonna help other people, and it's gonna attract a lot of abundance. I'm just getting like people might just want to give stuff to you. Like you might find yourself getting like you might just find yourself getting a lot of people who just want to give you money. Give you money is actually something that I'm getting, or give you a lot of gifts, but whatever it is, I also feel like if you do have a business, you're going to be attracting a lot of abundance doing that. But I'm getting like you might just also notice that people are wanting to, like you're getting random nice things that are happening, like people pay for your coffee, or like a stranger pays for, decides to like pay for the person that's next in line or something, and that happens to be you. Like I'm getting like maybe you end up, or like you start, like you find that you're winning things more often. Like maybe you're winning a free drink, because I'm just seeing them all with like drinks and food. And I don't know, I keep seeing a Panera in my head for some reason. So I'm not sure if that will be a specific synchronicity for someone here. Like maybe you're at a Panera now, or maybe you work at a Panera, or you go to a Panera frequently, or some sort of like coffee shop. I don't know, maybe something lucky might happen there soon. I feel like that would be like a confirmation for you, like a really, really strong sign from the universe that this message is very, very much for you. But you don't have to have that sign in order to know that this group is for you. I feel like if you found your way here out of millions of videos on the internet, then there is a reason you are in this very specific place, you know? At least that's what I believe. I believe you're here for a reason, you know? Obviously only take what resonates for you, or only claim what speaks to you. But yeah, I feel like some of that stuff might be happening for you. Some very good things I think are going to be happening for you very soon. I think you really are going to notice a lot more money coming in, or again, like abundance in other ways, like free stuff coming your way, people giving you gifts, things like that, you know. Gift cards is something I was seeing. Anyway, so I'm getting that it's worth the risk too. I'm hearing it's worth the risk, whatever it is that you're nervous about doing here. If there is something you're holding back from that involves something you're passionate about, if you're kind of dragging your feet, or you're holding back in some way, they're saying don't hold back, or, you know, they're encouraging you at least to not hold back and to go for it, you know, take that risk. Again, it'll be worth it. And they're saying, you know, right, that they said that before, that there's nothing in life that's worth having that comes without, or there's nothing in life that's worth having that comes without, I feel like I'm not saying that comes without risk, you know, like it all comes with some sort of risk. Like everything you do in life, that has the potential to be really amazing, it all comes with some sort of risk. That's just the way it goes. Now, some things are riskier than others, but, you know, you're not going to get zero risk with anything. And I'm really just feeling like whatever this is, again, that you're passionate about, it's going to go well. Whether it is everything you're hoping it's going to be or not, I still feel like really, really good things in some way, shape, or form, really, really good things are going to come out of this experience. Okay, I had to change the battery, but we're back. We're back again. Okay. Let us continue. Okay, so while the camera was turned off, I got kind of a weird message, like an extra message that, well, I guess it's not that weird. Well, it was just strange for me because I don't know, it's just a scene that I hadn't thought of or seen in a very long time. But there's a scene in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I am not sure if you guys are gonna know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if you have seen the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but it is a classic. Okay, so it is a cult classic. So I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if you had, especially if you're here, or, you know, again, just this probably won't be everyone's message, so just take what resonates. But there's this scene in, I can't remember which season it was, but Buffy went out into the desert to do some sort of vision quest to meet with the spirit of the first Slayer, I think. Buffy is a vampire slayer. For those of you who, well, probably the title gave it away, but one time someone I talked to thought that Buffy was a vampire, not that she slayed vampires. But anyway, point is, she slayed vampires, and she was trying to meet with the spirit of the first vampire slayer to get some advice about a current situation that was really difficult, that she didn't know what to do. And so she was asking the first Slayer what she should do and what's going on, because I think she felt like she was losing, there was something about she wasn't sure about, she felt like she was losing her ability to love or something, or she felt like she was getting too cold. That was one of her concerns. But I can't remember what else it was. I think that was what it was, because I remember her saying, because I think the first Slayer said you're full of love, like you're not losing it. My lower back is itching again. I feel like maybe there's something to do with your sacral chakra for some of you guys. I'm not sure what that would be. Some of you might be a doula. That's something I'm getting, or that might be something you're drawn to. I'm getting either like a midwife or a doula for births, but I'm also getting something about death too, because the first Slayer then said that death is her gift to Buffy. She said, death is your gift. And Buffy was like, understandably kind of confused by that. She's like, that's not a gift. She's like, what do you mean that's my gift? Now it became clear later and all that stuff. But what I'm getting for you, I don't know. I was just hearing death is your gift. And I feel like for some of you, maybe you could be drawn to being maybe you already are a death doula, or you're drawn to that career. Like that might be a calling for some of you here, because I'm getting it's like it, but for some of you this actually does have something to do with death, which I know sounds very it kind of is in contrast, you know, in some ways to the bright shiny it might seem like it's at odds in some way, because death kind of seems like a more darker, heavier subject matter most of the time, but it's like you bring a light, but there is light in it too. It's at its, what it really is transformation, you know, from one state to another. It's a transition. And I feel like for some of you, you know, so it's the transition of a soul from this body, from this physical incarnation into their into a different form, into their infinite you know, soul form, and crossing over and all of that and everything that comes after that. But for some of you, so I feel like for some of you that might be a calling of yours, like to help people transition, basically to help people in the end of their life. Or for some of you, you might do like hospice care, you know, but that might be what you're drawn to, and you bring so much light to people's lives at the end of their life, or you bring so much comfort and care and I'm hearing compassion and dignity to people at the end of their lives, or you know, you really help their families in some way. I'm tearing up now, because I feel like for those of you who do that, like you really touch people's lives. You make such a huge impact in people's, like what you're doing really matters a lot. And I just feel like, again, yeah, you're angels. Oh yeah, some of you, yeah, you are. And it's like some of you, like it's like you really are angels. Like you help people in this group with whatever it is you're doing. But because I keep hearing angel of death, but it's like you're not like causing but it's like you're an angel that helps people with the transition of death. I hope I'm allowed to say death this many times in a YouTube video. You know, sometimes things get flagged and it's a, you know, but hopefully it'll be okay. To just, because this is a beautiful thing to talk about, like, because what you're doing, it's so impactful is something that I'm getting in it. It's so important what you're doing for, and what you do for people. It's whoever you are here that's doing something like that, just know that what you're doing is really important. You probably already know, but just saying, sometimes it's nice to hear it, right? Your guides are so proud of you, and you guys are little angels. I heard, well, maybe not all the time. So maybe for some of you, you feel like, wow, I might not seem like an angel all the time. Well, you know what? Overall, though, that is your spirit. That is your, I mean, we're all souls, you know, but you guys are, you are particularly angelic. You are very, I just feel like you are very special little souls, you know? You are just these gorgeous light beings, really. Like your spirit is, you just glow and shine so bright, or at least that's what you're meant to do. And yet again, they don't want you to hide it or to shrink away from it if you feel, I mean, I know it's, you know, that's hard. It's easier said than done, you know, but they're just asking you to try not to dim your light or hold back what you're, hold back from expressing your joy, or hold back from expressing your passion for things, hold back from sharing your love and joy and passion with others. And also, if this is a calling for you and you haven't started it yet, they really are encouraging you to do this. Also, though, I'm getting, if it's not like something where you're working in hospice or a death doula or like a birth doula or midwife or something, yeah, I really am getting that. It's like the flip side of the same coin, you know? Souls transitioning in, souls transitioning out. It's like souls coming into a body, into the world, or coming out of the body into the next life, you know? So there's something about that transition from one world to the next, though, for you guys. But if it's not like that type of career, again, I was getting something about like maybe being a psychic, or something to do with romance, love, basically anything you love that you're sharing with others, that you're passionate about, and that lights your heart up, you know? But I'm also getting here something to do with mediums, actually. Some of you here might be a medium. With the death thing, death is your gift. For some of you, you are a natural medium. You're really talented in this area. And your guides, so this would be like, I think this might be a confirmation for someone that you are a medium, if you didn't know, or if you didn't know how good you were. I feel like you really are very good at it. And your spirit team is encouraging you to go more in that direction, or to explore that more. Maybe you might do mediumship readings. It's funny, I've started doing more of those on my channel too. Maybe I'm part of this group. Oh, that's nice. Oh, this would be such a nice group to be part of. That, but now I feel embarrassed because I've said so many nice things. I'm probably not, I mean, but maybe. Well, that would be nice. But anyway, you guys though, yeah, so you might be doing some mediumship readings too, though. Or at least maybe for yourself. Like, you might want to at least look into it for yourself, or your family members is something I was hearing. Like, maybe you might want to do some readings to help connect with some of your passed on loved ones. If you're not doing this for others, you might at least want to do it for yourself. Because you might have some ancestors and things that want to come through. And if you're already doing those types of readings, I feel like that's a good direction for you to keep going in, or at least, you know, keep doing that to some extent, because you're good at that. And I'm getting that the messages, they are, yeah. I feel like this might be the way some of you touch people's hearts, or this might be some of the ways that you uplift people and you help people, is through like being a medium. That is very possible for some of you. Or also maybe doing some sorts of rituals or something to help like cleanse people's energy or uplift them. Some of you might actually be Reiki. masters or go or be drawn to doing some sort of energy healing in this group. So this would be a confirmation for you if you were thinking of doing that, that would be a good thing to pursue. Yeah. All right. Well, I feel like that's all I have for you guys. I think this is your message, group 3. I hope that it was helpful. And now I'm going to move on to some charms for extra confirmation if you like that. If you like that part. I'm going to be getting some initials and numbers here, and then I will probably get some channel names. So if you like listening for your name or you just find this part relaxing, I'm going to do that. But if you're leaving me here, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you got something out of it, and thank you for everything you're doing here. Thank you for shining your light. Thank you for doing this beautiful light work, because I feel like you are some sort of light worker or earth angel here. Even if you don't like those terms, you are doing, basically you're doing really good things for other people. You're doing good for the world. You're doing good for the collective. You're doing good for humanity here in some way, shape, or form. And it's really needed right now. And very much appreciated, and I see you and I acknowledge you and I appreciate you and I thank you, and your guides, spirit, your higher power all see it and appreciate it so much too. All of your angels that are working with you and helping you, supporting you through whatever work it is you're doing here. They are really proud. I'm hearing they're really proud to be on your spirit team and help you out. So anyway, yeah. So thank you for being here if you're leaving me here, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Sending you guys tons of love, and take care. But for those of you who'd like more, we're gonna do that now. So don't worry, I'll turn it down so it doesn't hurt your ears. Okay, I just heard the song, I don't remember, is it called 8675309? Is that was the number, because I was hearing, Jenny, I got your number, da, 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 I need to make you mine. I think those are the words, or it's close to that. Jenny, don't change your number, 8675309. I think that's it. I think that is it. I don't know. So that song might mean something to you. I'm at least close. So that song might mean something to you, or your name could be Jenny. So that's here for somebody. All right. I'm dropping it everywhere. We got a 4 here, we got a 9 here, got a 3 and a 0. It would have been so cool if like an 8675309. Oh my gosh, we have close to that. We have an 8. We don't have a 7 or a 6. 867 5. We don't have that either, but we do have a 309 here though, and we have an 8. 8309 and a 4. I usually start with the letters, but in this group I feel like I want to start with the numbers. All right, yeah, so we have 8309 and the number 4. So these could be dates, these could be like your birthday or like your birth month, could be in here, or some sort of significant date that's going to mean something to you. We have August 3rd, August 30th, there is an August 30th, right? I always forget how many days are in each month. I really need to memorize that. But anyway, August 9th, August 4th. We also have March 8th, March 9th, March 4th. We have September 8th, September 3rd, or September 4th, or September 30th. We also have April 9th, April 3rd, or April 8th. Or you could be born in them, if your specific birth date isn't here, you could still be born in August, March, April, or September. Or on the 9th of a month, the 3rd, the 8th, or the 4th. Or you could be age 34, age 30, age 38, age 39, or age 48, 43, 40, or 49. You could also be 83 or 80, 84, 89, or 98, 93, 90, or 94. Or you could be born in these years as well. Like you could be born in like 1994, 1990, 1993, 1998, 2004, 2003, 2000. Well, I guess we don't really have 2 zeros here, but I did hear that, so maybe someone here was born in the year 2000. But yeah, 2004, 2003. I don't think anyone here would be born in 2008, but maybe like your child might have been, or 2009. Well, you know what? Someone here actually could have been born in 2008. Wow, time flies. Yeah, because like, theoretically, I mean, you're supposed to be 13 to have a YouTube account, and I do these readings mostly for adults, but I guess someone who was a teenager could be here. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. 08 or 09 is possible, because that would make you what, like 16 or 17, right? Yeah, because it's 2025. So yeah, like 16 or 17, right? I think so. I think I'm getting that right. So okay, yeah, that could be the thing. Anyway, all right, so that's what we got for numbers. All right, did I hold them up? I don't remember if I showed you. Here we go. Could see them. Ta-da! All right. Yeah, I'm gonna hear that. That's gonna be stuck in my head now for a while, probably. Also, it's possible that this combination of numbers could be around you somewhere, like on a billboard, or like on the screen. It's like a video around you could have like this many views, like 89,000, something like this, you know? Or you could be seeing a lot of repeating 4s, repeating 3s, like 333, 444, 999, or 888 a lot, or 000. These are signs from your guides. Anytime that you see those, I feel like they might be talking about whatever this reading is about for you, you know? Like they might be trying to get your attention or remind you of this reading when you see those numbers. All right. Patrick. I just heard Patrick really strongly. Okay, so we've got the letter P here, or Patricia, Patty, Partridge, Nala. We have the letter N here. I'm going to show them to you in a second. I'll hold them up. Layla, Nara, Nolan, Nola, Nia, Nitsa, Anita, Nadine, Nira. Did I say Neely? Neely yet? Neely? Neela? Yeah, I heard Nita. So, right, I think I said Anita, but I'm hearing Nita too. Okay. Prin, or Prince. Prim. Pasha or Pacha. Pocker. Proctor. Paca. Plinth or Plymouth, maybe? Plintiff? I'm not sure if I'm getting that right. Plintiff or something like that. I know I'm close, but I'm not sure if I got it.
Maybe it was plaintiff.
Pereira or like Pereira. Connie, we have the letter C here. Cassandra, Sandra, Casey, Kaylee. Oh my god. Hi, other Kayleys. Catherine, Barry, we have the letter B here. Bara, Bryn, Britta, Brielle, Brill, Briar, Baya, or Bila or Byler. Heard indigo or bindigo, bandango.
Okay, when I Googled that, I didn't see anything with that spelling, like I couldn't find anything. So, but I did find something really, really close. What I saw in my head, I thought it was Bandango, but I found a company that is called, I don't know how you would say it. Is it Bandago or Bandigo or something like that? But it's Bandago. So I don't know, maybe that was what I was seeing and I got one letter off. So that could mean something to you. Or maybe or it could also be, I was seeing that though. So I'm pretty sure that would probably be what it is for someone here.
Okay, we have the letter K. Katie. Kaylee. Oh, I already said it. It's my name. Okay, I don't know. That's pretty sad. I forgot that I just said my own name. That's how this works though. Katrina, Carrie, Korea, yeah, okay. Oh my gosh, that's I don't know what's up with my brain. When I do this, I forget the most basic of things. Like I forget that, like the name of countries sometimes. It's really, I can't explain it to you guys. It's just like when things are coming through, I'm not in my logical.
It's like it's hard for me to access my memory in the normal way that I, usually do when I'm doing these readings, when I'm channeling. It's like I'm using my clairs, like my clairaudience and my clairvoyance. I'm hearing things in my head, and I am viewing images and words in my mind's eye. And when I'm focusing on that and I'm receiving messages in that way, it's hard for me to use my brain in like a different way. It's sort of like juggling. That's what it feels like. It's like, I'm trying to coordinate many different things at once, and it's not always the easiest thing. And so sometimes if I'm trying to use my memory at the same time that I'm focusing on my clairs, it's just like sometimes I'll drop one of the balls for a second, it is like juggling. At least that's what it feels like in my head. And it's just not that easy to switch back and forth all the time when I'm when I'm channeling and doing things like that. So it doesn't always work. It doesn't always go that smoothly, like the shift between the two isn't that smooth. And sometimes I'll just completely blank out, and it's not gonna happen unless I want to completely pull out of the state that I need to be in order to channel, and then just so anyway, just giving a little behind the scenes and a little explanation for why I forget things that you might think that I really should remember a lot of the time during readings. Things like the fact that Korea is a country, and This is why I forget this stuff. Like on a normal day, I would not, like, if I was just in a normal state like I am when I'm making my breakfast or just going about my daily life, like I would remember that Korea is a country. Like that would not be something I would forget, nor would I forget that I just said my own name like 5 seconds ago. But when I'm doing a reading like this, I do forget these things. It's just how it works.
All right. Kali? Oh, like the goddess. Maybe Kali is a goddess you work with, like Kali, you know? Kalia? Clay? Conti or Conti? Connie? Did I say Connie? I think I did. Okay, this is the letter Q, and it has a dolphin on it, by the way. This one has a koala. This is a mushroom. That's a butterfly. That's an owl. Pueo, I heard, and I think that means owl. Does it? I think it might be the Hawaiian word for, is it?
What I found when I looked it up was that it's a type of Hawaiian owl. So hopefully that's right.
Maybe some of you are from Hawaii, or you have a lot of Hawaiian ancestry. Maybe, unless I'm completely getting this. But I think I remember reading that somewhere, or maybe I said this before. I feel like I've said this before in a reading. That's interesting. Okay, and this has a toucan on it, and that has a bird. Quinn, quail, qualia, querent, Kuwait. Okay, this is the letter F. Fatima. Hello, friend, if you're here. I have a friend with that name. She is a long-time subscriber and my friend. I wonder if you are here, or if this is another. I'm not sure how I should pronounce that. I'm not sure, because I've heard different pronunciations for this name, so. I'm hearing Farsi or Farsi. Farsi. Is it? I think it's pronounced Farsi, right? That's a language. Okay. And here's the letter M. I heard Felicity. Actually, I saw Felicity too. The name Felicity. Feli. Fran or Franz. Or France, like the country. Maylee. Maylon. Mendy. Mariah. Moran. Mora. Mulan. Mushu. Is that a character? I think that is a character in Mulan, isn't it? I think so. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Mew Mew. Molly. Moo Moo. I'm seeing Moo Moo. Like a... Okay. I'm seeing a cow. So that's funny. I heard Moo Moo and then I saw a cow. Maybe some of you have like a farm, or you work with cows somehow, or maybe you have like a stuffed cow, like a you know, like a stuffed animal that you really love that's a cow. Or I'm seeing a pillow, actually, like maybe a pillow that's a cow. I don't know. So that might that might be like a confirmation for someone. It's cute. Or maybe you have like a stuffed animal that you named Moo Moo. Like, especially if you had like a cow pillow, or you had like a stuffed animal that's a cow that you named Moo Moo, I feel like this would be a very strong sign for you. Okay? Very specific. Like, obviously that's not going to be for everyone, but like, that's cute. Mia? Mila? Maya? Mayan?
Or Mayan was probably what I did hear Mayan, but it might have just sounded strange to me, or it might have sounded different than usual, because sometimes I will get words like where someone is speaking it in an accent, and it's like a little bit difficult for me to tell exactly what is being said if it's like something I'm getting clairaudiently. So I'm not sure if it was Mayan or if it was like Mayan. So if Mayan means something to you, then, that's probably the message.
Or, oh, it's close to that. Cheyenne? I feel like I'm close, like I got close, but I'm not sure if I got it when I said Mayan. It's close to that.
Or it might also be like Mayan or Mayan, or it's really close to that. I'm not sure if I got it, but if your name is something very similar to that, I would take this as your confirmation.
It's like, it's Cyan or Cyan maybe? Or Siam? Oh, that might be it. Because I was getting it when I was looking at the M.
I was getting several different things here, guys. So if your name is anywhere close to anything I just said, I would take that as your confirmation. Or, if I just mentioned maybe like a place or something even that you live or that means something to you, then again, those would be confirmations for you.
Or any of those are possible. Mila? Or Milo? Did I say Mila? I can't remember. Mortar? Or Mortimer? Morning? Morning star? Okay, also, this is very specific, but I heard forensics, because I heard murder, and then I heard forensics. So for some of you, maybe, and with the whole death is your gift thing, maybe for some of you actually, I'm also hearing forensic anthropologist. So that's very specific for someone here, but that could be something you're drawn to do. Or do some sort of forensics, or maybe you are a detective or someone who helps solve murders is something actually that I was getting. So, and I also heard framed. So maybe maybe that's a case. If you're working on a case where it seems like someone was framed or something, or you help, or maybe there's a spirit that you've been connecting with that's saying they were framed for something. I have no idea what this is going to be. This is going in an interesting direction here, but you'll know if that's your message. Braid, yeah, braid or Brady. Brian, Bryn. Did I say that before? I can't remember. Billy, Bill. Keely. Nellie, Nell. Pell. And then we have the letter I. Kaya, Kitri, Kai, Kinder, Kim, Mike, Mickey, Millie. I'm also seeing Minnie, so maybe Mickey Mouse is somehow significant. Christy, Chris, Carly, Nim, or Niam, or Niam. I'm not sure if I don't think I'm saying that right. I'm not sure what the pronunciation is. I'm seeing Niahm, I think.
I'm so sorry. I mispronounced it, very, very badly. It is Neve. It is pronounced Neve. It's an Irish name. Now I know. Sorry if that was your name. I completely ruined it, but I did correct it though. I got it. I know it now. Okay.
Fryn or Fritz. Finn. Fine. Bines. Bike. Pine. Carissa. Kime. Oh my gosh, I went to school with someone named Carissa Kime. That's interesting. But like maybe one of those names is your name. I can't believe I remembered that. Like, because I don't think I was friends with her. I wasn't like not friends with her, but like I don't think I knew her, but I just came out of nowhere. That's so interesting. Ben. Pen. Did I say Byler before? Because it's coming up again. Kareem. Corinne. Krishna. Kumar. Did I say Kareem? I think I did. Okay. That's all I'm getting, guys. So hopefully, all right, I'm going to show you up close. There are letters. Ernie. Sorry, just heard Ernie. Wilma. Are those characters from? Just heard Flintstones. So maybe right, Wilma I think was from. Oh, whoa, sorry. Oh, I don't know what that was about. I don't know if I inhaled some dust or what. Okay, Wilma, Marnie, Eli, Ellie, Emery, Elmer, Elena. I said Eli, right? It came up again. Elijah, Elsat, I also heard. Ember, or Embers. Emerson, Amber. Okay, I think this is it now. Again, we have the letter P, the letter N, the letter E, the letter C, the letter B, the letter K, the letter I, the letter Q, the letter F, and the letter M. Some of you could have a radio show or a podcast, I heard too, or like be on the radio in some way. Again, that will be very specific for someone, but I saw FM here and I saw that in my head. So Newsome, I also, or news. So maybe someone could be in like something to do with news specifically for someone, or like I heard new news, or Newsies actually is what I heard. I think that's isn't that a movie? That could be a confirmation for, like, that could be a synchronicity or something for someone. Okay. That's all I've got for you, group 3. I hope that was helpful. And I am sending you guys tons of love. And thank you again for everything you're doing here. And I hope to see you again sometime soon.
I don't know what happened, but the film, I think the camera just shut off or something. And I thought I had the last bit of film, but I can't find it now. So anyway, well, basically all it was take care, group 3. Bye.
I was going to say hi, group. I said group 1. That's interesting. I wonder if some of you were drawn to group 1 too. Anyway, obviously it doesn't have to be, but that is interesting. Anyway, hi, group 4. Welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here. I just noticed that the camera was about to die, even though it looked fine right before I pressed record, but now I thought it had like 1 bar, and I thought, oh, maybe I will have a little while before I have to replace it, but now it's flashing. So I feel like that actually means something to the group. I feel like maybe some of you are feeling maybe low on energy, like you're running on a low battery, or your battery's almost run out, or you feel like it kind of has. Maybe some of you are experiencing some burnout, or you're right on the edge of burnout.
And the battery thing draining quickly, that happened in group 3 too. So I wonder if some of you are here from group 3. I know I said group 1 at the beginning, so maybe some of you have watched several groups, but yeah, the battery thing happened in group 3 as well. But I've filmed other things other than this reading with those batteries, with all of the batteries, and none of them drained unusually quickly. This is the only, during this reading is the only time when this has been happening. So I think that that's really interesting, because it isn't happening all the time. So I do really feel like it's a message for the group. And yeah, I do feel like some of you may have come from group 3, because I said group 4 at the end of group 3. I said, take care, group 4. And then I was doing a voiceover of it. So I just redid it because I thought maybe I just made a mistake. But now I'm thinking probably wasn't. It was probably because I was picking up that a lot of group 3s were also headed to group 4. But anyway, obviously you don't have to be also drawn to group 3. You know, that won't be for everyone. I'm just pointing out that probably for some of you, that is the case.
Yeah, you know what? I've been feeling really emotional before I started this group. And it's funny, I wonder if a lot of you have been experiencing a lot of delays in something, or feeling very blocked, or feeling like, you know, 2 steps forward and 1 step back, you know, that sort of thing. Because that is the experience that I've had with this group. I tried to do this 2 nights ago, and I got a headache, and there were some other things going on, and then I was too tired, and then I couldn't, forget what the third reason was that I couldn't do this, but it's like every time I tried to do it, I would get blocked. And I feel like that has something to do with this reading, because oftentimes, for some reason, instead of just giving the messages to me in a simple way, oftentimes my guides will make me act out literally, you know, the type of story that's going on within a group, and give me the messages that way. So I think that is interesting. I'm not sure why they don't just give me the cards for it, but they just like to, seems like they just like to mix it up, I guess, keep it interesting or something. But anyway, yeah. I just feel like I need to take a deep breath, you know, and I feel like maybe a lot of you kind of could use that too. Yeah, with the burnout, I feel like you guys you've been running on empty for a while for a lot of you. Or it's just, you've been working really hard recently. For some of you, this burnout is a more recent thing, and for others, it's like you've been burnout for a while, or you've been right on the edge of it for a while, and you're feeling very tired. And I think frustrated, because I do feel like you have been trying for something. You've been trying to make something happen. You've been trying to, excuse me, my voice is having issues too. And that started right before I sat down. I feel like there's something about your expression, or maybe literally your voice too. Some of you might be having voice issues at the moment, or there's something going on with your throat chakra, because I'm feeling pressure where my throat chakra is. So for some of you, you might want to look into some throat chakra cleanses or some exercises to strengthen your throat chakra, because there is, for a lot of you here, there's something going on with your throat chakra. But you guys, you are doing a good job. That is something that is coming through, that I'm getting really strongly for you guys. And you chose okay. The battery did die, so I had to replace that. Okay, I feel like that's what's going to happen for you guys though, because it happened right as I picked up the tiger's eye. This is a very lucky stone. Excuse me. I feel like you guys are a very, I don't know, I heard your lucky stone, but that's what I heard. So anyway, but you're about to be very lucky, guys. You are yeah, your luck's about to turn around. Your luck is about to change. That's what I'm hearing. Your luck is going to improve. You're going to feel lucky. It is. That's something I'm getting. Like, that's going to happen. I feel like you're already lucky, but I think you're going to feel much more lucky very soon. Like maybe you've been lucky where like something terrible could have happened, but it was way less terrible than it could have been, you know? Like maybe you felt lucky and protected in those ways, but I feel like you're about to feel much more abundant and prosperous. And oh, I saw one. Okay, there's an archangel in your group. Okay, that's exciting. Maybe you guys work with, there might be a specific archangel that you work with. I heard Archangel Raphael, but it doesn't have to be, but it's, or in, I also heard Sandalphon. But it could be any of the archangels because I wasn't really sure which one it was this time, so could be any of them. Yeah, and with this oak, you guys chose the acorn cap, which is from an oak tree. And I feel like you guys, what you're building is going to be something stable. Like it's gonna grow and grow. So the roots that you are laying right now, the roots that you're growing, it's gonna grow into something large, and it's gonna be, it's like it's gonna grow into something very large and prosperous and long lasting. Because oak trees tend to live for a very long time. At least that's what's coming to my mind as I'm thinking about the oak tree. And I'm just thinking about how one little acorn can end up turning into, you know, it can end up seeding an entire forest. So I feel like you guys are going to make some sort of impact, actually. Something that you're working on, or something that you're learning, something that you're sharing with other people. Because I'm seeing a whole bunch of little seeds now. I'm seeing like a whole bunch of seeds. You're planting seeds. But not just for yourself, because I'm hearing generations. So you're planting seeds for other people. Like maybe you're planting, oh, didn't this, I feel like this came up in another group, but I can't remember which one. You're planting seeds, like maybe even like light codes or something like that. Some of you might be light workers or star seeds. But even if you don't use those terms, there's still something about like you are planting ideas, or you're planting seeds, like energy. And those seeds are going to grow into like a whole bunch of stuff. Like a whole bunch. It's like you're planting seeds in people's minds, or in people's hearts, or even in the, I don't know. No, they're saying that's, maybe I didn't word that right. I mean, it could be, but like, I still keep hearing codes. Actually, I'm hearing star codes. Not light codes, they're saying star codes. So I'm not sure why they gave me that specific term, but that might mean something to you. Could be light codes for some of you, but for some of you specifically, they told me it was star codes. So that's interesting. Okay. But whatever it is you're doing here, even if that part doesn't resonate, it's going to grow. It's going to flourish and grow into something long lasting and really successful. But I do feel like it really is something. I think it's very spiritual for a lot of you. Or there's something about wisdom that you're sharing, and or there's some sort of spiritual knowledge or something for some of you, or if it's not knowledge, it's literally some sort of energy, like you might be some sort of a channel. And for some of you specifically, it's star codes. That's what they gave me, at least. Hang on one second. They're telling me to look up some more stuff about oak tree. I was thinking I would just leave it up to you guys to go find what you felt like doing.
And if I just wanted to mention before we go any further with the rest of the message, that if the whole thing about like star codes or light codes does not resonate with you, it doesn't mean that this isn't your group. It just means that that particular part of the message just probably isn't your message. So, but I feel like whatever it is you're doing, I just feel it's like your energy is magical in some way, or whatever you're doing, you put, there's just a very special something about whatever it is you do, basically. Whether you are an artist and you're working on some sort of project, or, you know, whether you're writing or doing a painting or whatever kind of, or a song or whatever kind of art or creation you do, you have a very special energy, and it has it's got a special something about it, you know? Also, some of you might be students right now, or you're in the process of learning something new. For a lot of you, this thing that you're starting, this is something that you're, like this project that I might be talking about in this group for you. It might be something new, like it might be something that you haven't done before, or it might be something that involves like a new skill. If it's not that, then I feel like you guys might be students, like you might be learning something at the same time that you're doing this other project. So you might be doing like two things at once. I did mention, you know, that you guys are very tired. So yeah, I am feeling like some of you might be students, and at the same time you have like an artistic project that you're working on of some sort. I feel like it is harder to find my words in this group than usual, and I'm talking much more slowly, and I just feel like I mean, I think that's probably coming from the energy of the group, because I was just feeling like most of you are very tired in this. Actually, I'm feeling like a lot of tiredness in this group. So I think this is probably most, if not all of you here are feeling that way. But also, I think I did bring up something about the throat chakra in the very beginning, and I'm feeling that again. I really do feel like some of you could be dealing with some issue with your throat chakra, or if you worked on your throat chakra, that might help you out. Because if you are doing something creative, like especially if you're expressing yourself some way through your voice, but even if it's not your voice, there's something to do with expression here, and how there's like a connection to your throat chakra, basically. I feel like if you're having some sort of block, or some sort of difficulty with something that you're creating, yeah, the throat, working on your throat chakra might really help. Or like if there's something you've been holding back that you really feel like you need to say, you know, finally saying it or getting it off your chest, or at least writing it down by yourself, you know, but in some way getting out something that maybe you've been holding back, that might clear the blockage up for you, and help your creativity to flow better, or your expression to flow better. Or if you're having trouble with your voice, it might help improve your voice, and if you are able to release this blockage. So just wanted to mention that. And that might not be for everyone here, but it definitely is for at least a few of you here.
Ooh, French beaded flower bouquets. There's this one YouTuber I follow, content creator, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, he has Henry Purnell has I like his channel. Anyway, he had something about like beaded flowers. Earlier I saw one for lavender. It was really cute, and I don't know why I'm telling you about this, but this might mean something to you. Like maybe you also like his channel, or like maybe you really like, maybe you do some sort of art. Like maybe this is some sort of art project for some of you, or like you're artists, or he sings too. So like maybe this is music for some of you, maybe some sort of sound healing, or I don't know, but you know, or it doesn't have to be that, but maybe you make music, or it could be that this could also be like a confirmation for you if you really like doing crochet projects, or you know, beading, or because he does a lot of crochet, so maybe some of you are avid crocheters here, or you like knitting or something similar to that, you know. Maybe this project that we're talking about actually does have something to do with something like that, but it doesn't have to be for most of you. I think it's the other things that I mentioned. Yeah, because something doesn't feel okay. But yeah, I just feel like for most of you, it probably won't be that, but it could be a confirmation for you. Anyway, I'm gonna look up oak tree. Also, daisies or lavender could be significant for you. Those are all little hints and clues and synchronicities that could tie you to this reading. Help confirm for you that this is a message for you. Although I feel like if this is resonating at all, then you most likely are in the right place. I think you found yourself here for a reason. Okay, well, as I had suspected, the oak tree has many symbolic meanings. Yeah, strength, longevity, and justice. Okay, that's interesting. I do feel like this is almost like justice for you guys. I feel like you have been working for a long time, because I mentioned how it seems like you guys are burnt out or very tired, or it's been a long time that you've been working at something and you feel frustrated, and maybe you've faced a lot of blockages and setbacks and all of that. And I feel like, you know, maybe things have felt unfair, at least from time to time during this journey. And you are going to feel like it is going to feel like the scales are balanced. At some point with this project, it's like you are going to find that success. And it is going to be something long lasting and stable. It's like it may have taken a long time, but this is going to be built on a strong foundation, is something I'm hearing. You're building it on a strong foundation, even if that strong foundation might be you, like your mind, your wisdom, your experience. Okay, it has safety is another one of its meanings. So, safety and resilience. I definitely feel like that describes you guys. I think you're very resilient. And I do get that you are gonna feel, I feel like this is something you're working on that will give back to you. Like you will get, what you put into this, you will get back times a lot, you know, times a lot, times more than, I was going to say times 10, but I feel like it might even be more than that. But it's like it's going to give back to you everything that you've put into this plus more. And again, it's going, yeah, you're going to feel stable. You're going to feel at peace. It's funny, I don't see wisdom here, but I really thought that was one of the meanings of the oak tree at some point, so I'm still going to go with it. Oh, this one says wisdom. Okay, here's one. And anyway, I feel like you guys are very powerful. And you're very strong. And you will be rewarded. I feel like that's what I keep getting. You're going to be very rewarded for your efforts. And also you're going to find this rewarding. Like it's going to feel fulfilling what you're doing here. So anyway, we have this little card. It's got a little baby deer taking a nap. And I think they're very cute. Anyway, it says learn. Take a lesson from the owls. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a wisdom meaning here too. Take a lesson from the owls. Deeply observe the night and you'll become a little wiser in the day. Okay, so there's our wisdom sign right there. And I was talking about some of you being students, and we have the learn card here. Yeah. Okay. The magician. You have everything you need to do. You have everything you need to do anything you want. And I feel like that is a really good message for you guys, because I think it is so true. And then this is the Six of Cups. Give yourself the compassion you were never given. Okay, what I'm getting from this is that your guides, your spirit guides, are so proud of you. They are so proud of you right now, and they want you to know you are doing such a good job. They are all applauding you is something that I'm hearing, and they really want you to be proud of yourself. They're telling you you can do it. They're saying you have all the skills you need. You have everything you need to do this. And they want you to praise yourself for what you're doing, because you really are doing a good job. I'm just seeing there's flowers here, and there are flowers behind her in this card too. They're saying you deserve your flowers, and you are going to get a lot of them. I always think of an artist when I see this card too. I always think of like a paint palette when I see this, even though that's not what it is. But anyway, so again, I think a lot of you are artists of some sort. Again, it doesn't have to be, but I think a lot of you are. Or you do something creative. There's some creative project involved here. And I was also hearing coding. I mentioned codes before, like light codes and star codes, but maybe some of you guys also do, like, you do coding. I'm not sure if this would be like a creative project that involved that somehow, or if it's like that's something you do. Like maybe some of you create like some sort of programs, or I'm not sure if that will be, I'm picking up on something about that, but I'm not sure if that's like something that you would do, or maybe something you're learning to do in addition to your creative projects. But I was just getting something about that. So that's supposed to be like a confirmation or a sign for somebody here. I feel like I'm going to cry, and I'm not sure why. Maybe you guys have been feeling like you want to cry recently, or maybe, yeah, maybe I'm hearing so tired. Maybe you're just so tired, and maybe you've just been working at this for such a long time. Some of you might even experience chronic pain or something like that, or some other sort of pain, maybe even emotional pain. But I'm just getting, it's been hard. And maybe you've gone through a lot of experiences in your past where you weren't given any recognition, or you were told that you weren't good enough, or you were not encouraged by people, where maybe people were very harsh on you. They were very critical, and maybe you learned to do that to yourself, to be very hard on yourself as well. I'm hearing your guides are saying you're being too hard on yourself, or you have a tendency to be too hard on yourself sometimes. And I'm just hearing you do beautiful work. Even when you don't think it's very good, they're saying it's better than you think it is. They're saying you're better than you think you are. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna cry again. I hope it's not because you're upset. I hope maybe it's good tears. I hope. I just feel like I feel all shaky and I feel like I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry, guys. I know I feel like it's been very hard in this group. I'm so sorry that it's been so hard. I feel like you've gained a lot from this. I feel like you've gained a lot from your life journey. Some of you might be a bit older in this group, because or you know what, even if you're not older in years, it's like you've had a lot of experiences that a lot of people your age haven't gone through, or it just feels, even if you're younger, you've had a lot of experience and wisdom packed into a very short amount of time.
Or maybe you're just like an old soul, like you just came in with a lot of wisdom, kind of innate.
But you are very wise. You guys are very wise in this group. You've learned a lot from your life experience. Like, not just through, and I say that because, you know, sometimes we can learn through reading and things like that, but I feel like a lot of you guys have learned through experience. Not to say you don't learn through books and other teachers and stuff as well, but I feel like a lot of your stuff, a lot of your wisdom and knowledge has come from your own personal experiences.
And if they aren't experiences from this life, it is possible that you guys have had a lot of past lives. So that could be where your wisdom comes from, is that you've had a lot of experiences in your past lives.
It doesn't have to be for all of you, but I do feel like that's the case for a lot of you. Okay, this card says, get centered. When it gets to be too much, whatever it is, I close my eyes and return to my center. In my center, I have the wisdom and tranquility of a blank. It's like you would, oh my gosh, this battery is draining. It should not be draining like this. It's already down like halfway. What the? And I feel like time has passed so quickly. Okay, it's so weird. I feel like you guys have been experiencing that too, where you might also be like, where did the time go? It's like, how did this time pass so quickly? And like, where is all my energy going? Or like, maybe you're having trouble with time management, or you're having trouble with, like, you start something and then you get interrupted, or you start something and you're like, I swear I just started, but somehow like 2 hours has passed, or like you feel like you should have been able to get so much more done in such a in a certain span of time, and you feel like everything is just taking so much time. Or it could just be like it's taking so much time for things to grow. If this is a business, it feels like, you know, it just hasn't been growing, or whatever it is you're working on, it hasn't been growing the way you thought it would, or it's like you've been putting in so much work, you've been putting in so much time, you've been putting in so much effort, and it's still not happening. Or it's like, again, it's so slow. But what I'm getting is that it is the foundation. You guys are laying the foundation. You're like an oak tree. Your roots are growing under the ground. You're going to be very stable and resilient and long lasting, but it's just taking a long time to build up to that point. Yeah, because I think I remember reading that the majority of a tree's growth, especially early on in its life, is happening beneath the ground. You know, a lot of those roots are growing, and you can't see that above the ground, you know, you can only see the trunk, and it might look like not that much is happening, or it's not growing that fast, but underneath the ground there's a whole lot happening there too. So I'm not sure if I'm getting all of that completely right, but I just feel like you guys are like that. It's like your foundation, you might not see the fruits of your labor yet, or you might not see it might not look like much is happening right now, basically, or it might not look like the growth is happening, or it might not look like anything is really moving forward the way you had hoped it would. It might even feel like, you might even feel like you're spinning your wheels, or like, you know, you're trying to make something happen, you're trying to get something finished, or you're trying to create something, and you feel like maybe you feel stalled in some way, or you feel like I'm trying to make it happen and I just can't get it, or like nothing's happening, or it's like you're putting out the work and it's not getting any attention, or you're putting out the work, or you're putting yourself out there and you're not getting customers, or it doesn't seem like anyone's interested, or it feels like your business isn't growing, or something like that. But I'm just getting like, okay, I'm also hearing when fishermen can't go to sea, they stay home and mend their nets. So I'm getting something about like you're doing what you can right now, or it's important to do whatever you can, but then you just have to kind of release this in some way, because we've got divine timing here. We have a lot of cards that came out for you, but one of them is divine timing, and I feel like it really comes down to, at some point it will come down to this, where it's like you can put in the work, you can do all you can do, but for whatever reason it's not meant to, it's not anything you're doing either. It's not your fault. That's something that I'm getting. It's not like you're not doing enough. It's not that, I'm getting like it's nothing you're doing wrong. You're not managing your time poorly. You're not, just not trying hard enough. It's not anything like that. And I feel like there's not really anything. I'm getting like that you really are on the right track, basically. You're doing exactly what you need to be doing right now for your long-term success. I just feel like for whatever reason, it's not meant to happen yet, because again, divine timing. So there's something that is almost like fated or destined in this case. And I'm not sure why, because again, it's divine, but, and I don't think it's going to be the same for everyone here. But they're just saying there's a specific time, or it's like, it's not time yet. For some reason, there is a determined time for this to take off, or for this to accelerate, or for it to, you know, really excuse me, again, yeah, it just might take a while for this to, you know what though, I feel like it's not going to take that long from now. I'm not sure if they will, you know what, they're not going to give me timing. Okay, so it'll be different for all of you here, but what I'm getting is like, for a lot of you, it won't be too much longer necessarily, but it's like maybe you've been working at this for, if you've been working at this for a really long time, I feel like it's not going to be that much longer. But okay, no, you know what? They're telling me don't even say that. Okay, so it literally, they don't want you to have any expectations of when the timing is, which I know can be frustrating, but they're saying there's a really good reason for this. They're saying there's a really good reason why there is a divine reason for this timing. Especially if you guys are doing something spiritual, there is a reason for this. There's a reason why you feel blocked, or there's a reason why you feel like it's just not growing, or it's not taking off, or you feel like stuck in some way, or you feel like every time I try to push forward, it's just not happening. Or, you know, there's a reason why you feel held back, or again, like you're just not having the success you want as quickly as you want. There's some reason to it. Or like, but I'm still getting like things are happening behind the scenes, or things are happening again, like underneath the surface. Things are happening to you too. Right now I'm getting it like energetically, and also you might also be growing your skills right now, but for a lot of you, I feel like it's not that. It's like there's something else. It's like it is, something's happening behind the scenes, or they just keep saying that, like beneath the surface or behind the scenes that you can't see yet. I'm seeing there's a lot of different, I am also seeing you're doing a lot of different things, because see how she has so many arms in this card? Oh, anyway, sorry, I never finished saying what the card said. When it gets to be too much, whatever it is, I close my eyes and return to my center. In my center, I have the wisdom and tranquility of a blank favorite, where you're supposed to write in your favorite animal, holding a blank magical item floating through space on a piece of furniture. These are supposed to be like silly, funny affirmation cards. But yeah, I'm seeing how she has all these arms though, and I'm thinking about like you guys. I'm just hearing, you know, I wish I could do everything at once, or it's like you're trying to do so many different tasks at once. You wish you had like 6 arms so you could do more at a time, because you have a lot on your plate. I'm just seeing, yeah, again with that, a lot. It's like you're trying to do so many things at once. And I'm just hearing like that you're really tired. And you need more rest. You probably already know that, guys, so I hate to tell you that, because you're probably like, yeah, tell me something I don't know. Well, I think a lot of us could use that, but I feel like you guys, if you needed, you know, sometimes it's helpful to hear someone tell us, or encourage us at least, to rest when we need to rest. So just let me be that person, I guess, today, telling you that you really do need that rest. Or if it's like you've been trying to get more rest. Your guides are really glad that you're doing that. They're saying you're doing a good job. Don't feel guilty for resting. Please keep doing that. Please keep resting. Prioritize rest as much as you can. I know that, you know, it's not always easy to do that, but they're saying it's important. So please do prioritize your rest. It's very important right now. And meditation, if that's a practice that you do, definitely make sure you don't skip out on your meditation, because I feel like that's going to help you right now, supporting you energetically and physically and mentally in all the ways. But I think it's really gonna help support your body right now. Because I am getting something about physical strain on the body.
If you guys haven't tried Yoga Nidra yet, you might want to look into that, because that might help you to feel more rested in a shorter amount of time. So like if you have, for instance, if you have like a little, like a small amount of, like a small window of time where you could like take a nap, for instance, you might want to look into doing a Yoga Nidra session instead of taking a nap, and you might end up feeling more rested and more awake after you do that than like if you took a nap. So I don't know, but I'm just getting, you might want to look into Yoga Nidra if you haven't done that before. Or if you are familiar with it, your guides are encouraging you to to revisit that and try that again if you have stopped doing it. I'm getting something about even doing it before you go to sleep. I'm getting something about like if you do the yoga nidra before you go to sleep, it might help you get better quality rest when you do fall asleep versus if you didn't do that before you went to sleep. So I don't know, I'm getting something about that. So you might want to try it out or at least look into it.
I'm also getting something about taking walks. So if you can take walks outside regularly, that's going to help you. Or even just sitting outside, maybe trying some grounding, maybe trying to put your bare feet on the earth. It's winter where I am right now. It's all snowy, so that would not feel very good. But if you're somewhere you can do that, that would be probably good for you. And this is a timeless reading anyway, so you could find this at any time during any season. But yeah, I am getting that would probably be of some help to you. But yeah, basically your guides want you to know that you're doing a great job because we have the confidence card here. Okay, so that's so cute. It says, in this moment I take a step back and look at myself with the pride of a good mother. I see an abundance of abilities and talents that show up all the time in big and little ways. If I could stick myself on a refrigerator, I would. I would invite all the neighbors over and say, look at that. Can you believe what an A+ that is? Okay, this is your guides. This is your spirit guides, guys. They would put you on their refrigerator. They think that the work, it's like the work that you're doing right now, it's refrigerator worthy, okay? Like you have done such a great job that they want to display it, okay? And I'm just saying like that they feel really proud of you. It's like your spirit guides are your proud parents, and they're just like, I feel like your spirit guides brag about you. This came up in another group too, I think. It's like your spirit guides are bragging about how awesome you guys are and what a good job you're doing. Like what amazing work that you're doing, or what you're working on here. You're doing a really great job. Maybe some of you actually are getting really great grades right now. Maybe some of you are even in school for something at the moment, and so they're saying they're really proud of you. You're doing such a great job. Oh yeah, with learn. Oh my gosh, of course. And the knowledge and with the oh my gosh. Okay, for some of you, yeah, you're like getting a degree or you're doing something like that, and they're saying you're doing a really great job. They're so proud of you.
Yeah, it took me a really long excuse me. It took me a really long time to get to that message for that one to come through. So that's why I mentioned it in the voiceover earlier on in the reading, because yeah, it took me a while to get to that point. But also I wanted to say, even if you feel like you're not getting the best grades right now, I just wanted to say that your spirit guides are still really proud of the grades that you're getting, and they think you're doing an amazing job. So like, even if you feel like you're not getting straight A's or you're not getting like the, like perfect grades, your spirit guides are still really, really proud of you and saying you're doing an amazing job and you're getting great grades. Okay. You've got a lot on your plate and you're doing a wonderful job. But I am getting to that, like if you had something or like a test coming up, or if you had a project or something you were working on and you weren't sure what your grade was going to be, I feel like you're going to get a really good grade on it. So, or at least that looks very likely here at the very least. So I think you're going to do a really good job. I think you're going to be happy with it. That's just what I'm picking up on for someone. Like I was getting maybe for someone here, you might have thought like maybe you're really, really not going to do well on something, or maybe you thought you did very poorly on a test or something. But I'm getting that, no, that's not true. You did way better than you thought you did. So if that's you and you're like, oh God, what if I failed that? I'm getting that you did way better than you thought you did on it. So I know I was the type of student that was always like, oh my God, I failed it. Or every single time I did something, I thought I did a terrible job, and then I would get straight A's. So I don't know, maybe some of you are like that here. Please don't hate me if you're not like that, because I know some people would be like, they would be like, what is wrong with you? Like every single time you think you do a terrible job and then you get straight A's, and then some of my friends are like, I always think I'm doing a good job, and then it comes back and it's a terrible grade. So I don't know, but anyway, I was getting earlier that you guys have a tendency to be hard on yourselves. So I'm thinking it's more likely that you might be the type of student that's like, oh God, I probably did a terrible job, but actually you did a way better job than you think you did. So anyway, I'm just getting that for someone here.
And again, this won't be for every, there are different messages coming through here, but it's like, and again, I'm getting something about graduation, or so maybe some of you are close to that, or maybe you're trying to graduate early is something that I was hearing, or like you're taking on more work, or maybe you were trying to, and your guides were trying to like tell you, hey, take it easy. You don't have to, maybe you shouldn't try to push too hard or rush too much or take on too much of a workload at once, because you might be burning the candle at both ends. Or again, you're getting close to a burnout here, so try to pace yourself a little bit. Or if it feels like you're getting blocked at things, it's because your spirit team is actually trying to slow you down a little bit, for a few different reasons. One could be so that you don't burn out, kind of like, so you're kind of forced to rest in some ways a bit more. And for others of you, or maybe this just could be an additional reason that they're doing that, is because there is some divine timing involved, and they want you to know too that you're not running out of time is something that I'm hearing, and you're not late, or you won't be late, or you won't miss it is something that I'm hearing, or you won't like miss the opportunity, or they're just saying there is some reason why they are trying to pace you the way they are, and it is to benefit you. They're trying to align the timing just right for you. And it might feel like, no, this is not the right timing. Like to you, you might think, no, it's not the right timing, but I'm getting that they're saying it is, or it's like it will be perfect timing. Like this will all come together. It will happen in perfect timing. Okay. And again, in the meantime, they want you to know you are doing this. It just came through so strongly for this group. The main message is like, you are doing so good, and they do not want you to judge yourself for a single second and say that, they don't do that. They're just, I'm sorry to tell you what to do, but that's how they're coming through. They're like, do not beat yourself up about this, and do not be hard on yourself, okay? They're like, okay, I'm here. You are not allowed to. They're like, you are only allowed to say nice things to yourself when you talk to yourself. They're like, do not look at what you haven't accomplished. Don't look at things not growing and say, oh, why isn't this working? Or I could be doing this better. Or, I'm not as good as that person. Don't compare yourself to others. That's something I'm getting to. Like the comparison to others will not be helpful right now, because I'm getting you are exactly on track. You're exactly where you're meant to be. That's right for you and your life journey here. It's perfect. It's perfect timing. Okay. You're not late. Actually, I'm hearing you're early. I'm not sure why. Okay. They're saying you're not late. You're early. To the show. You're early to the show. I don't know what that means. Maybe some of you are performing. Like, Maybe some of you are actually actors or something too, or you're maybe, oh, that's interesting. Like maybe some of you feel like you've gotten started late, or like maybe it's too late for you, or you feel like you've been at this for a long time. And maybe you're thinking it's not going to happen, or like, like you missed your window, or like you're not going to be discovered now, or something. I don't know what it is, or you felt like you missed an opportunity, but I'm just hearing that like you're not too late. You're not too late. Again, I'm getting like you arrived early, or like, so for some of you, they're saying it hasn't happened yet, or it didn't happen yet because it was too early for some reason for you. On the timeline, I'm hearing too early on the timeline. Or like, it just, for whatever reason, you needed to experience other things in your life first in order for this to go well, or for this to go correctly. It's like things had to align just perfectly, and things were not aligned right yet, or they still aren't quite aligned correctly yet. And it might not have everything to do with you either. There could be other circumstances and other factors involved in this that don't have to do with you, and they need to get in the right spot, or something has to be right for this to happen. But I'm getting like, again, there is like some schedule, or your guides know kind of like what timing things are supposed to happen in. Nothing's ever set in stone. Most things at least are not set in stone, but I'm getting like that they have a really good idea at least about how. I'm just getting you're going at the right pace. It's not, or you, I think you are now. Because I was hearing fast paced, or like too fast paced or something, or it was not. Again, they were just saying it wasn't gonna work well yet, or again, it just, yeah. Anyway, it wasn't time yet, or it's still. But they want you. Basically, they just want you to know you're not late, and I just keep hearing you didn't miss it. They just keep repeating it. You didn't miss the boat. I just keep hearing you didn't miss the boat. Just keep working at it, but also make sure you balance it with rest, and don't make sure you maintain as good of a balance as you can. That's very important to you. Your self-care is very important right now. Maintaining that inner balance, that peace, that harmony, the stability, keeping it all together is more important. Like that's really important to have your foundation. Again, with the oak tree, the stability, the foundation, that's very important for you to have before. It's like that needs to be the focus first. That's like the first main focus. And then once you have that, I feel like things are just going to start flowing more easily for you. I'm kind of getting like that maybe you start getting blocked or slowed down by obstacles when you're not rested enough, or like when your guides feel like you are too off balance, like you don't have enough juice, like enough battery power. Like when you don't have enough energy, they start kind of purposely slowing you down so that you will take care of yourself. That could be one of the reasons for some of you. I don't feel like this is all of you here, but you'll know if this message resonates for you. Yeah, but anyway, they don't want you to judge yourself. This card says no judgment. I release myself from any and all judgments. I find my inner critic, call it into my office, and tell it to take a vacation. As it leaves the room, I let out a sigh and begin to enjoy and begin to enjoy the joy of simply being. Who hired that guy anyway? Yeah. So like, you are just, your guides want, again, you to know that you are doing a great job. Please don't judge yourself. When you feel like being critical, please take that critical voice and tell it to go take a hike. Okay. Go take a vacation. Because you don't need that. That's not going to help you. And you don't deserve to talk to yourself like that, okay? Like, you deserve to hear all kinds of praise because you're doing a great job. And again, you're not late. You're right on time. You're right on schedule. In fact, you might be a little early, which is why some things are slowing you down a little bit. So I feel like you guys are very self-motivated in this group. You are very, you push yourself really hard, I think. I think you have high expectations of yourself, or you at least, you strive. You have big goals. You have big plans. And you really put a lot of work and effort into achieving them. But again, I feel like maybe you might put a little bit too much in sometimes, or not too much. It's not too much. I'm just saying that, again, they're saying it's like it's too early, like you're trying to get there too fast. And they're trying to keep you on schedule. I know I've repeated this a lot, but they just keep bringing it back up. So but I don't want to make you feel bad about that, because that's a great quality. It's great to, be a self-starter and, try to reach your goals. That's great. It's great to be motivated, and it's great to work hard at things. So I don't want you to, I'm not trying to say that that's like a bad quality or something. It can be a great quality, but I am getting that. I'm saying that because I felt like someone felt bad about me saying like it was too much, because it's not. I'm not saying like you're too much. Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, I'm just saying, I guess I'm saying what I already said, basically, is that it needs some temperance. It just needs to, basically you just need the more rest, or you need the peace. You need more peace to balance yourself, because it's like if you're trying to do all of this or achieve these goals without, with a shaky foundation, it's all going to fall apart, is something I'm getting. Again, it's going to be like a full burnout. And then trust me, you do not want a full burnout from somebody who has a chronic illness that pretty much started out as chronic burnout. You do not want to go down that road, okay? So you probably already know that. I don't know, maybe some of you are already dealing with some sort of chronic illness that affects your energy levels. But if you're not, please don't let it get to that place. Your health really is the most precious gift that you have. Yeah. And it's really hard to do anything once you get to a certain point. So if you still have that, please do take good care of it. And whatever type of health you have, it's important to take care of the health that you currently have, whatever amount of it you have. You probably already know that. Sorry, I'm not trying to preach at you or anything. It's just that that's how the guides are bringing this message through. So anyway, this card says good things to come. and it won't focus. But I feel like it's almost, again, it's like they don't want to let you know. It's a really big thing though. It's a really good things to come. They don't want to let you know just exactly what it is yet either though. If you've been trying to ask like, when's it going to happen? Or like, what exactly is the success going to look like? Or like, I don't know, if you've been asking questions, specifically if you've been asking questions like from tarot or things like that, I feel like they're blocking you. Like they don't want you to know exactly. They don't want you to see it quite yet. You might even notice, yeah, or you might feel like you've been watching readings and they keep saying, oh, it's going to happen now, and then it doesn't happen. I don't know. I just feel like you're not going to get an accurate read from any of those readings now because they're not going to let you know. Or it's like there are details of this they don't want to let you know yet. Because the card reads, there are so many amazing gifts coming my way. I can't see them now because I respect the general convention of not peeking under wrapping paper. But they will show up when the time is just, again with the divine timing, guys. But they will show up when the time is just right. And that's when I'll remember how much fun it is to be surprised. Okay, so they want to keep some of this a surprise. I think part of like finding out why the timing was what it was is going to be part of the surprise. And I think that you're going to be really happy that it worked out in this timing. Or it's like there is actually, I'm hearing delightful. There is something delightful about how the timing is being set up here. And again, it might not feel like that right now, but there is something that you're going to find really cool about finding out. Yeah, you're going to find it really cool what you find out later about why the divine timing happened the way it did. It's like someday it's going to all make sense. Like this will make sense. Or there's something that's going to feel perfect. It will feel divine. It will feel like everything was orchestrated just perfectly, exactly the way it was meant to be for this to happen the way it did.
And I'm getting like this could be with, again, this could have something to do with school and like when you end up graduating, or when it could have something to do with that, or this could have something to do with like a creative project you're working on that you're trying to have success with, or it could be both things. I'm just getting like whatever it is you're working on, whatever it is you've been wanting to have success with, or whatever it is you've been trying to achieve, all of it is being orchestrated to happen in a very specific way. It is like divinely orchestrated.
But for some reason they don't want to let you know yet. They want it to be a surprise. Also, there might be something that needs to be a surprise, because maybe you wouldn't make the same decisions or you wouldn't take the same actions if you knew exactly what's to come. You might act differently, or you might do things the wrong way, or it's like things wouldn't turn, like the outcome wouldn't be the same because you knew something ahead of time, and they might know that you would act a certain way if you knew something, and that would actually kind of block you from having the outcome they want you to have, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. It's like if you knew what was coming, you would take different actions than you will if you don't know what's coming. Where it's like if you think one thing's about to happen, you're going to do things a certain way and they need you to do it that way. Basically, they're trying to lead you exactly to where you need to go. And they know you so well that they know you would take the wrong steps or you would do things the wrong way and you wouldn't get the right outcome if you did know exactly what they know, if that makes sense. Like if they actually told you, it wouldn't happen. If they told you ahead of time, it would keep it from happening, basically. Like if they told you everything. So I'm not sure why, but that's just what they're getting. That's what they're saying. It's like there has to be an element of surprise here. They're not just doing it to irritate you or like to mess with you, you know. There is like a purpose to this. I'm hearing we know you better than you do. Or we know you better than anyone. And that might be frustrating, but they're saying, please trust us. We are trying to get you to exactly what you want, or exactly what will make you happiest, exactly what will give you the most success. We are trying to get you to that point. I'm hearing trust us. Please trust us. Things really are unfolding the way they're meant to. And we've got you. That's what I'm hearing. We've got you. We have your back. We have always had your back, and we're trying so hard to help this happen for you. So please don't worry that it doesn't seem like it's happening in the right timing yet. It really still is happening in exactly the right timing. Again, do what you can, do what you feel like you can do to progress forward whenever you do have the time. But don't compromise your self-care basically to do it. So it's like that should be your gauge. If you start feeling too tired, or you feel like you're skipping your self-care routine, or you're I'm hearing dropping the ball when it comes to certain needs, or especially when it comes to caring for your physical needs, like eating, like if you're skipping meals, if you're skipping sleep, if you are skipping, bathing and things that are important to do for your body. And even if you're like skipping meditation, or you're skipping the things that are really good for you in order to do something, then they're saying that needs to be rebalanced. That needs to be changed. And you need to focus on, I'm just hearing always focus on the foundation first, and your body is the foundation, and your mental health is as well. So if you need to take breaks because you just need to recharge, mentally and emotionally, that is okay too. Don't deprive yourself of those things and say, oh, I'm being lazy, or like, well, I should be working on this project, not just watching this movie that has no point. They're saying sometimes you really do need that. You need to have things that you enjoy. The sign says Joyville. Sometimes you need to find things that bring you pleasure. You need to make some time for things that have no purpose other than you just enjoy them. And to not feel guilty for that, because that is part of the work. Again, you are nourishing your body. You're nourishing your foundation. You are watering and giving food to that plant so your roots can grow. It's very important. And I'm getting that if you try to skip those things and you just try to go right for the work and you don't actually have it, and you are like sacrificing your body, or sacrificing your health, sacrificing your sleep in order to try to push further forward with whatever it is you're working on here, you're going to run into obstacles and blockages anyway that are then going to force you to rest. Like, for instance, if you keep pushing when you're getting signs to slow down, or when you're feeling very tired, or like when your body is not cooperating, or like when you are starting to skip things that are good for your health in order to do more, you're going to notice that you run into obstacles and blockages that kind of force you to rest. Like you might, or again, stop or do other things, other than striving forward.
Or you might notice that like the projects you're working on, they aren't as successful, or something like that. Like things just don't progress forward like you thought they would, even though you're putting the work in, but it's like it's just not going anywhere, or you're just not sure why it's not having the success that you feel like it should have had. I'm just getting it is tied into how well there's a connection to like how well you're caring for your health.
I'm getting, you might even get like a cold. You might find that you're getting more colds. You're getting more, like you might actually get sick. Now, I don't want anyone to like worry, but I'm just getting that could happen if you get too run down, especially. So take good care of yourself, guys, all right? All right. I mean, I know how hard it is. I definitely understand the frustration.
I really, really do. I empathize with this group so much. But your guides really are trying to help you have the best of the best. Like, they're really trying to put together a really beautiful experience for you guys, something that will be like a dream come true. And so I know this is a frustrating, probably, and maybe difficult period to go through right now, but it will, it will have a good outcome eventually. Try to hang in there, because it will get better, and something really, really beautiful is awaiting you in the future. Really, 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 really amazing. I'm hearing there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for you guys.
Okay, and this says, I'm beautiful. This is the beauty card. Your guides want you to know you're beautiful. And also the work that you're doing, or whatever it is that you're trying to achieve here, it's beautiful. Like, your motivation behind it, I think, is beautiful, or it's like the work itself is beautiful. But they're saying it's beautiful, and you're beautiful, okay? And that doesn't just mean your appearance. It can mean your appearance too, but it's like your soul is beautiful. You are beautiful. Your energy is beautiful. And what you're doing is beautiful. The card says, I'm beautiful even when I don't think it. I'm beautiful even when I don't see it. I'm beautiful, no matter how many people don't say it. Yeah, I'm beautiful, and I don't even care if you know it. I'm beautiful, which is why I don't have to try so hard all the time to show it. What I'm getting from this, though, is that, maybe people don't say it enough to you. Maybe people aren't like, again, you're not getting external validation as much as I feel like you actually deserve for this. Or maybe people just don't tell you that. They don't say, again, maybe you haven't had the success yet, or maybe you feel like you're not as beautiful as other people, or you feel like your work isn't as good. Again, the comparison thing. But they're saying, no matter how many people don't tell you how amazing you're doing, or no matter how many people don't tell you, what beautiful work you're doing, what amazing work you're doing, or how beautiful you are. You are. You really are. Your spirit guides think you're beautiful. Your higher power thinks you're beautiful. Because you are. I think you're beautiful. You wouldn't be here in this group, I think, if you weren't. Your energy is beautiful. I can feel that. For some reason, some of us just don't get told this. I feel like you're just someone who people just don't tell you how good you're doing, or don't tell you how beautiful you are, but you are beautiful. And again, maybe some of you are kind of hard on yourself, so maybe you're thinking that you're not beautiful, but you really are. Some of the most beautiful people that I've seen, they struggle to see their own beauty, or again, they just see so many flaws about themselves, and it's, they have a hard time not focusing on those. And, I think they have voices in their heads from other people from their past telling them, pointing out all their flaws to them. And they find it hard to see just how beautiful they are. They just focus on those flaws that people kept pointing out to them in the past, or something like that, And so it's hard for them to see their own beauty. I don't know, maybe you struggle with something like that too, or for whatever reason you don't see that you're beautiful. But you are. like I'm looking at this bird looking in the mirror at themselves, and I'm thinking maybe when you look at yourself in the mirror, you're you judge yourself, or you think you're not beautiful. But we've got it right next to the no judgment. They're saying you're not right about that. You are beautiful. Okay? Please. I know it's not always easy, but please be nicer to yourself, guys. If you can. Just try. I know it can be hard to switch, like really hard to switch this around, and it's not easy at all. At least for a lot of us, it's not easy. But even just a small change in how you talk to yourself can sometimes really make a difference. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel like maybe I'm not saying the right thing. Basically, your spirit guides just want you to know you really are beautiful. Even when you can't see it. Like, even if you have a hard time seeing it, you really are. Everyone is beautiful in their own way. They really are. That is truth. Everybody finds something, there's someone for everyone, and there is someone to appreciate every type of beauty that there is. And I really believe that there's beauty in everybody. But you guys, I feel like, honestly, you really are especially beautiful. Like, there is a lot about your physical vessel, that is really nice to look at. Like, I think a lot of people actually like looking at you, or will like looking at you. That maybe you don't realize, because maybe again you are used to focusing on the flaws, or for whatever reason somebody told you weren't beautiful enough, or they told you weren't beautiful enough to do a specific thing or something like that, or again maybe someone compared you to others. But I'm telling you, you are beautiful. And your work is beautiful. Especially if you're doing something like that's artwork or something, they're telling you this about your artwork as well. Or your music, and whatever type of art you're doing. Like, for some of you, maybe you're not hard on yourself about your physical appearance, or you do know that that you're very beautiful on the outside, but maybe you struggle with feeling like your work is beautiful, or whatever sort of creative project you're working on is beautiful. And so this would be a message for you, that it really is very beautiful. What you do is beautiful. And again, your mind, your spirit, your soul, everything about you is beautiful. I'm hearing the success won't matter that much if you're not here to enjoy it, the fruits of your labor, So I know that kind of sounds harsh, but they're just basically trying to point out that it really is important to take care of yourself first. They're just bringing me back to that again. Because, if you somehow push through and sped towards the success, they're just saying it would be too much somehow. And it's like the stress or the weight of, I don't know, there would just be something to it, though. It's like the price you would pay to like speed this up and get to where you want to go at this moment, or that you would have needed to do in order to be where you wanted to be right now. They're just saying it would have cost you, it would have or it will cost you your health to such a degree that it's like you wouldn't even be able to enjoy the success. It's like it would kind of feel like wasted. Like, what was even the point I'm getting to this point because I can't even enjoy anything about it now. It's basically like, you know, you're, I don't know, I don't even want to say it, but like, you know what I'm trying to say. They're trying to protect you somehow, and they're just saying that it's important to focus on these other things first, and again, go at a manageable pace. And maybe you were thinking, like, if I can just push and get this done quickly, you know, then I would be able to slow down and then I could rest, you know, because if I reach like a certain point, then like I could coast a little bit. I don't know, I'm getting that for someone. Or you're thinking, like, if I could get this done, then that would ease a lot of my burden, and then I could probably get more rest after I achieve this or something like that. But for whatever reason, they're just saying no, it really does have to be this pace right now. Okay, I know I already said it, but they wanted me to say it again in a slightly different way. So this card says clarity. See a little orange peeling himself. It says, stopping to listen to my inner self. I can easily separate my intuition from my mental chatter. The clarity of my intuition is a sweet, simple fruit that tastes familiar, and the mental chatter is a confusing, bitter rind that I shall peel off and chuck into the garbage, or compost heap if your mental chatter happens to be organic. Anyway. Maybe you guys have been having trouble with your intuition recently, or you've been kind of doubting yourself, or again, like doubting your path, or just being, maybe you just feel kind of confused sometimes, and you're not sure what to do, or you're not sure like what route to take, or you're just, maybe there are just a few, like maybe you have multiple questions and that you just cannot get the answer to. I'm also getting, maybe you have been dealing with a lot of mental chatter recently, like a lot of overthinking, maybe even intrusive thoughts or something like that, and you're not, like it's been taking up a lot of space in your head and just maybe not making you feel so great. This doesn't have to be for everyone. I'm getting this won't be for everyone here. Or maybe you're having trouble distinguishing between your intuition, like which voice is you, like which voice is your intuition and what is just kind of programmed into you, if that makes sense, or what's just a fear, or what is just maybe other people's thoughts even that you're picking up on. If you are like an empath, or if you are telepathic in some way, you might actually be picking up on other people's thoughts more than you realize, and that could be influencing how you're thinking about yourself and your project as well. That's just a possibility. That won't be for everybody. Just take what resonates, but I am getting that. But what I'm getting is like, you're going to have clarity soon. If you are feeling on the fence about something, or confused, or you just don't know what to do about something, it's like you are going to have that clarity soon. Because I am getting, there's too much, there's so much mental energy, like there's so much chatter going on in your mind that I feel like maybe your intuition actually, there's something I'm getting about, like there's so much analytical thought happening, or there are so many thoughts pouring through that you actually can't hear your intuition as well. Or it's like, because your mind is so busy, it's hard for you. It's like your intuition, I think, is one of your more quiet voices for you guys watching. At least for some of you, I think that, and at least at this time, like at the moment, you might really want to consider meditating, or at least trying to meditate, or at least maybe trying to start with like a moving meditation. If sitting still and being quiet is hard for you, you might want to start with like a meditative walk or some sort of moving, like a moving meditation. Or anything that helps you clear your thoughts and get more quiet mentally, because I feel like that's when your intuition is going to be able to, it's like the messages you get when your mind is more quiet, that is going to be your better guide. If it's hard for you to get your mind to quiet when you're meditating, there might be some other activity that I'm getting, like maybe activity, some sort of activity, that something you do with your body that helps you.
Like maybe exercise, like working out might help, especially if it's like a really intense workout.
I mean,
okay, so just giving you a heads up. In the next clip, there is a sexual message that comes up. So if you are, I don't think probably any of you are watching this around children, but just in case, or in case a kid could come in or something, you might just want to skip this, or, you know, do whatever you want to do. But like, I just wanted to give you that heads up. I have said it, so now hopefully it's been long enough that you could make that decision, and I'll put in a timestamp for you guys. But yeah, I don't know what I'm not sure why exactly this came up, but it is what it is. What comes up is what comes up in these readings, and I don't know, maybe it'll just make someone laugh, but anyway.
And I might just edit this out if it doesn't feel right, but they're telling me that I should mention that for some of you, should I say the word? Should I not say the word? Self-pleasure, let's just put it. You know what I'm talking about. If I'm just getting like, that might help you clear your mind. Like maybe your mind, especially if you can't meditate yet, or you find that really difficult to do, like this might be a place to start or something. For some reason I'm getting like, basically like I'm getting like you might not be able to I'm just getting you, the only thing that maybe clears your mind is like when you have a climax, you know, like when it, like your mind that might be one of the only times your mind is blank. So you might want to like do that and like set your intention beforehand that like your answer will come to you when you reach that point. And like that might work. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you, but that's a message coming through. Okay, so like it is. I hope this helps. I hope this helps someone. I don't know. But like it probably would, because otherwise I don't think they would be bringing it up, and I think that does tend to help a lot of people's minds go blank for a minute. So I guess that kind of does make some sense. But anyway, there you go. That might help give you your answer. Again, like this might not be for everyone. This might not be everyone's message, you know. So just take what resonates. But like, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing. I guess because I'm uncomfortable, because I just didn't see this message coming. But
no pun intended.
But anyway, I mean, like I'm not that uncomfortable. It's fine. I mean, I'm kind of scared of YouTube, but like, mostly I just think it's kind of funny, because like I just never would know what I'm gonna get in a reading. Like I'll be going along, I'm like, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just the messenger, okay? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than what I already did. I might have to cut some of this out, but like it's kind of funny though, because so I kind of don't want to, but like I just can't stop laughing now. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be a mature adult here. I really am. It's really late and I'm tired. And it's just funny. Oh my God. Why is this? Why can't I stop laughing? Oh my God. Oh my God. I put hours and hours of my life into these readings just to have the message be masturbate. Masturbation. I don't even, I just don't even know how this is gonna help anyone, because like you probably were just gonna do this anyway, but I don't know, like maybe setting your intention beforehand. I don't know, guys. This has gone in some interesting directions today. All right. I'm also getting to that if something feels confusing to you, if you get on a line of thought that you start feeling confused and stressed out, I'm especially like notice your physical signals that you're getting to. Like, are you stress sweating? Do you notice you start stress sweating when you think of a certain subject? Like, are you feeling confused? Is your head spinning? Are you getting feelings in like your solar plexus? Are you getting like, do you have like a pit in your stomach, or do you feel very, very anxious? You know, like noticing these things can help you understand what direction to take, because if you're feeling that way about a certain direction, that could be a sign to you that that's actually not in alignment. Excuse me, like that's actually trying to tell you that's not the path for you, or that's not the right direction. It could just be fear that you need to move past, but there is also a really good chance that it is actually giving you helpful feedback and telling you that actually is not the greatest route for you to take. Yeah, like the anxiety you feel, you could actually be feeling that because that actually isn't the right way for you to go about things, or that's not the right direction, or that's not the right person, or that's not the right thing, you know? That there's actually a better way. There's a bitter root. I just thought, because it says bitter rind. I think that was just like there's a better route, basically, or there's a better way to do something. There's a better way to go about something. So like if you feel really blocked in trying to go somewhere, I think that's just a sign. That might be a sign for you to reroute, to do something else. Like even if you're thinking analytically, oh, this is the best way to do that, if you're feeling in your body, or you start feeling a bunch of anxiety when you try to do that thing, that might be telling you it's because there's a better way. Even if it doesn't make logical sense, it's like there's a different way. Even it might not even seem like it's that sensible. It might not make sense to you at first either. But I feel like there might be something that you could do where like it would feel right, but you would try to stop yourself and be like, no, but it's not right because, you know, and then you come up with like reasons, because you're like, because everyone does it this way for this reason. And so then you might try to force yourself to do it that way, but it just might not be the best way for you. For whatever reason, if you try to do it that way that everyone else is, it's not going to have a great outcome. And also, for some reason, if you do it a way that's different than other people do it, even if it seems like it won't work, I feel like it would work. I mean, there are no guarantees in anything in tarot, but really in anything in life. But that's just what I'm getting from this. So So, trust yourself, but yeah, I'm just really getting joy is the key. Like, if you're enjoying it, if it excites you to do it, if you're like, oh my gosh, look at this, or like, if it's fun, that's really gonna help. I feel like going towards what you really find fun, if there is an option like that you can find, I feel like that's gonna work best for you. I feel like I'm gonna cry again, and I don't know what that is. Maybe it's because you feel like nothing is bringing you maybe you do still feel confused, or you don't feel joyful, maybe you feel like nothing is bringing you joy right now for some of you. I'm so sorry if that's the case, guys. I really hope it's not. Or I hope you find that thing that you are enjoying. Like, I hope you do find things that bring you joy if you haven't, if you're feeling like there isn't much right now. I feel like a lot of you're doing all right, right now, and it's okay. But for some of you here, it's been really hard. Like, you're really going through it. Yeah, I feel it. I'm sorry. I feel for you guys. I mean, I know you're strong. I know you can get through this. You're very strong. You've got the oak tree, okay? I know you guys are very strong, and I know you have everything you need. Just like this, you have everything you need to do anything you want. You have everything you need. You will get there. I believe in you. I really do. I believe in this group. I know you've got it. I know you have it. You have what it takes. You have what you need. You will get there. You will get to your destination, a destination that brings you joy. You will get to Joyville, okay? See the sign. Welcome to Joyville. You're gonna get to Joyville. You're gonna get there. In divine timing, it's gonna happen. You've got it. You've got the stuff, okay? You've got all the stuff. You're the magician here, okay? You can make it happen. You will make it happen. But it will happen when it's meant to. Yeah, this says positive thinking. In the garden of my mind, I water the good thoughts and weed out the bad ones. I throw in forgiveness and empathy seeds by the handful if I want, and I take a lawnmower to that jealousy and resentment patch. I'm a pretty badass mind gardener. Yeah, I think that's what you're going from, because we have him peeling off the rind here and throwing it in the trash can, and then we have positive thinking, sowing the seeds here. It's sort of like finding that clearing out the clutter, clearing out the confusion, getting clear on what it is that really brings you joy, and then doing that, even if it yeah, I'm hearing even if it doesn't make sense at first. Or even if it looks like nothing's happening, even if it looks like it's really slow, you need to, it will come in time. Just keep at it in whatever little ways you can. It's good to not give up, obviously, and to keep going. And if you do, eventually it will sprout. Eventually it will grow. Things will come. You have to, oh, I'm also getting something about, the negative thoughts in your head, the negative self-talk. Cleansing that out, chucking it in the garbage. That's really gonna, figuratively speaking, that's really gonna help. And it's easier said than done. It's really difficult. I feel like that could be some of your biggest obstacles in this group. Or that could be a challenge for you. Yeah. Your thoughts are key. For a lot of you, your mind and your mindset and thinking positive thoughts and maybe even doing intentional manifestation rituals or exercises are really going to help you a lot. Also, maybe even doing some affirmations, things like that, to help boost your confidence, like subliminals or something like that. You might want to try. There are a lot on YouTube. If you do them consistently, you guys might see results. They don't work for everyone, but they do help a lot of people. So, and I feel like since it's coming up in this group, that really might be something you want to look into. Or repeating, maybe even repeating affirmations to yourself in the mirror because of that card where it's looking in the mirror. So that could be helpful. But I'm hearing if you master your mind, or at least improve the environment within your own mind, if you are able to make it nicer in there, where there are way more supportive thoughts and way less of like the confusion and the bitter anger. I'm hearing angry. So I'm not trying to call anyone out here, but like maybe if you have been feeling a lot of like resentment and anger and types of thoughts like that, again, I feel for you, and I know it's easier said than done, but trying to evict those thoughts, or like trying to at least focus less on those thoughts and introduce other more positive thoughts and focus more on those, that's really going to help a lot. I'm getting like what is within your mind is what is more likely to manifest outside of you. So if a lot of what's going on inside of your mind, like the way you talk to yourself or the way you think about yourself or the types of things that you're thinking about others, the more you're thinking those types of thoughts, the more that type of energy is going to be drawn into your outer experience. So the more you're going to notice that in how others respond to you. And, if you're thinking more positive thoughts, if you're talking more kindly to yourself, if you're looking around you for the beauty in other people and the beauty in other things in the world around you, and you're focusing more on those, it's like that is going to draw more positive circumstances, more positive experiences towards you. If you're thinking thoughts of love towards yourself and others, then more of those loving experiences are likely to be drawn to you. That doesn't mean they will all be like that, but it's going to be way more like that. And at the very least, it's going to just make your experience within yourself feel so much better. And that's worth the work. From my experience, it's worth the work, because at least then, even if things aren't perfect in your life, or even if things are still frustrating, or you're You know, you're still not where you want to be yet. At least you're not so miserable in the meantime, because you feel good. You feel better within your only home that you ever really have on this earth, which is your body, inside of yourself. You know, that's your original, that's always your home, your first home.
At least while you're on this planet, you know, it's your earthly home.
And so yeah, it's important, as good as you can get it within your mind, as nicely as you can. You know, the nicer the seeds that you plant within your mind, in your thoughts, and the more you repeat those, the more the weeds are going to be crowded out, the more the negative things are going to be crowded out. And you know, and then it's just going to be way nicer to live. It's just going to feel nice. Like your life experience is going to feel nicer because it's not so miserable to be inside your own head, you know? Hopefully that makes sense. And I know it's easier said than done. It's not just like an overnight thing for most people. But I do think the affirmations, the subliminals, that might help give you a boost. Like maybe listening to them at nighttime, for instance. But also like surrounding yourself, again, I'm really getting like surrounding yourself with beautiful things. Focusing more time on looking at things that inspire you, listening to stories and things like that inspire you. That spark your creativity, that spark your imagination, that really hit you in the feels is something that I'm hearing that really like gets in, like warms your heart, you know? I think that if you're spending more time around things like that, or again, things that you find beautiful, like nature maybe, the more you're thinking about that and focusing on that, the less you're focusing on the things that are, you know, maybe more toxic or aren't as helpful or beneficial to you to think about. So, okay. Last card, which is the card I've already shown you. It's divine timing. Everything is timing, and timing is everything. Gladly I release my concern over timing and let things happen when and as they will. I trust that the divine schedule makers know what they're doing. It can take a long time to reach divine middle management. There we go. So there you have it, guys. I'm going to do charms now because I think that's all I've got for you. It's such a long reading. Yet another very, very long reading that probably won't even get that many views because my non-love readings very rarely do. So I don't know, but I hope it helped somebody here. If it did, if you could let me know in the comments, that would be nice, or at least give me a thumbs up. Guys, I really appreciate it. And I really am wishing you all of the best with this. I really, really am, because I can feel that weight, you know, or I can feel like, you know, I feel that pressure, or I feel that, you know, sadness from a lot of you guys here, or I'm feeling it from someone. It's heavy and it hurts. Like, it literally hurts my heart. So I feel like, you know, a lot of you are literally, your heart is aching over this stuff. Or that's just how you have been feeling. So it's difficult times for a lot of people right now. Energetically and in so many ways, it is rough. You guys are tough though. You are the oak tree. Again, to remind you, you are very strong. And you will get through this. And you will prosper. You will have that success. You will have your day in the sun. You will make it to Joyville, okay? You will. Don't give up. Don't give up hope. Don't give up. Just Yeah, don't give up. You can. You can make it. Believe in yourself. That's what I'm hearing. Your guides are saying you are a warrior. You are strong. Don't give up on yourself. You can go the distance. You've got what it takes. You will make it. All right. Just wanted me to say it again. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do some charms. I'm going to do some letters and numbers. So if you like this part, here we go. I'll probably channel some names too. All right, don't worry about your ears. I'll turn it down for you. Know why I feel like I need to shake it so much, because I'm just gonna stick my hand in there and swirl it around and grab what I feel like anyway. So I don't know why they have. I just feel like doing it. I feel like probably someone is wondering, like, why shake it that much? Well, I don't know. That's just what I feel inspired to do. That's what they tell me to do. I just shake it until I get the signal, hey, don't shake it anymore. I don't know what to tell you. There's not a lot of logic to this, okay? That's not what this is. This is not math, you know? All right. Nothing against math, okay? Math is important. It's important to this world, okay? I'm not anti-math. Is it my favorite? No, it is not. Did I get an A in it? Yes, I did. Do I have any idea how I did? No, I don't, because but I did get A's. I got straight A's in like everything. I don't know. I feel like I'm saying that because I think that's maybe you guys, you know, or maybe you've been at least trying for that and you've been really hardworking. Again, I do feel like there are some students here, because it just has that feeling of exhaustion, and I know, yeah. But yeah, I did get A's in math in all of my math classes, but all except for one, because I missed over a month of school because I had a health crisis in my senior year of high school, and it ruined my 4.0 GPA right at the very last little bit. 8 years I didn't get a single B, not even for the quarters, like not on any of my report cards. Like I never got a single B, and by that I mean I got all A's and nothing below an A until that. And yeah, and I had to drop physics because I missed almost the entire class. It was like a short class because it, you know, obviously it was like an honors class. Basically, it was one of those that you only got to take if you got good enough grades in all of your other science and math classes. And so I made it there, but I did not get to take the class because of being in the hospital. So that was fun. And then I came back and they wanted to just give me a failing grade. Well, let me put it this way. The teacher wanted me to get to drop the class, and like I never took it because they didn't want it to count against me, because he was like, listen, this is not her fault. She had a health crisis. She had to be in the hospital, and like, you know, why are you counting it against her? This girl has worked her butt off for years to keep her good grade point average, and you're going to give her an F, like you're going to give her a failing grade for this one class that's not her fault. You know, like no one could make up this amount of work. He even tried to say that. He felt really bad for me, and the principals were just being really unreasonable about it, and there was a whole thing. Luckily, in the end, I was really lucky. There was a a guidance counselor that finally was able to twist their arms into letting me drop the class, which they didn't usually let people do. But like, the thing is, it's not like they'd never done it before, but I was poor and I was in like a very wealthy school. Like, a lot of people were very wealthy, and you know, I didn't have as much influence as they did. So like, if it had been one of them, or like a parent that was influential, like obviously they would have let them drop the class, but I was not the same. So yeah, but eventually luckily they had some angels on my side, and they did let me drop it, which was really nice, because I was insanely depressed at that point and I was really not doing well. So I'm not sure if maybe some of you might even be dealing with a situation like that. I'm so sorry if you are. That I know how bad that sucks. Or like, maybe you need to drop some, maybe you're trying to make a decision to like drop some classes and it's hard for you because you don't want to like have to cut back, but maybe you do need a lighter workload or something right now. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that was my experience. And anyway, if you do need to drop classes or something like that, I'm not sure what situation you're in, but I really hope everything works out for you. I hope maybe me telling my story about how like they didn't want to and it was looking really bad for me, but you know, I got lucky and they did let me drop it. I'm hoping maybe that will be like a sign for you, or like an omen of good things to come for you too, whatever situation you're in. It did work out, even though it looked pretty grim for a while there. So and then right after graduation, my whole life fell apart completely. But I did have that one shining moment of the 4.0, and I did get into a really great college, which I then didn't get to go to because of it's a very long story. Yeah, life doesn't always go exactly the way you were hoping it will go. And sometimes there really are things that are so far out of your control that you just have to hold on sometimes and just do the best you can. And sometimes it sucks really bad for a really long time, but then at some point something does happen and it does get better. I feel like that's what will happen for you. But I'm sorry you're in the sucking time right now.
Or that you have been. I'm hoping maybe it's going to get better really soon for you guys.
Wow, now I feel really bad heartburn. Oh my. Now my stomach is making some. Oh. Maybe some of you have been having really bad heartburn, or you've been having like digestive issues, or you've been having like, yeah, some sort of stomach problems. I feel like I'm supposed to tell you it's tied to stress and sadness, actually, because I feel like I'm gonna cry again too. Like I'm just feeling a lot of emotion, and then I feel like it's from that. Again, I'm getting the heartbreak or the grief. There's something about sadness. God, I'm so sorry. I just want to like collectively, I want to hug this collective. I want to hug you. You probably don't want me to hug you. I don't know what I'm saying. I just feel bad. I mean, I know probably me hugging you wouldn't like make everything better, but I wish I could hug you guys. It will get better. It will. I just keep feeling like I need to hold my chest. Like, now I'm hearing the song, Eye of the Tiger. Yeah, exactly. You're the tiger's eye. Okay, don't forget. You're lucky. You will pull through. You might not feel so lucky all the time, but really, again, everything is happening the way it needs to. You're strong. You will get there. And I'm hearing sweet victory. Eye of the tiger. I can't remember the words. Actually, I'm remembering like a commercial that used that song from years ago. I can't even remember what it was for, but it was like some guy was like putting. I'm just hearing. Someday he just might become supervisor. What was that commercial? I can't remember now. The guy's name was Roy. I think they were just singing. I don't know. I don't know why that's coming to me. I have no idea. Maybe someone's trying to be a supervisor here. Or like, you're gonna be one.
Or maybe there's something you need to speak to a supervisor about or something, or maybe like you have a meeting coming up, or there's something going on with a supervisor. If that's the case, then I feel like things are going to go well for you, or it's like things are going to work out for you in that situation. Or at least like some things are going to improve. Something's going to improve with that if that resonates for you.
I'm not sure about that one actually, but I'm getting tired now, so I think I'm just supposed to move on to these letters so I don't completely run out of steam before I get done. All right, so we got the letter P. Peter, Patricia, Patrick, Perry, Perrin, Perrin, okay. We have the letter M. Mary, I still feel like I'm gonna cry. And I just saw PMS. We have PM and then there's no S, but I was just getting that maybe somebody is PMSing. That would, this would be a confirmation for you. Maybe that's where maybe that's part of why I'm feeling like so emotional. Man, I feel that. Also, it's a Cancer full moon as I'm doing this, and that always just makes me feel, it like really heightens the emotions for me, and I don't usually feel that great, really, so maybe that's also why I'm feeling why I'm feeling the emotions of this group more than usual. Dolores, we have the letter D. Oh yeah, because it's PMD, and now I'm thinking of PMDD, like, which is like an extreme form of PMS. I'm not sure. I hope you don't have to deal with that, because that's really rough. But maybe you do, some of you. But otherwise, yeah. Yeah, I've noticed like when I PMS, this is probably TMI. It's not like anything like gross or any, well, I don't think it is, at least, but it's like when I PMS, I notice like I'm way more likely to like respond to negative comments and stuff instead of just like letting them go. Like sometimes maybe you guys have been dealing with some haters too, because I'm holding the letter H here too. But anyway, yeah, and I just saw another sign of an archangel in my head, so they're coming through again too. Letter D. Excuse me, letter H too. Geraldo. I don't think that's usually an H, but I just heard that. Darius, Darren, David, Davina or Davida. I think one of those or more came up in the other group. I'm smelling pepper. I don't know if someone's eating something with like peppers. Kind of smells like green peppers or something. Or if you are having acid reflux, it might be because of pepper, like the seasoning. I don't know, just take what resonates. Might not be, but you might want to like avoid it and then see if you feel better or something. Did I show you the letters E? I can't remember, but here's the letter B too. I just keep talking and talking to you guys. I don't know why. And then here's the letter I and the letter N. And the number 1 and the number 7. I just feel comfortable talking to you guys. I feel like number 1 and number 7. All right, Bunny, Zinder, Zilla, Rizila, Delano, Delilah, Delaney, Dillmore, or Gilmore, Hilly, Haley, Hiddenstein or Hiddenstein or Hidgenstein or Hidgenstein. I don't know. It's close to that. I'm not sure if I'm getting it right. Higgins. If it's close, guys, I take it as your confirmation. Prescott, Preston, Prestidigitation. What is that? Wait, I know this somewhere in the back of my mind. Oh, I have no idea why that word came up, but that's got to mean something for someone because that just came out of nowhere. And I don't know if I said it right. Hopefully I did. So channeling's work is, yes, it is work, but it's weird sometimes. Michael, Midgie, Midgen. Like Midgen, I think is what I'm seeing. Or I don't know. It's close to that. Okay. Camera died and then I had to eat something. I just charged this and it's already down 1 bar. I don't know what's wrong with these batteries. Are you kidding me? Like I don't have enough problems. It's just so weird. No, in this group though, there is something with these batteries. The other groups were fine and now all this, I think it's the message. Drained batteries. It did happen in one of the other groups, at least one of the other groups too. But I did other readings with this camera after this reading and they were fine. So it's not just the batteries. There was something about this reading. Gotta recharge your batteries, guys. All right. You know what, guys? I think I'm too tired to actually. Okay, I heard Idris. Nina, Ninja, Ninza, or Ninza maybe, Bryn, Brenda, Belinda, Bree, Boris, Born, Hjorn? I'm not sure if I'm getting that right. Zarelli, Zira, Zimmerman, did I say that? I can't remember. Bright, Bryson, Bryce, Bill, Billy, Bilson, Burrell, Belle, Maya, Mindy, Mindeep, or Mendeep, Pooja, Haya, I'm too tired, guys. I think that's all I can get. All right, and then we've got the number 1 and the number 7. So the month of January or the month of July could be significant to you, or the 1st or the 7th of a month, or the 17th of a month. All right, and that's all I've got for you, group 4. If you're still here, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you hanging out with me and coming along for this journey with me, and I hope you got something out of it. Yeah, I hope to see you guys again sometime soon. Take care, guys. I am sending you tons of love, and I am wishing you so much luck, and I'm wishing you the best with everything. And yeah, you've got this. You can do this. I believe in you, and your spirit guides definitely believe in you. And yeah, anyway, thank you and good luck. And this is always so hard. I don't even know why it is. It's like I should just say, okay, that's it, bye. But like I always feel, maybe it's because I was raised Midwestern, guys. Okay, I can't help it. It's like we say 45-minute goodbyes here. Okay, there are like jokes about it. Like, I kid you not, it's really not that unusual for like it to take like at least a half hour to say goodbye to someone if you're at their house. It's like they like follow you when you're getting your coat and putting on your shoes, and there will be like another conversation. And then like when you're moving out of the door, you're like in front of the door, there will usually be another conversation. And oftentimes people will like follow you out to your car and literally still be talking to you while you are in your car. Like you have your window open and you're still talking, or you're like next to your car and they're talking to you. This is just like a normal thing. Like it happens a lot. And I used to think that was like normal, you know, because that was just what I was raised with. And so I thought everyone did that. And like, and now if I talk about it, some people are like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, that it actually takes that long to say goodbye. I'm like, that's just the custom. Like, that's just the custom where I come from. It's like, it's a very long process. Like the actual departure, like the actual parting ways
is just a long process. It's like it has its own traditional thing. I don't know, guys. I know it probably sounds really weird to some of you. I think it probably started like, I think like the point behind it is probably just to show that, you care about your guest and like you don't want them to just rush out of there because it's like a way of showing like you really are sad that they're leaving or, that you really did enjoy their company and, you would like them to come back and you really are. I don't know. I think that's why it takes so long because you're like trying to show that you're friendly and like you don't want them to rush out of there because you do like having them there. I don't know. I'm not really, or there's no point to it and it's just some random thing that is custom and we don't know why. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe this is why it's so hard for me to do outros. But anyway, all right. Yeah, I love you guys. See you soon, hopefully. Take care. Bye. Okay. I'm going to shuffle these cards out, try to, and see how this looks. Maybe it will look nice. I don't know. Okay. Well. So this is an impromptu reading. Guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to show the shuffling out of the cards or not, and I'm just not sure what I'm going to do with this. But you know, I just realized you can't see the candle. Which is too bad because the candle really is kind of nice. There, now you can see the candle. Hopefully I don't shuffle any cards into it. I think we've all had enough of things catching on fire recently. Don't need one more, that's for sure. But I think it'll be okay there. Okay. Anyway, this is an impromptu reading, guys. I don't know if I'm even going to put this up anywhere, but I felt like doing it, so I'm going to do it and just see what comes up. Just see what we get. My throat just started itching. That's so strange. Wonder if that means something to group 1. Okay, we've got a few different decks here. These are mostly like affirmation and like advice, like little words of wisdom decks. Okay. Okay, we have renew for group 1. Nature continuously renews itself year after year. And what else for group 1? All right, and this one like kind of fell out a little bit too, so we're going to take that one as well. All right, now let's do group 2. So it's, oh, sorry, change. Okay. I just like to hold it sometimes and like get a feeling. Helps me sometimes like get a feeling for what the message is. It's hard to do at that angle. I think I'll just put it on my lap. All right. That's group 2. They're really flying out today. Okay. I took a chance and changed my way of life. Okay. 2. Ooh, okay, that popped out. 2. Oh, I don't know if that was what was supposed to come out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think okay, 4. It's interesting, I'm doing it in a different order for this group. 4. They want me to take this one too. That makes sense. You guys, you get a lot of cards. Okay. You guys get a lot of cards. Wow. I want this one too. There's just so much. Wow. Okay. Wow, group 4. Group 4 is the wordy pile this time. We've got, look at all these cards that they wanted me to pull out for you guys. Well, just kept coming for group 4. All right. Make sure you're all shiny and polished.